up, YouTubes? How is everybody doing? How is everybody doing? The dog is underneath the desk taking a nap. So that's what the dog is doing. The Jace is just sitting here waiting to watch big burly guys do big burly things. How's Mark? Doesn't appear to be registering the entry in the chat there. So I need to see what's up with that window. Let's put this over here so it stays up. I think that will work. Hopefully that will work. All right. Is everybody excited for this thing? I'm excited even if no one else is. I don't know how many people have come back by to do the results yet. Let's see of our poll here. We've had 27 votes. I was kind of hoping we'd get to like over 50 before the stream started. I'll let it roll a little bit. I want 50 votes in there before I do anything with that. Your wife is excited to hear Lucas Hatton bark like a dog. I think I'm excited for Lucas Hatton to finally choose a nickname. I think the biggest thing that Trey has going against him is that there's a very good chance that he's going to zero the frame. I hope not, but the nerve damage in his hand makes it very likely that he's going to have trouble picking everything up. So if he can just grab it, if he can manage like 3 points, 4 points, I think Trey Mitchell has an excellent chance to win the entire thing. Even with him zeroing an event, I still think Trey Mitchell winds up on your podium when the weekend is over. But it's really, really, really freaking hard to win an event when you take a 0, and each event has 16 points of play in it. That's a tough ask. So, don't have a ton of viewers here yet, but while we're waiting, uh, there is a little bit of votes on other people saying, hey, it's not going to be Stoltman, Singleton, or Mitchell standing on the top. I guess I should say Trey Mitchell, just in case people show up and think that Hooper's competing. He is not, by the way. So I'm kind of curious. If not one of those 3 gentlemen, if not Tom Stoltman, if not Evan Singleton, if not Trey Mitchell, who is it that you guys think could walk away as the strongest man on earth this weekend? Who is the dark horse? That's correct. Hooper has no wins for the year. And since he's pretty much agreed to shut it down for the year, he will have none at the end of the year as well. So, uh, really kind of shoots a hole into my entire yearly predictions, because anyone who tuned in to watch my 2025 prediction video knows that I chose Mitchell Hooper, Mitchell Hooper, Mitchell Hooper, and Mitchell Hooper for when I went through the events of the year. I even managed to choose Mitchell Hooper in two events that he wasn't scheduled to compete in. Um, so really blew apart my 2025 predictions. I don't look like much of a genius anymore, that's for sure. I'd say that Andre Foytu could do a lot of damage in this contest, and it's crazy how young he is. Um, Make no mistake about it. At some point, Andre Foytu, that guy, he's winning one of the big four. I think there's a good chance that he wins all big four at some point, but he could be your dark horse. Um, in another year or two, I don't think anyone will be able to call Foya to a dark horse, because we'll just be expecting him to do crazy things. But it is a shame that this contest has no Hooper, has no Rain O'Nell, has no Thor. It'd be it'd be awesome to see those three names here. Yeah, I don't think Maxime is going to be on your podium. That's for sure. I don't think Maxime will be in your top five when the weekend is over. Um, he's not even going to be your top. He's not even going to be your top Canadian at the competition. It's good to see Max competing, healthy enough to do so, returning, and all of that stuff. But yeah, I don't think Max is going to be on the podium. He's not going to be in your top five, and I don't think that he will be your top Canadian either. And that sound means that we're getting closer and closer to some action. Turn this down just a little bit, or a lot of bit. That's weird. I muted the stream and it's still going through like that. That's a bit bizarre. I'll lower it through the software. It's kind of weird. All right, how loud can you guys hear the stream audio coming through this? Because I'll mute it if I have to. All right. Hopefully that's the same when they start talking, because when they start talking, right now, undoubtedly, my noise cancellation software is removing the music, but When there's words, I don't know how well it will do. We'll see. You guys just have to let me know. I'm okay if you slightly hear it, as long as it's not a distraction or that you can hear me over it. But I know what I also could do. It's very weird because I did tell my system to completely mute the sound on the video. I did so, and it's still playing, which is just very, very strange. But I should be able to physically, if I can get to the volume button. I don't know that I can reach it. There we go. Excellent. So anyway, uh, we're getting close, guys. I guess I should do a poll for that. I should say how many minutes late will they get started. You guys know the strongman gang. We never get started on time. Who do I think is winning overall? My heart says Trey Mitchell, um, but I just think that he's going to take a zero. So hard to win with a zero. Because of that, I feel like you either got to go for Tom Stoltman or Evan. The problem with picking Evan for anything is Evan is Evan. He has all the potential in the world, but can he stay out of his own way? Can he make good decisions? Can he pace himself? Can he just not do stupid stuff? Fully possible, but not enough for me to bet on him. So when I look at all the odds, I think I have Tom Stoltman winning the strongest man on earth and getting a bit of that monkey off of his back about, oh, he can only win WSM. He can only win the one contest. I think this is the year that Tom Stoltman puts some of the boo birds to bed and uh, and he secures another title here. Voice and picture are not synchronized much. I apologize. Andre 42 could do some very, very big damage. I think there's a, I think he has a good chance of making the podium. I do. I think I have my podium being the three guys that I gave you guys to choose from, which is Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, and Tom Stoltman, Trey Mitchell, and T-Rex. But if any of those guys fail to make the podium, I think you could, I think you could see Foytu on the podium. Lucas Hatton could do it. There's several guys here, and to me, I think we probably all would be sitting here in a perfect world, and we would want to see Mitchell Hooper here. We would want to see Thor here. We would want to see Rain O'Neill here. In a perfect world, those three guys would be at this competition. Um, but they're not. And given that they're not, I think it makes the contest that much more exciting because there's so much more opportunities at play for other guys. You you've got pretty much a wide open field, and I think it's going to be kind of cool. Hey Jay, so you're going to do roundups of your thoughts each day. I usually end up pausing the stream at your regular workout. So had uh, I I don't know if I plan to. I probably will. The real answer, Scuba Steve, is um, how late we go. If I have enough energy when this is over, yeah, I'll make a stream recapping the day. But If we go past like 10 o'clock local time for me, I probably won't. I'll probably just get some sleep, get ready for church in the morning. So can you guys hear their commentary coming through or no? I'll kill a little bit more if you can.
These guys have trained so hard for this. 8 brutal events. Just surviving this weekend, you are doing well. We are here to find out who is the strongest man on earth. Brian Shaw has put together just a most brutal competition. It's exciting, it's heavy, and I am ready to watch and see who comes out on top.
A host of champions in this field that includes a three-time world's strongest man. It is anybody's game. Let's get you set for who's here.
Awesome. Andrade could do some great things. Um, Thomas Evans should not be counted out. Actually, I don't think Thomas Evans has been very healthy in quite some time. But if Thomas Evans is healthy, he can do some stuff. I think there's a lot of guys. I think it's more than realistically five guys because again, you've got Andrade. Nothing wrong with that. You don't have Foytu, and again, I think there's a very, very, very good chance he he could be on your podium. He could go out and win the whole dang thing. Um, I'm very, very high on that young guy. Very, very high on that young guy. But yeah, I don't know. I think the contest is wide open. I I'm usually super good with my predictions, and that makes me look good if I tell you what I think. In this contest, I don't really know what's going to happen. Since we have no Mitchell Hooper there, we have no Rain O'Neill there, we have no Thor there. Um, the contest is all of the competitors in the last year plus have really seemed to step it up. I I think this is just going to be an awesome 2 days. So this is going to be cool. I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty happy. I Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. There's Brian and Carrie. So what do you guys think about Brian's new slender form? And did anybody pay to watch arm wrestling yesterday? I didn't because you guys know that I don't really care about arm wrestling. I've tried to watch it for the people who come to my channel and are like, "Hey, cover arm wrestling. Hey, cover arm wrestling." I just can't do it. I cannot for the life of me bring myself to pretend that I'm interested. It's just incredibly boring. Um, but I'm kind of curious if there's anyone here who did pay for the arm wrestling stream yesterday or not. And and Brian won his arm wrestling match against a much more experienced competitor, so he's obviously improving.
She does so much behind the scenes, and man, wouldn't be possible without you.
Welcome, welcome, everyone. We are so excited you are here. The athletes are
Yeah,
so
for sure, I'd
motivated.
say he's healthier.
Working so hard to put on the most
I mean,
amazing
probably just
show.
feels a lot
And
better
it's
in
so
general, even when he's not being active. Just to
I
have
want to
that
start
kind of
with
mass on you,
the
it's just
absolute classic.
incredibly taxing on your heart, lungs, and everything else. I'm sure he feels much better.
Without further ado, I am going to introduce to you Mr. Neil Pickup. He is going to be on the floor, getting you hyped up, calling out the athletes, and bringing the absolute crazy
But
energy
if I will say this, if he cuts up any more and starts to look any slimmer, going to have to he's going to be made fun of a little bit because he made a lot of fun of other guys calling them bodybuilders once they started to slim up when they left the sport. So Brian's going to start calling Brian a bodybuilder. So my podium is Stoltman, um, Stoltman, Singleton. I've gone back and forth on this the last week and a half. Stoltman, Singleton, Trey Mitchell, and don't ask me what order because I have absolutely no clue. Um, I think Tom Stoltman's going to win it all, but I don't know what order Evan and Trey Mitchell are going to fall. If Trey Mitchell does not zero the event that we all think that he might zero, then I think that Trey Mitchell wins the whole dang thing. But I just don't see how you can win this contest if you take a zero. So, but I think that he does make the podium. And the interesting thing is, Trey has actually zeroed an event before and won what would be the strongest man on earth, back when it was just the Shaw Classic. He zeroed an event and won the whole dang thing. So if anyone could do it, the big thicket could do it. But I just think that the competition's too tough. There's too many people there who have things that they're good at for him to really pull that off. But I do think that he can still make the podium even with a zero. I just think winning is probably a bit too much. But realistically, I think all of the following guys have a chance to leave with some sort of trophy, and that I would say the guys that I think all have the potential to leave with a trophy this weekend would be obviously the three that we have on my podium so far: Stoltman, Singleton, and Mitchell. I'd also say Andre Foyatu has a chance. Lucas Hatton has a chance. Austin Andrade has a chance. If Thomas Evans is healthy, I think he could has a chance. Um, yeah, and there's probably some other guys on there that could maybe do something. Bryce and Derwinski, that I don't really look to do that, but with the right luck going their way and no stumbles in the areas I think they're going to stumble, who knows? I don't really know. It'll be very very interesting to see what the point total looks like when we call the end of the competition tomorrow. That would be the guy that I think would win the beer drinking competition, probably. Wesley Derwinski. I have a feeling he could drink a lot of beer. Would the commentary not make the experience better? Um, I'm guessing you're talking about the actual commentary, and if that makes the experience better, then there's not a whole lot of reason for the watch along. Because if I turn it up where we can hear them and I'm talking over them, that's kind of stupid. Um, so I don't disagree that the commentary makes it better, but I will say if you think it makes it better, there's not a whole lot of reason for my stream. I would just kind of be in the way. I'd love to see a day where they start inviting me out to these events and letting me call the action live. I would I would love that. That would be like a dream come true. Our next competitor, hmm, Andre Foytu. Yeah, so this guy right here, this there's a lot of people who are like he could do something, and he could. He might be on the podium at the end of the weekend. He might win the whole dang thing. I don't know, but mark my words. I am telling you right now, and if it turns out that I'm wrong, well then you can say, hey, go back and watch your 2025 SMOE video, Jace, and see what you said. But at some point, Foyatu is winning one of the big four. He's either going to win this, World's Strongest Man, Rogue, or the Arnold Classic. I think at some point through his career, he'll probably win all four at least one time. That young dude is going to win some contests. If it's not this year that he really, puts the rocket on his back for the rest of the year, he's not that far away. He's not that far away. If he can stay healthy, I think sky's the limit for him.
Sulfur on the fly told us that should help him with a couple of events coming up over the course of the weekend. But here is one of our big favorites, the man of many nicknames.
So here's a question for you. We tend to go a little bit deeper on my channel and in our chats than we do in a lot of the casual strength channels. Here's my question. You got the Texas boys, you got Austin Andrade, and you got Nick training together as training partners. Do you think that helps them or hurts them? There's obviously positives and negatives to both sides. The positives is you've always got someone who's training at a high level who can push you in the gym all day, every day. The downside is kind of the exact same thing. You've got someone who can push you that hard all day, every day, which is really hard on the body with a sport that's already hard on the body. So, do you think they help each other or do you think they hurt each other? What's your take?
From Canada. He's not a big talker as well, but he is a dangerous, strong man. He should never be underlooked.
I think it's a little bit of both, but I'm not sure.
Aside, we'll get into. A lot of the Canadians have great grip strength.
Does Nick pay Andrade for coaching? I don't believe so.
The classic Canadian grip strength.
I don't believe so. Um,
Let's go from Canada. A little bit
I actually think that
Wisconsin.
I actually think Nick is
3-year-old.
usually a little bit more of the
This man is
technique guy. Austin is more of the brute force guy. I think Nick usually has cleaner technique. So if either one was the quote unquote coach or anything, I would think it would be Nick. He just usually has cleaner technique, just doesn't have the the brute strength that I think Austin Andrade has.
he wears 5XL shirts for the shoulders, is what he told us. 32-year-old, two-time winner here at the Shaw Classic, the big thicket, Trey Mitchell. What happens for
Come
him?
on, Trey. Can you win this whole thing while taking a zero? You've done it before.
Anything to do with power.
He's saying he wants a third one.
Small weakness.
He's trying to call his shot.
If he can,
Who's man enough to tell him he's not going to do it? Not me.
he is going to believe he can win this contest.
Okay, the next thing I have to say is I'm just going to draw a little thing over here. You know, I don't normally plug myself, guys, but it's really kind of a darn shame that I don't have 1,000 subscribers yet. You tell me who loves strongman on YouTube more than this guy. It's a darn shame that that number is less than 1,000. So if you haven't clicked that subscribe button, you should do me a solid and click it.
And he is.
The T-Rex.
Look at him. He's fired up. Talked recently. He's not here.
All right, so here's another question for y'all.
That's what he wants. He wants the title. He's looking at it.
Former professional wrestler. Do you think he asked Paul Levesque if he could do the water spit before he came out? Evan Singleton hurt back at the Arnold earlier this year when he thought he could have had his first World's Strongest Man title, so he is out for revenge for himself. Josh Spurgeon, the winner of last year's Open Division.
All right, here's your next poll, guys.
As a pro, just his 6th international competition, but he has high expectations of himself.
He does indeed. He's a rising star. He won the open class here last year. That's what got him his invite. He is a very, very powerful man. Look out for him when it comes to trap bar deadlift, the bench press in tomorrow's events. New to this level, but he's hungry.
His coach is very smart.
His coach is pretty good looking, I hear, too.
We talk about favorites. This next competitor is a favorite when he walks in the room. 3-time World's Strongest Man, Tom Stoltman wins this weekend if
So what do you guys think? Do you guys like having a deep field of 16 competitors heads up more than your typical 10 to 12 man finals? Do you like the deep 16 man field or do you just want to see like the quote unquote top 10 go head to head?
Wants to add to that resume.
our next competitor comes in holding the American record for our very first event.
Yeah, I don't agree with you, Gray.
Half pounds, 217 and a half.
I think Lucas Hatton has several good events.
Thompson, very well aware that people are going
He's got some events that he's not going to do that well at,
just about
but he's got way more than just a log.
Yeah, this is the man that holds the American record. We talked about
I'd say there's about half the events that Hatton can rake in, and about half the events that he'd be better off if they weren't there.
32-year-old out of the Barn Gym, Fredericksburg, Virginia.
Bobby Thompson. Boy, Bobby was very vocal at that press conference.
The singing songman. He has been
Yeah,
on
I
the
wish
stage
Patty
singing
was
his
at this
praises
competition. I will
just
say
about
that
anywhere
um,
in his World's
I
Strongest
actually
Man career
predicted that
history.
Patty was going to upset Thor
Awesome dawn to the day.
when they invited him out to Iceland, and I thought Patty was going to wind up being your Iceland strongest man, and Thor was going to regret inviting him. But nope, Patty was in the lead after day one. Thor battled back, much to his credit, and won the title for the 742nd thousand time in a row. So hats off to Thor. Good job to him. But I actually thought that Patty was going to upset Thor and win the Iceland strongest man going into the event. I really thought that was going to happen.
Dominated the Hercules hold back at World's Strongest Man. You talk about that
Grip
grip.
strength phenomenal. Event number 2, look out for him. But all round, he is improving every single time that we see him.
16 men in line to compete here at the Strongest Man on Earth. Throw a dart at that picture. You might have the winner.
I hope you don't miss with that dart.
You'd have to question some things. The depth of this field
Bobby is a
is what
Bobby's
makes
a
it
hell of a
so
strong man.
remarkable.
Um, the issues with his toes slash feet slash ankle work against him. I know a little bit of something about that. I can empathize with that based on my birth defects and stuff. But yeah, the only thing that keeps Bobby, in my opinion, from being elite is the fact that the dude can't do stones. And in this day and age, if you can't do stones, you pretty much don't have a chance because there's so much value placed on stones. Even when Atlas stones aren't ending every event, which they're no longer doing that, and I am extremely happy about that. It's nice to see some variety. We still find ways to incorporate stones one way or another, and that's Bobby is probably for a top 20 strongman. I'd say he's probably the worst at stones. Lift weights. That's the strongman equivalent of play ball. So, does anybody have any new goals that they're working on at the gym or anything that they're trying to accomplish? I've got something that I'm working on,
Arena, big
and
event, looking good.
I'll share it with you guys after I see if anyone has anything that they want to share about stuff that they're working on right now.
But if you're a strongman and you hear an arena full of people, to compete like this in a building like this means what?
Oh, it means everything, you know. All the hard work that they put on their own, grafting away in the gym. Now's the time that it means something. You're going to have so many fans cheering them on. That's what will help them get
Getting
to the
back in
next
is a
level.
very, very,
We're
very
seeing
good
the
goal.
best that we can possibly see. The
Hopefully, you
strongest in the
stick
world
with that and
putting
do
the
it.
work in. Now it's
Get
time
your
to
butt
deliver.
there
About what
and
we're
then
going to
do
be
it.
seeing over the course of the next 2 days, depending on
So what I'm doing, I'll start to share a little bit. Lifting heavy stuff, not a problem for me. Never has been. Probably won't be unless I just die. But I just don't have endurance, and so I decided that I wanted to be able to bench press just 100 pounds, just 100 pounds. So a 25 and a 2.5 on each side. That's it. But I want to be able to do the 100 pounds for 100 full range of motion reps, not the cheater reps that we see. Full chest to full extension with no pause, no delay, 100 reps without stopping. If I can do that, that'll be a that'll be like my strongman equivalent of running a marathon because I'm not going to do that. I'm not a cardio guy. I'm not an endurance guy. Don't know if I can do it or not, but that's what I'm working on. I uh, I took my first shot at it, a dry run the other day. It did not go very well. It did not go very well at all. I got to I think 64 reps, and um, probably could have cranked out another one or two, but not without crying. Um, I was pretty exhausted, and I hurt for about 4 days afterwards. So yeah, 64. I'm less than two-thirds of the way there. So I've got a long, long, long way to go before I can pull this off. So um, I'm gonna do it. I will not quit. I'm gonna get there, but it's a while. 100 reps. Why? Um, a, I just thought it sounded like a neat number, a nice round thing. 100 pounds, 100 reps. That's kind of part of it. And then another thing is, I just thought it would be insanely difficult, especially for a guy like me that doesn't have good endurance. Um, when I put in my max bench press, I think for one rep, if I remember correctly, I think it said that I should be able to do like 87 reps. And I did not think I had any shot of doing that. And so I thought if I could build on the 87 that they're saying I should be able to do, which I can't do, once I get to that, maybe my max will increase. And if not, that's fine too. But if I can add a few more reps on top of the 87, that would be great.
200 kilogram mark. And yeah, I can't wait to see it. What a way to start the competition, and I'm sure it's going to carry on all the way through.
Our order of competitors, this is by how they lift in their first attempt. This is not a random
90-pound incline chest flies for 20 reps. Ooh, I hate flies. Oh, I hate those so much. What's my max deadlift, bench, and squat? Currently or all time? And do I get to choose if we go all time? Do I get to pick each one all time, or do you want my best at like one time when I was at my strongest? What was I deadlifting, benching, and squatting, or can I cherry pick?
The first event this year is the Max Log Press. The Max Log Press. I think this is probably the most anticipated event of the show. We've got the best log pressers in the world going for
So a
American.
435 bench, a 680 squat, and I'm currently deadlifting the most I've ever deadlifted. I hit 710 the other day. So my current deadlift is my PR. The others, I cannot make that claim. My best bench is quite a ways behind me. My squat hasn't fallen off much, but it has fallen off.
I know I have the world record in my pocket, but like if I have to pull it out, like I will. If I can get a record, do it for the crowd, I'm gonna do it. But more importantly, I gotta win that event.
But I'm hoping with all the rehab I've been doing up top with the 100-pound bench goal, 100 reps, I'm doing a lot of things and a lot of rehabilitative type work and really train the stabilizing muscles, stop being in such great pain. I think if I get everything stable and best, then maybe I can set a new PR on bench. But right now, like heavy weights equal just far too much pain for me. I just can't do it.
Flowers in training
It
recently
hurts way too bad.
40 pounds. He's starting here with 380. Safe opener for him. He needs to get points on the board. Wants to settle the nerves. And this is a smart weight to open with. Some people will come in real heavy, take that risk. Maybe they miss it, and then they can start panicking. I think it's good to get a safe lift in, then start to build.
So did you see that? Did you any of you guys see them trying out the equipment over the last couple days? Um, there were like a lot of comments about how the log weight was very unequally weighted and how it seemed to be much heavier on one side than the other. Did you guys see that or hear any of that?
Clock is going. He has 2 shots to get this log overhead. And it is no trouble.
Easy lift there. Gets the down signal from the referee. 380 pounds safely in the bank, and now he can add to that with his second lift.
Just for perspective, these logs take about 6 to 8 weeks to manufacture. And it's
So they say that
different log than when you lift on
vertical stripes are slimming, and I have to say they might be because Jerry looks really small in that shirt.
The handle space is much smaller.
Granted, it's super baggy. That's like how all shirts fit me. Because when you're like 3 foot tall, every shirt looks like a dress. Um, so that shirt is clearly a couple sizes too big for Mr. Pritchett. But the large bagginess of the shirt with the vertical stripes makes Jerry Pritchett look like a small guy, or at least an average sized human being.
Look at the guys like Trey Mitchell, like Lucas Hatton. They have huge shoulders and triceps on them.
Oh, you tuned in just to go to sleep. That stinks. I can appreciate the time, but yeah, that kind of sucks to wait around for the event to start, and as soon as it starts up, you got to leave.
Pounds. That's 172 kilos to our fans across the pond.
Rest up.
10th at the world's strongest man this past year, advancing all the way to the finals where he did win the Hercules hold.
He's got tremendous grip strength, Eddie has. Focused hard on his overhead. It wasn't the cleanest lift that we've seen so far, but he gets
That was interesting there. I don't know if the weight is really unbalanced, like I heard, or if he has one side that was weaker. But that looked like there was a little bit of strategy in that. It was a little bit tough, but you could see that he was definitely pushing harder with one side than the other. So I don't know if that's due to a weakness that he has or the log itself, but it was interesting of Eddie and looked like it worked pretty well.
And for a guy like Eddie Flowers, first time on this stage, first time you're taking the floor, or excuse me, Eddie Williams, all eyes on you. It's good to just get one under your belt.
Oh, absolutely. For the first timers, there's a lot of pressure out there.
I'm thinking about moving to Colorado, y'all. So
A veteran of this field,
don't be surprised if I'm at the 2026 live next year. I don't know what that would mean for the stream. I don't know what that would mean. I want to get a big subscriber count. I'd like to start doing a bunch of subscriber content, special stuff for guys. Maybe if I'm there live, maybe what we'll do is I'll let one of you guys guest host the program for 2 days while I'm in Loveland, and I can pop into the live stream as a guest with live stuff happening from the event while one of you guys run the show. That'd be kind of cool.
But if you want to really hear this crowd get excited, we're going to want to see some huge numbers today.
easy for West.
Who wants to guest host for me next year?
The other thing for people listening back home, as exciting as it is this first event, and as much as the athletes will
I'm a big land magnet, Mark, and you can get land in southern Colorado for
take out
dirt cheap.
energy by the end of tomorrow. So you have to be strategic in these numbers, and this is an element that not every comp has, where you can select your own numbers. Some comps they just have set numbers, and you've got to do those numbers. Brian allows the athletes to pick the numbers that they want to pick. So tactics are just as important as pure strength.
Tristan Hoth is our next competitor, fellow Canadian, 33-year-old.
Speaking of which, hit that subscriber button, peoples.
Laz, break down the mechanics here before the log. What's important technically for these athletes?
The technique on any event should be
Tristan Hoth is your 2023 Magnus Classic champion.
lift the log to start with. Get that weight into his lap. Gonna squat down.
I knew that without the on-screen help.
Triple extension, so lots of power through the hips, through the knees, and the ankles.
Oh.
Roll this log up his body as he does there.
Yeah, the land I'm actually looking at, the area I'm looking at, there's several properties I'm looking at that'll put me right at the base of Mount Blanca,
They're talking about the head has to come
which is a 14,000-foot peak.
Wait for that down signal, and then you get the good lift. So here you see, sits down, powerful through the hips on the clean. He'll pop through those hips. Elbows squeezed together. Solid press. He's looking at the referee. Good rep.
These athletes are all lifting at 380 pounds, about 100.
The weight constantly rising, or they go back and forth.
4.5 kilo jumps.
I don't really know what that means.
Then from there, you can make 5-pound jumps up to 440 or 200. And then 2.5-pound jumps or 1.1 kilo jumps beyond 440.
So the newly crowned North American strongest man, Bryce Johnson, absolute mountain of a man. 380, easy. Oh, just a bit soft on the lockout. It came off his chest rapidly fast, but that lockout was a little bit soft. He had to work hard for it. Eventually gets it. He'll need to make sure he focuses on his second lift.
And you can see the wobble a little bit once he starts to extend into that lockout. Where do you run into trouble?
Yeah, look at this. It was flew off the chest. Lots of power from the legs. But those triceps didn't quite lock out, and it caused his elbows to wobble a little bit. Could have been nerves. It's look how easy that flew off the chest. Sometimes it's also these big, massive guys. They're a bit tight in the shoulders, and because the log holds them in a neutral position, they can't quite get their head through as comfortably as they'd like, and that can slow down that lockout.
I think that was more of a problem with shoulder stabilization than anything else.
Little bit. He maybe just tried to drive that head through a bit too quickly, lost the balance, and then had to work a bit harder than he would have liked to finish the lift. But the most important thing, he got the lift. We've seen no failures so far. And here we have Josh Spurgeon coming out.
So Nick Gardione, after what he did in the Open last year,
Just shy of 177 kilos.
if you make your predictions, go ahead and put in the chat for Nicholas Gardione. 1 through 16, first place through 16th place. Where does Gardione finish
Slightly ahead.
when the weekend is over?
And if they fail their next lift, he will already pick up points on them.
We haven't seen anything come close to failure yet as you get another look here at Spurgeon. But how do you mark out
8th is pretty good.
of saying, like, my opener, I know
13th,
then I've got 2 more. What do you do with them?
Absolutely.
13th.
It has to be a confident lift. You do not want to be coming out failing that opener. The second lift, you're starting to really think.
I'll wait for a couple more of you to chime in before we ask the follow-up question.
And then your third lift, for most of the guys, they're going to be pushing that bit harder.
Speak of the devil, here's Nicholas.
Get it, they're in a great position. If they miss it, okay, they've got that second lift that's got them points. You have to be realistic. The goal is to always hit that PB on that third lift. But sometimes you've got to look at where you are against other people. Have some people just gone too far, and you think, okay, there's no point in challenging that. I need to be smart. But these first few lifts, they're lifts that they've done before.
We need one more peep. There we go. There's a 9th. Okay, now we got enough. So, here's the follow-up question. We got answers on the board from Nicholas Gardione.
Use his leg power. Balance, and he gets
8, 13, 13, 14, 9. Okay, now,
making him wait for that balance.
what about his training partner, Andrade? Where do you think Andrade finishes when it all is said and done? Answers in the chat, 1st through 16th.
A bit on his shirt, so he wasn't quite tight enough with his back. The log kind of just slipped underneath his belt. He readjusted.
6, 4, 6, 4, 4.
Clean was no problem.
4th or 5th,
Press was comfortable.
3rd or 4th, 6th.
No iota. We are moving up to 400 pounds now.
You guys are all in the same area that I am. I think Gardione will probably finish 11th or 12th. I think Austin Andrade will finish 4th or 5th.
here to fight.
The last couple of years, he has picked up injuries. That's part of strongman, unfortunately. But he is here. He's a good log presser. And he opens with 400 pounds. No problem there for the Canadian.
Good job, Max.
That's just a nice big old confidence boost for you as well if you're Maxime Boudreau.
Absolutely.
He had to withdraw from the Arnold.
Well, I wouldn't fault anyone from getting invited without on the basis that they can't finish, because this is an event where finishing itself is a victory. You know, I personally think that anyone that goes to Brian's Strongest Man on Earth and leaves the weekend unscathed, they're tough. They deserve a round of applause just for surviving these 2 days.
52 and a half. Wow. You can make 2.5-pound jumps beyond 440. So Tom Stoltman opens up here at 410. And Tom Stoltman is one of those guys that had those questions swirling around potential record talk. He poo-pooed it a little bit because the record is 509.
Yeah, I can see a lot of people finishing in the 4th through 5th as well.
Tom is very underrated when it comes to the log.
It's going to be a really cool contest. Tom,
So this 185 should not be a problem. And look how
that was easy.
it was for the big man.
That was easy.
10 pounds for Tom Stoltman.
That looks strong.
So I called him the weekend's victor. So
Over the years. Look how easy this was. Very, very good clean. Loads of
if that's going to work, we need if my prediction of Tom victory is going to hold up, he's got to do well early on. I think we've all seen Tom over the years to know that he tends to be a bit of a front runner. Now I say that seeing how he has struggled in the past, doing really bad in the first event or two, and then has a great second day of competition. So he can do that, but it does seem like he does his best work when he gets out to a good lead. And I think a lot of that is just because the mental part of the game is so important for Tom.
Last couple of years, he's in his best mindset. You have high expectations.
All right. So now that Stoltman's up, I guess we'll go ahead and end the poll. And 51% of you believe in Evan. You say that he will not do an Evan Singleton thing and take himself out of the competition this weekend.
420-pound log.
He locks it out overhead. 450. He has done before. He opens up darn close to that with that
Tom's
420.
off. He's not even giving anyone a chance to say no to that. He's done. He throws it down, stomping back. Good, powerful clean. Just not quite as balanced as Tom was, but composes himself. Good press. Watches the referee down, and I'm straight out of here.
We're going to stay at 420 for our next lift, and that is from Thomas Evans.
I appreciate you saying that. Usually people ask me to talk a little bit less, which just goes to show that you can't please everybody.
So many great American log lifters right now.
But I've known that since before I started streaming these things as well.
An athlete takes something.
I'm also doing something that I typically don't do, and that is I actually have the commentary on. Normally, I mute all of that. And actually, the truth be told, I tried to mute it this time. I muted the video sound. It's still coming through my speakers, and I have no idea how or why.
He's not got it.
Really?
And what's happened is as he presses,
I thought that one was kind of locked out, and then
losing that power. He needs to focus on
he's not getting it now.
his head under the log.
And it's interesting because he had 40 seconds, but Evans went right back to
Wow.
and does finally get the lockout.
So that's not
I
the lift he wanted, but the most important thing he did
I don't know.
gets a good lift.
I thought there was one in there before. He started to retreat it a little bit. He could have got that. That one. Oh man, I don't know. I feel a little bit bad for him. Regardless, that that was a very draining lift. Whether you like it or you don't like it,
Again, another huge man. Maybe just tightness
that was a lot.
slightly narrower than a metal one that he's been training on. Because you can see there again,
He's definitely not doing any more. He's taking those points and walking away.
Sometimes when they're training, the guys will lean back and press like a bench press. But one thing that Brian and the referees were talking about in the rules meeting is that you must get your head through. Sometimes with these bigger guys, very big chests, huge front delts, they're not
Crazy.
as flexible as some of the leaner guys.
All right, Bobby.
Here we have
Hey, speaking of guys with beards, which is pretty much everybody, what do you guys think about my beard?
Holder, a record that many competitors think could fall.
My beard's looking on point, right?
78.5 pounds, 217.5 kilos.
I think my beard doesn't usually look this good. It's looking good.
Easy clean. And head is through at 425 for Bobby Thompson.
The American record holder,
92.5 kilos, 425 pounds. Bobby gets the first.
probably not the American record holder after this event is over.
How important points are, and he's here to focus on the whole show, not the record.
And again, just an easy clean.
Is the contest started yet? It is indeed.
Unstable, but it was pretty simple to be fair.
Okay, guys, hit that subscribe button if you're not a subscriber, because you should be.
Just watching that log as he dipped, the log just jumps off his chest ever so slightly.
Boom.
Lost some of that leg drive, but
Yes.
so strong in the shoulders and triceps.
Yes. Okay, Austin Andrade. This boy is thick. Thicker than a Snicker, as they used to say.
So you have a minute after your completed attempt to declare your next one.
Now Austin Andrade, absolute beast of a man, over 400 pounds, loves the power events, 430 pounds.
All right, Austin Andrade.
Dark Horse has
Uh-oh.
the winner.
Uh-oh.
25 kilos, he needs this. That flew away from him.
Uh-oh.
Good. This looks heavy on his chest. He's not getting enough.
Uh-oh.
Pop that log off his chest. He's maybe coming a little bit too heavy.
He does not want to zero. If he zeros this, I think that changes all of those predictions of 4th and 5th place that were up on that screen just a minute ago.
Drive that log up high enough for the shoulders and triceps to press out.
And Laz, it's what you talked about with Thomas Evans. It's that press out instead of that press up.
Absolutely.
Anybody second guessing their 4th and 5th place predictions for Austin Andrade yet?
Good clean. Now use those legs. That's better. There we
Come on, there you go. Good job, Austin.
the leg drive. You can see how much higher the log
Good job.
off his chest. Then the triceps can kick in. He did very well to compose himself. And
That would have been hard to battle back if he hadn't got that.
60 seconds can go by very quickly. Kudos to Andrade for saying, you know what? Let me take a step back and wait.
he did very well there because panic can kick in. You don't
So we've had a couple battles already. Thomas Evans and Austin Andrade making these reps not look easy. But let's be honest, isn't that what the strongest man on earth is about? Isn't it about these guys not making stuff look easy? Isn't it about the weights being so brutal that every time someone steps up to the implementation, we have no idea if they're going to get it or not? This is the one contest of the year that we look forward to as strongman fans because it isn't about who's going to complete something the quickest or the most. It's just about, do they freaking complete it? Man versus implement. Who wins?
Refreshing and getting set again.
Yeah, normally you are. Just take that moment. You've got 60 seconds. Use that time and come back and get that technique nailed on. Now this guy's incredible at long.
All right, so Austin Andrade just did 430 pounds. Andre Foyatu opens at 445 pounds.
Competitor in the field. That's a lot of time under tension.
Oh, come on. You got to be faster than that with that kind of weight sitting on your shelf there. Uh-oh. Oh. Now, see, this is a young guy that I was bragging on before the event started heavily, and I thought had a great chance of being a podium guy. I also thought going into it, there's a lot of people that were looking for him to do exceptionally well at the logs specifically. He's already your junior record holder, and a lot of people thought he might do something with this and win. He's going to take a 0 on an event that he was expected to be in the top 3 or top 4.
5 is the opener there for Andre Foytu.
That
10 knocked.
is not good if you're a fan of the young Andre Foytu. This was an event that he was expected all day long to be a top 5er, but probably within the top 3, 4 for sure. He's going to take a 0. That is a major, major blow and drama that already starts the strongest man on earth. There were a couple events that you thought the young guy could struggle with, and he might lose some points on. This was not one of them. This was an event where you expected him to pick up major points.
Two other guys expecting top points, opening at 452 and a half pounds. The big thicket, Trey Mitchell.
Yeah, Dev, technically you're correct, but he's gone. He's not getting it. It doesn't get any easier. 452 pounds for the big thicket. And this is the man that I believe is the statically strongest man walking the face of the planet Earth right now. And yes, I'm aware that Thor is alive and walking the face of the Earth. Look at that! He just made 452 pounds look easier than why not I do 225 at the gym. Trey Mitchell's strength is on another level, people. I'm telling you, every competition I brag about this man for a reason. I really wished he didn't have that nerve damage in his hand. I would love to see just what he could do. Man, that is a hoss. That is a freaking hoss. Mr. C, for all you know, I'm the static strongest, but let's not go into numbers. I don't know, but my prediction and my money is on Trey Mitchell. I think he's statically the strongest man on the face of the planet. He's one of the few guys at the contest that I think is actually stronger than me. Would you believe that? Would you believe that? There's someone at this contest that is stronger than me. It's just hard to believe, I know. Hard to believe. All right, Lucas Hatton opening with the same weight as the big thicket. Man, that was slower than Trey's on the press, but smooth, buttery smooth. Looked like it was on a machine. Didn't look like a human lifting it. It was just the same pace all the way up like an elevator. Man, oh man. Buttery smooth here. Lifting up, boom. Looked like it was on a freaking platform. Gosh dang. All right. So Andre Foyatu will not be joining the Trey Mitchell and Lucas Hatton show, but I think we all have a nice show to look forward to based on what we just saw. 40% chance is actually pretty freaking high when you consider that all of these guys know that there's a full 2 days of competition ahead of them. There's probably a couple guys who are capable of breaking the record, but I think that what Bobby said yesterday was very, very true. If you chase the record or you chase first place points in this event, you're doing so at the expense of the rest of the competition. So I think the chances are a lot less than 40%. If this was the only event happening today, if all they were doing was the log, and there was not a full contest, this was just a log event championship, then I think 40, 50, 60% may be possible. Certainly 40, 50. I think it's possible. But these guys have not been training for just log. They've been training for 2 days of the heaviest competition on planet Earth. I'd say that there's a 10% chance, 15% at the ultra highest. I still cannot believe that Andre Foytu did not get that opening weight. Is anyone else shocked by that? Surely I'm not the only one in this chat that was expecting Foytu to be in the top 3 or 4 of this event. I certainly didn't expect him to finish lower than 5. Anyone else shocked, or am I the only dummy that's sitting here today?
But Trey's press may have been even easier.
Yeah, I also saw in the press conference, speaking of the metal, he said that he trains with metal because it tends to be harder than any wooden log when he gets out there, which is the exact opposite um, take that myself and most people who have ever used metal logs and wooden logs feel. I've almost always felt that a metal log feels easier than a wooden log because, like, a metal log to me feels a lot more like a barbell in that the weight is not in the center, it's spread out on the sides. With a wooden log, it's evenly distributed and you've got a lot of weight and center mass. It feels incredibly different. There probably are people that find metal harder, um, but I predict that most people probably think the wood is harder. And whether you think it's harder or easier, I will say this: they definitely feel a lot different. They feel a lot different.
Unfortunately, it's a good idea. Oh, it's a great idea. But the reality is you'll get as many points for this event as you will for the framing, for the arm over arm, and for the cake toss. So you have to
Mr. Shane Flowers
being the strongest.
returning after a pec tear that happened very recently.
For 181 kilos, 400
Very, very recently.
He opened up at the lightest weight, 380, pretty easy clean at 400.
Now, is that a case of 380 being too much for him? Or is that a mental game of 380 being too much for him, knowing that he's recovering from a torn pec? I think it's the latter. I don't think it's the weight. I think it's the mental weight. Trusting himself and trusting his body. Thomas Evans has gone. And he had a very, very, very big battle.
with those pressing muscles when you are doing a log lift for max.
That was 4 weeks ago, Lars. It's incredible to think that Shane Flowers is out here doing that.
Now, the graphic on the screen says 400 pounds for Shane Flowers, but I could have sworn that they announced 380. So I'm not really sure.
Thought he was going to have to go through surgery, but exponentially got better. 400 pounds was overhead about a week after that pec tear, and then in competition with the roar of the crowd.
But good job, Shane. Good job, Shane.
Chest press tomorrow. He's potentially going to miss that one out. So he needs to pick up as many points as he can today.
It was a good lean back there to turn it into more of a slight bench there than the overhead. Easier to lift that, but after a pec tear, it may be even harder. Risky move, gutsy move. I like it. I like it. I appreciate it.
Going for 380 in the first round will go second here. So Eddie Williams is going to take a jump up.
Big Canadian Wesley Derwinski
Where's Lewinsky playing it safe? 400 pounds for lift number 2.
Told us he was looking to
with his Cerebrus elbow sleeves
Looking for 440, be going heavier than that.
to go along with the Cerebrus knee sleeves to go along with his no lift. Whoa. Don't pass out, Wesley. That's not a good thing to do. You don't want to do that. There's people watching. That would be embarrassing. I say in jest, because that's not what's important. Come on, Big Wes. You can do this. 400 pounds is like 2 newborn babies. Just pretend you have twins.
in this 60-second window for Wes Derwinski. Long time under tension, and he misses.
No good. So he must not have 200-pound kids like the rest of us. His babies, I guess, are under 200 pounds. Most of us, I think, we're used to lifting 200-pound babies, and so You got twins, 400 pounds is no problem.
See the dizziness on his first rep, first attempt.
So everybody saw him rubbing his shoulder there, holding it over.
Fumble back.
Was there an injury or just soreness? And potentially the ouch of, oh, that stings because I didn't complete the lift. Hopefully he didn't hurt himself.
Tristan Hoth will go next at 400.
I think it's time for another poll. We haven't had a poll in a while.
Is on your front rack for so long, you just got to go at some point.
Yeah.
All right, here's your next poll, guys.
Just resting on your chest, it's going to take the wind out of you, and the energy is going to zap pretty quickly.
Here is Tristan Hoth, fittest law enforcement officer in Canada. Easy clean at 400.
Here you go, guys.
And Hoth tries again.
Canadians are not liking this 400-pound log.
Tricep strength wasn't quite there to press this out, particularly on the right hand.
Log lifted 405 and a half pounds. Back at North America's strongest man.
Unironically, I think if Thor was here, he could come top 8 on the log press. I don't know that I agree with you. His pressing power is definitely coming back. He'd do better with dumbbell than he would log.
On round 2.
He's really good with dumbbell. Yeah, I don't think Thor would be in the top 8. But considering everyone failing at these weights, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he could.
Two Canadians back-to-back fail is 400 pounds.
So the Canadians are not in love with these 400-pound logs. They just need fatter kids. I'm telling you, that's the secret to lifting heavy logs. You just get fat kids, and you pick up fat kids, and you walk around with them, and then lifting logs is very easy. Tune in every week for more great training tips like these.
And this will be Eddie Williams. How's a 25-pound jump feel for you?
The weight changes when each person approaches the log. They're calling their shots. So
The option to still add when it comes to round 2. Good weight for Eddie, 183 kilos.
175.
yeah, Charlemagne, I watched the competition,
Tested it.
which is why I said if everybody keeps failing this, maybe. But
Max, he went early.
I don't. I just have trouble seeing him there and finishing the top 8.
Sits down, needs to drive those hips, keep the back tight, good. Get it,
But again, everybody keeps failing.
use those big legs.
Maybe so.
Good leg drive.
Maybe so.
Stabilize, keep the glute squeezing tight.
That's going to be a fail for Eddie Williams. But it's okay. If Eddie Williams fails, he can still sing us a song and get all the fans back on his side. So
And just 1 kilo over the
he sang a lucky fan happy birthday yesterday.
Things get heavy fast.
when you're talking over 400 pounds, yes, it does.
All right, 405 pounds, Eddie Williams. You can do this.
I don't see him getting it on this attempt.
Maybe.
The clean wasn't there. He can try again at 405.
3 athletes back-to-back failing.
So you got a lot of people who are going to be coming back for a second round just trying their hardest to repeat what they already failed at, which, I think we all know your odds are not improved. If you take 3 attempts at it in a round and don't get it, it's probably not too easy to go out there in the second round and actually get it for several different reasons. Number one, the weight has already shown you and shown everyone around that you're going to struggle with it and be tough. But you also have to overcome that mental barrier. You've kind of got to divorce yourself and have selective amnesia, forgetting that you just failed not once, not twice, but 3 times at that weight just a few moments before. That's a lot to overcome.
Waste more energy. Now, this is a big lift for Josh Spurgeon. If he gets this, it's going to be good points for him. Pressing is an event that he's improved a lot in over the last year.
Several 400-pound lifts so far.
10 pounds for the American.
This would be a PR.
And look at that.
Good lift there. Excellent, excellent, excellent lift at 410 pounds
That was a big lift
for the big biblical historian Charles Spurgeon. Okay, maybe not Charles Spurgeon, but there might be another person or here in the chat other than myself who knows who Charles Spurgeon, the theologian, is. It's a good lift there. New PR. It's always good to set a PR in competition on a big platform such as this.
About performing when it counts, and Josh Spurgeon is doing that today.
Having hit 410 there, he told us 425 and on a great day 440.
All right. How many people have voted in our Hatton versus Trey Mitchell poll?
Should be good points for him.
We have 33 votes. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. It looks like we have a lot more believers in Lucas Hatton than we do the big thicket Trey Mitchell.
We're staying at 410.
Just shy of 186 kilos.
And this is Nick Guardione. 20-pound jump.
Nick Guardione is coming out.
Nick was second last year at the Shore Classic Open.
Come on, Nick.
Stepped up his level this year, doing so well. Winner of OSG, competing in his first Arnold's this year, competing in his first World's Strongest Man. He's really
All right.
establishing himself as one of the top guys in the
Come
world.
on, Nick Guardione. Easier than his open lift. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Good job, Nick Guardione.
That man is 3 years
That's how you do it.
bag boy at this competition.
You struggle in the first round, you come out and make the second round, say, you know what? I showed myself I could do it, and I'm not scared by a few more pounds.
Training together in the gym, pushing each other, and it's certainly showing
That was a nice lift.
each other's back, but they want to beat each other.
That was a nice lift.
Nick Guardione believes he's got more in him in round 3.
Jokingly asked Nick who the strongest man who works out
Yeah, that was 410, I believe.
San Antonio is. Didn't get a clean answer, but
I think at the moment he'd have to say Austin. He's not managed to beat Austin yet in a competition, but he is closing the gap every single time.
and for a guy like Nick, this is a confidence booster.
Big Bryce.
Brian Shaw looks at him and says, "You're ready for this."
You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear something surprising? Bryce Johnson, he's taller than I am.
Dynamic, he's explosive. The static strength has been a weak
I mean, for real. Bryce is taller than I am.
seeing it progress every time he competes.
That's a tall guy.
Former football player in camp with the Cowboys, Bryce Johnson at 415.
415 pounds? No. He seems to be having a lot of trouble with these lockouts.
I don't believe that's a strength issue. I believe it's a mobility issue holding him back. Tightness in the front delta
Mr. Bryce Johnson.
to get the head through. Because look how quickly he can drive this weight off his chest. He's almost at lockout, but he loses balance because he cannot quite get the direction.
All right.
Flexibility to get
Here is another attempt for Bryce Johnson wearing his Shaw support belt and his Evolution Athletics. Uh-oh. No lift for Bryce Johnson at 415. Wait, he's going to run back out there. Hold on. I'm gonna get a little chalk.
I mean, look how close he is to finishing on this opening attempt. I mean, we're an inch away from locking this out.
It looked like he was going to get that first one. I mean, it blasted off that chest like a rocket. No ability to lock it out. Maxime. Yeah, punch yourself in the head like Evan Singleton. That always helps people lift more weight. Nothing says I'm super strong like a concussion. If you're at a weight that's kind of questionable, you're not sure whether you can do it or not, just punch yourself in the head a few times, and then suddenly the weight gets lighter. See? Now, personally, I think that right arm was a little bit weak there. I don't really think it was locked out, but I'm not the judge. So, but undoubtedly, as close as that was, I think we can all safely agree that if Max had not punched himself in the head, he would have had no chance at all. The only way that he was able to do that was by the self abuse.
Great lift there. What's he going to do for lift number 3? Guys like Josh and Nick, maybe 425, they could actually sneak in front of him if he tries to jump too high on his third.
I'm not really watching the Strongman archive since I'm watching the live stuff. But their site is kind of up and down all the time. Sometimes they update really quick, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's a little bit of both, even in the same event. You can, and I don't mean same event like in terms of like a contest, like Strongest Man on Earth. I mean literally like the same event. You might see them update 2 or 3 guys on the log in real time, and other people they might update 6 minutes behind. Nice lift there for Big Tom at 435 pounds. 435 pounds for Tom Stoltman. So just a shade under 200 kilograms. It'd be like 198 kilograms. For those of you who are in the wrong side of the world and don't use the freedom units. 435 pounds for Big Tom. That's nice. That was not his opener. He'd already lifted before.
440 would beat that, and that is our next called weight. Here comes Evan Singleton.
This is a big lift for Evan. 440, 200 kilos.
All right. Now you see, T-Rexes have both an advantage and a disadvantage in this event. They have, T-Rex's arms are only about 6 inches long. So the good news is they don't have to move the bar very much or the log very much. The bad news is their arms are not long enough to go above their head. So you could argue that it's impossible to lock it out because they can't lift high enough to lock it out. So I'm not sure if it's a strength or an advantage to have itty-bitty arms. All right. Don't do anything stupid, Evan. Don't do anything stupid.
He struggled in the first round with the clean as well, remember.
This is just, a lot of people talk with Evan. Evan is such a talented man. I mean, he's lifting 440 pounds here.
Don't do anything stupid. 440 pounds, 200 kilograms.
This is where Tom Stoltman going a little bit safer on that second lift could put him in a very good position. Come on, Evan. And as you've mentioned already, they can't go
No lift for Singleton. No lift for Singleton. So he is now behind Tom Stoltman, who was successful at 435 pounds. That is a very, very good result for Tom, unless Evan can find something somewhere. So that's really, really good news if your name is Tom Stoltman. Now, Thomas Evans, the battle that he had in that first round, I don't really know. I appreciated his fight, his drive, his commitment in that first round, that never say die attitude. Look at that. Better than the first round. Impressive. Super impressive. Considering the 3 attempts on the first round, none of which were easy, all were max effort. Incredibly draining, physically, mentally, everywhere. To come back and answer that way in the next round, ultra ultra impressive from Thomas Evans. 440 pounds, 200 kilograms.
Foytu, Mitchell, and Hatton, and the Foytu lift is really important.
And now, Austin Andrade.
At his opening weight of 445, which is what Andrade is going to go for now. He has 430 under his belt.
Austin Andrade. 445 pounds.
Second Shaw Classic appearance for Andrade. He won the Open Division in 2023. He has gotten 455 overhead on the log.
He's really having trouble. It's just not. It's not going down. It is not going down. You better take those 40 seconds and take it slow, rest, get as much energy back as you can to have any shot at all. And I don't like being a can't and saying people can't do it, but I'm going to be super duper shocked and surprised if he manages to lift this.
25 seconds left. He's using that time to compose himself, and he's going to have to come back and hit it absolutely perfectly. Get those legs firing.
All right, Austin. Get all of the power of Latinos behind you. Oh boy. Oh boy.
30 is what Andrade is sitting on. Missing here at 445.
No. No, not 222 kilograms.
The clean is no problem. It's just you hit that sticking point. The log pops off the shoulders and gets
400
half of the pressure.
440 pounds is 200 kilograms. So if you add 5 more pounds, you're only adding an extra 2.5K.
Stuff like that, but sometimes it's just damn heavy, and you have to understand that. It's huge weights that these guys are lifting. Now, this is a big lift. Young man, Andre Foytu, the junior world record holder.
All right, Andre Foytu did not get his opener in the first round. And again, this is a man that I expected to be in like the top 3, top 4 of the log lift. He has to come out here and answer. He simply must. If he fails to move to if he zeros this event, he can just kiss this whole competition goodbye. There we go. There we go.
And look at the difference there, and he's just making sure that he got the down signal. He got excited.
There we go.
That was big, so important to him. He did very well to come back and get that.
All right.
He would have been feeling.
All right. So our early predictions are looking a bit safer now. It was super duper shocking the way that first round went. Good job. All right.
And he was just making sure with the referee that it was a good lift.
Yeah, if he took a 0 in that, it was going to make all of my pre-competition talk seem really, really stupid. People are going to be like, you were saying that guy had a chance to be on the podium? You were saying that guy was going to be a top 5 finisher? Jace, don't ever stream again, because you're a moron that knows nothing at all about this sport.
As strong as he is, still a young man in the game.
Here's the American record holder, foreshadowing. Bobby Thompson at 478.5 pounds, 217.5 kilos. That was set back in 2021.
All right.
The record that stood
Bobby Thompson,
out of time. He will lift
who was rocking the
50 pounds.
powerful beards before beards were a thing. You know, now they're trendy and everybody has a beard. But Bobby's had a beard since like 2nd grade.
Really secure him big points in event number 1. 450 pounds, and that's
Oh,
close then. Just
come on, Jay.
the balance overhead. He looks like he's got the power to get this.
Carone was like, no, man, I'm not giving you that down signal. And I think Bobby's a little bit goofy there. I think that's Bobby's fault. I think he expected to have the down signal, and so he started to let go, And then he realized, oh yeah, JF has not said that I have a lift here. So he's going to try to muscle it back up. And the human body said, nope.
What I'm talking about, when you have an implement like the log that's as big as it is in diameter,
Tough, tough,
it moves
tough.
forward slightly. The log tilts forward, and you just
That's
lose
tough,
it,
Bobby. That's tough.
and all your power is taken away. Good clean on that first attempt. Look at that, easy, 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 and then just the stumble. Elbow came in front of him, and you can't pull it back to
Oh,
the
man.
But then the second attempt for Thompson, and he was barely able to get it off of his lap. So much energy is expelled on that first attempt.
Yeah, so much. Absolutely. And he's had
Hmm.
hamstring regularly, and it does take a lot of power through the hamstrings on that clean.
All right, we have the scale
Well,
out because we talked about
all right. So here's the next question. We already asked like who was going to win in the log. It was like half the people saying Hatton, a good number of people saying Trey Mitchell, and a couple people apparently saying someone else. But now my question is,
Both attempting 482.5 pounds for a new American.
here we go.
Terry. Thank you. They are weighing this log. 482 is the called weight.
218.5 kilos we are talking about.
Here you go. Here's your next poll.
I love that they're weighing the log in front of us here.
It's better to know ahead of time.
Absolutely. Could you imagine having to do it, then weigh it after, and it's not quite the weight?
I guess they're weighing it for an American record attempt.
478 and a half. 482 is the called weight. And we've got a couple of light clips, or a couple of light plates, excuse me, that are going to come on the end.
That's the American record's in the 470s. To go to 482 is to call your shot. You're saying I don't want the American record. I want to smash
This is throughout the course of
the record.
first 2 rounds. When you put plates that are a half pound, a pound,
I did not hear about that, JR, but probably because
where it's so dang
um,
that much of a difference
I don't really
can be the
care
difference
about
to making a miss.
arm wrestling. I did hear some drama about the whole strongest arm on earth / East versus West for like the last 6 weeks. A bunch of feuding and fighting going on, but most of it just rolled right over my head, and I didn't look back to see what had rolled past me because I just cannot get myself to get into arm wrestling. I've tried to like it. I've tried super duper hard because people ask me about it in these streams all the time. I just don't like it.
And we are at 482.3. That is about as precise a measurement as you can get.
All right.
So we are looking for an American record to top Bobby Thompson's Clash on the Coast, 478.5, from April 30th of 2021.
So are we officially 482 pounds? After we weighed it and put a little clip here, a little clip there, a spacer here,
The American record
an ant's hair here,
time.
The American record has lasted
a set of eyeglasses,
first time we've seen
482 pounds.
really challenged. We have two of the best attempting it now.
Here is Trey Mitchell.
Trey Mitchell
Trey Mitchell gets his opportunity.
with an American record attempt.
The question is, can he do it?
I gotta be honest.
Will it last?
I think I'd rather go second than first.
Trey Mitchell is chasing his first title here at the strongest man on earth, excuse me. He has 20.
Yeah, get rid of those stupid earbuds. You don't need those.
This would be a tremendous.
He had headphones blasting music. Now his headphones will never play music again.
82.3 pounds for Trey Mitchell.
Come on, Trey Mitchell.
Huge. Biggest lift from an American of all time.
The big thicket.
And the strongest man on earth. Trey Mitchell. First job is
Come on, get the clean.
We said in the first round he didn't look as quite as good as Lucas on the clean. He's pulled the shirt down to stop that slipping. One more attempt. This is such a massive, massive weight. And I'm telling you now, he's not going to get it to the shoulders. Every time, watch it slip. He just slips down on his top. He can't get the purchase. He may very well be able to press this, but you have to be able to get it from the floor to the shoulders. He's talking to the referee there, saying it's slipping.
You could just 13 seconds left in his minute.
8, 7, 6,
This is the
5,
weight we have
4,
seen somebody
3,
to their body
2,
in the clean.
1.
30
Nah.
jump for Trey Mitchell.
Trey, his time has run out. He will get a third attempt, but he's going to have to really make sure that clean is on point. You can't clean it, you can't press it.
Well,
So look, he needs to be tight there, and as soon as he stands up, the log just slips.
the clean portion of the lift for Hatton looked a lot better than Trey's did earlier. So, I don't know if Hatton will press 482 above his head. I don't know if he will or not. But I do believe that Hatton manages the clean for sure. He at least gets a shot. Trey didn't even give himself a chance to do it. Lucas Hatton will give himself a chance to do it.
Lucas Hatton said, if a record gets broken, it gets broken, but I'm here to win the event first and foremost. He is making a 30-pound jump here in round 2.
All right. Here we go.
Gets this, I think will be the winning lift.
482.3
He's got it up to the shoulders. Can Lucas Hatton break the American record?
Come on, Lucas.
The answer is
Yes,
There you go.
and he holds it. Looked out overhead.
There you go.
At all. Lucas Hatton is the American record holder.
There you go.
And this crowd has erupted. Event number 1, and we've seen
Boom.
American record go. Lucas Hatton.
Ta-da. Yay. We have seen a new American record.
and almost certainly 16 points, which I think if you tell Hatton, not right now, but in about 5 minutes, is the more important part.
Okay. Well, now Trey Mitchell is in the back thinking, how do I clean this? How do I clean the log? You guys might disagree with me. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that if Trey Mitchell gets the log in that position right there, he gets it to his chest, I think that Trey Mitchell pushes the log over his head. It's just, can he clean the log? He's got a few things working against him. Yes, the type of equipment, the belt and stuff that he's using, that's working against him. His form. But the big thing, believe it or not, actually, the nerve damage in his hand kind of creates a little bit of slippage when you clean in that direction. Just same kind of thing that has him trouble holding frames and things of that nature. So he's got to overcome that. He can't use it as an excuse. His fans can't use it as an excuse or anything else. He's got to be able to clean the weight. Now, if he cleans the weight, I think it goes over his head.
Gets himself locked out, and sometimes you see people chuck it straight down. He was like, nope, I'm going to enjoy this moment. I'm going to make sure everyone watching has no question mark that this is a good lift.
Tom Stoltman was well. It depends on which Tom you mean. I'm assuming you mean Tom Stoltman and not Thomas Evans, but assuming you mean that, Tom was successful at 435 pounds.
Drag some people along with me. Hatton would have called his going for the 482.3 after Trey Mitchell. But do you think that Trey Mitchell shot for a bigger number, knowing that he was going to have to chase Lucas Hatton?
Potentially, I thought it was a big jump. I really did.
This is pretty neat.
Trey has now is potentially a Thomas Evans could sneak ahead of him.
Oh boy.
Drop that weight now. Thomas has built the confidence. His second left looked better than
Hmm.
Thomas has to look at
Can't
this
agree
and
there
say,
that the clean is always the hardest part.
I'm
It's
going to
sometimes the hardest part.
because of the points.
Definitely not always.
In
And
great position. He's pretty much
and definitely not for everyone.
set his American
The
record.
biggest thing you have working against your argument that the clean is always the hardest part, and then you follow it up by saying, "Look at the Iron Bibby, for example." Okay, you're picking an example. That's not the way phrases like "always" works. You cannot use anecdotal evidence from one specific thing. You have a whole lot more people in the contest who are successfully cleaning their weight, yet failing to lift the weight above their head. So if your argument that the clean is always harder, all of these people who have successfully cleaned it should, in theory, be able to push it over their head no problem.
And the American record's been something he's really been after. I'm sure eventually he'll want to go for the world
Different
record.
people are going to be good at different things. Different frames are going to be, and by frames I mean the frame of the body, are going to be situated for better things. Um,
I think the focus is
so
going to be on the whole
there are going
competition.
to be people who struggle at one aspect and excel at another, and vice versa. For Trey Mitchell, undoubtedly, the clean is much harder than the press.
Well, we know he does. He was third last year at this contest. He is potentially the favourite coming in. Him and Tom Stoltman, I think, and Trey, they're the three guys everyone's kind of talking about. But Lucas believes in himself. This is a
Okay,
contest that suits him
that
well.
that number there that's
He
on the
knows the
screen,
confidence that he shows. He is the
973,
strongest man on earth. He
that
knows
has
it.
been on the screen since we went live. It has not went up one. We've been at 973 since I said go. Someone is watching right now that is not a subscriber, and you should subscribe and do me a solid. You're showing 977. How is that possible that you're seeing something that I don't see? That will break my heart if my streaming equipment is not working properly.
I would agree completely.
That will break my heart. Why is my stuff not working?
Execution, which is important. As you said, they're all strong, and they're all strong at different things. But you have to get the best out of yourself on game day, and that's what he's done there.
I still show 973. That's not fair.
And there's other athletes that we could see get their best out of themselves on this event. They might not be breaking
I
records,
still show 973 when I refresh.
pick up extra points.
Oh
That's
well,
important.
I guess I will try to refresh again. Yeah, it still says 973. I don't know. Well, good. I'm glad it sees higher than for you guys. I'll keep it low and still whine and complain. Maybe that'll make people feel sorry for me, and then I can wind up at like 1300 by the end of tomorrow, and I'll still say 973.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come out to do it, but that's going to force Trey to have to up his lift. And that's what he's trying to do there. He's trying to.
Dun 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 dun.
Yep.
Okay, Derwinski just needs to pretend it's a whole lot of beer that he's picking up, or that he gets a whole lot of
This is
beer
going to be a big lift
for lifting.
for Wes. He really needs to hit this 400. We saw Andre Foytu come back.
So yeah, we're seeing the numbers are all over the place. So basically, I have no idea how many subscribers I have. It could be anywhere from between 1
Another chance here in round number 3.
and 46. I probably haven't driven away 920 people yet. The weekend is still short.
Some impressive log lifting.
We still got 7 more events to go. I could lose all of you by then. That would probably cause a lot. I mean, I don't drink. But that would probably cause a lot of records to fall if they did that.
Iron Bibby. Incredible shoulder power.
However much you lift, that's how much beer you get. You'd probably see a lot of these guys breaking their PRs.
To be breaking records and to win the whole competition, that's something very different.
Come on, Wes. We've seen a couple guys miss their first round, come out here and redeem themselves in round 2. You need to be one of them.
But the body language and everything just doesn't look like he's got this in him today.
You need to be one of them, Mr. Derwinski. Let's get you
Better
a
effort.
400-pound lift here.
Come on, prove me
Come
wrong.
on, Wes.
Let's go, Wes.
And it's the same thing.
That shoulder.
Yeah.
And you know, when you're in extreme pain,
Well,
and you know, he's done 400 before in the gym. I've seen videos.
bummer.
But
Bummer.
lift through pain. Hopefully, it's nothing too bad. Doesn't affect the rest of the contest.
If Derwinski is hurting there, it could come in back to hurt him in several events. His shoulder's not in a good shape.
What will officially go in
That could be very, very costly. Guessing by the color of my shirt, I drink Dr. Pepper. Well, I don't know if my shirt would answer that question or not, but I do drink Dr. Pepper. Diet.
on 380 as well.
Diet Dr. Pepper.
16 men in the field.
It's my favorite drink of choice.
You get 16 points if you
Although I have a grudge against the Dr. Pepper bottling company. I've had it since Diet Dr. Pepper came out. Because you guys are probably too young to remember this. But when Diet Dr. Pepper first came out, come on, 400 pounds, you can do this. I'll share my stupid story in a minute. Ah, I thought he was going to get that.
Back and then starting to push the log forward.
I thought he was going to get that.
from that angle, but that out, not up.
Okay, so anyway, when Diet Dr. Pepper first came out, their marketing phrase was Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper. That was the entire phrase. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper. That bothered me because it felt like an incomplete thought. Get the 400. Get the 400. Not getting the 400. Tristan fails too. Canadians are really not liking the log. So, yeah, when they would say it tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper, I always wanted to go, than what? Than what? If it tastes more, it has to be more than something else. So does it taste more like regular Dr. Pepper than Pepsi does? I would think so. Of course it does. Does it taste more like regular Dr. Pepper than Coca-Cola does? One would guess so. Does it taste more like regular Dr. Pepper than coffee? I would guess so. Or are you saying that the diet equivalent tastes more like the regular equivalent than other diet drinks do? That's probably what they meant, but I need more details, Dr. Pepper. I need more details. You gotta give me the details. So who is ahead in the competition? Lucas Hatton. And in second place right now is Trey Mitchell.
So these are critical points here if he can push this overhead.
This will certainly get him some extra points. Up to the shoulders, just trying to get his balance. It's all over the place. That's better. Stable. Legs. Go on, Eddie. Go on, Eddie. Push.
Good fight.
What a fight. He's gonna hurt himself.
Managed to get the left hand locked out just the right.
Man. And then I believe in third place is Andre Foytu at 445 pounds. He failed his opener, came back in the second round and got 445. I believe. I think I'm right about that. You guys can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong because you guys are good at correcting me. And then Tom Stoltman is in fourth place at 435. I believe that's your top four right now. You've got Lucas Hatton 482, Trey Mitchell 452, Andre Foytu 445, Tom Stoltman 435.
On that first attempt. Great effort. Really good effort. Just a fraction too much for Eddie today.
So that puts Williams also at 380.
Sweet. You guys are saying I hit 1,000 subs. It's not telling me that. You saw me refresh it live, and I still showed the 973. So I'm having a party because you guys told me it. It's cool. Yay. I really thought he was going to drop that on his freaking skull.
Giving it absolutely everything. But when you give everything like that,
I'm glad he didn't hurt himself.
can't recover quick enough for that second attempt.
You talked earlier about hand position too, because on these wooden logs, your handles are close.
Funny thing about that, Mark, is in the past, I have gotten a lot more subscribers when I stop talking about strongman and just start talking about random stupid crap. That's usually when people do subscribe for some reason. kind of weird, but it has been a pattern over the last 2 years.
415.
Flowers already has 400 in the bank. So the worst
I gained like 600
is 13.
subscribers talking about the Beast hydration system.
That just looked heavy on the
You just need to walk back, not worry about hurting your pec, Shane.
got that safe second lift.
Go back and rest up, Shane. Keep your body healthy. Don't risk hurting yourself here. That'd be my advice.
Long arms makes the pressing a little bit
I'm new at
harder.
this.
Really needs to
If they lift in first round but use 3 lifts, do they lift in round 2? Yeah.
dog firing off the
Yeah.
chest.
They get 3 rounds and they get up to 3 attempts in each round.
Behind him. Come on, Shane.
For 415 pounds.
They can repeat a lift that has failed. So if they've failed a weight in a round, they can come back and try that same weight again in the next round, but they cannot go down.
Brilliant lift there by Shane Flowers.
He did not take my advice. He was successful at 415. He doesn't appear to be hurt or injured or anything like that, so was very, very good. Very, very smart, I suppose.
Great lift.
Good job, Shane Flowers.
I mean, after that first attempt,
Good job, Shane Flowers.
really technically nice clean. And look at that. He smiles. He knows it's there.
I don't know what deep heat is.
Shane Flowers. I'm sure family back home are watching. His brother's here with him.
Bum, bum, bum. I'm always a big fan of the ladies joining us in the chat because there's so few women who are fans of the sport. So, thanks for joining us, Sharon.
Late in the UK now.
It's only 10:30.
Okay. His son's pretty young.
Deep heat is muscle rub. I guess Nightbot didn't like that.
So going from 415
I'm not familiar with it.
Come on then. I'm North America's strongest.
I use emu oil on my aches and pains.
it's the lockout that's been the issue.
Ah,
He was so close.
gosh, Bryce.
So much power there with Bryce Johnson.
Stoltman's had 2 rounds.
He did get 421 overhead at North America's Strongest Man. That event he won a couple of weeks ago.
It's an interesting fact that I saw a
I don't know how to configure it very well.
and you question sometimes, is it
And I don't want to mess with it right now.
before a show?
Maybe later, after today.
He's won his first title, winning that North American, and maybe not the favorite for this, but it must impact recovery. Come on, there you go.
Oh,
Close. Gave it absolutely everything. He was a little bit more
scary stuff there.
rushed their head through. Tried to get
Scary stuff.
just lost the balance again. He's got so much power off the chest.
Yes, I am familiar with those guys.
Very explosive.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's stability and that's mobility because it's there.
It is.
I mean, when you miss this behind you, like you can't miss behind you if you don't get it overhead.
I genuinely believe it's a tightness in the that if he corrects, his log lift will skyrocket because the power is there.
How do you correct?
All right, I just yanked away Nightbot's moderator privileges so that the banana hammock can stop whining. He's always coming onto my streams, telling me what to do, giving me advice, whining about this thing and the other thing, thinks he's in charge. So anyway, Nightbot is no longer an admin, so he shouldn't be able to yell at you now. Bum, 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 bum. All right, who's up next? Who is up next?
430 pounds, good clean.
I'm not making Banana Hammock the mod. That will never, ever happen, because the first thing that he would do would be ban me.
Lifting from Josh Spurgeon.
Good job, Mr. Spurgeon.
Super proud of that young man. He's been working hard on his pressing. He is known as a big dead.
Good job, Mr. Spurgeon. Don't call people names. That's not cool.
I mean, for a guy that won the Open last year, comes in as a rookie to say, you know what, I'd like to finish in the top 10.
Look at that. Great finish position.
Spurgeon is really impressive in this event. He set 2 PRs. That's pretty good. 2 PRs, 1 event. You got to be pretty good at that.
That is at worst an 11th place finish in this opening event. And he's got a better number so far than.
So, what did everybody have for dinner tonight? I want to hear some good things before I tell you what I had for my dinner.
Could be a top 10.
Top 10 finish on the log for Josh would be superb.
Nick Gardione,
He's going to try to.
or as he told Liz,
He was good at
Gardione.
410, now going at 430.
Gardione.
Great lift for Nick Guardione also.
Is it Gardione?
In his first 2 attempts. 195
He doesn't look very Italian to me, but apparently he is.
Good clean from the American.
I had Chinese food, fried rice. Come on, Nick. Good job. Good job. Nick with 3 successful rounds.
Means to him.
Good job, Nick Gardione.
They were neck and neck last
I wasn't paying attention to the weight. I think it was 430.
competing head to head.
Was that 430? Banana Hammock says it was 430.
First and second place last year, and they are tied on the log.
I think it was 430. Someone correct us if that's not right. But it was a good lift.
Absolutely, look at this.
Good lift.
As soon as that head comes through, he knows it's his, and look how much it means. Oh yeah.
It's a good lift for Gardione.
Like that is a
Give that man a pizza pie for a celebration.
big time. We are here. It's not like
A slice of pie.
No, no, no.
Guardione is.
I'm here and I belong.
Yep.
That's what he's saying.
Maxime Boudreau. Really clean 420
Yeah, punch yourself in the head a bunch, Mac.
pounds to the forehead.
And this is a big lift because the rookie,
It worked in the last round.
they are forcing him to push higher and higher. How does the veteran
There you go.
with the pressure?
Give yourself a concussion and then use the ammonia to wake back up from the concussion.
Both Spurgeon and Guardione
So a little self-inflicted amnesia, then self-inflicted heart starting power, and then come back and do an impressive lift.
And it looks too much.
You know what these guys should do? Everyone cheats with the deadlifts these days and does that whole hitching thing. These guys should try hitching with their head. They should just rest the log on their skull and then kind of headbutt it the rest of the way up.
And watch the legs here, Lodge. You can almost tell where the knees come forward that he's getting pressed underneath.
Yeah, just kind of knees shoot forward a little bit.
Well, good try, Max. Good try.
Quite in top Maxime form.
If you want to feel better, just go in the back and punch yourself in the head a few more times. You'll feel a lot better.
There's more when he's at his best. And I think for Maxime, he's trying to build that confidence. When you've been injured, it's very nerve-wracking out there. You're
All right.
thinking something's going to go.
The T-Rex, Evan
Unscathed,
Singleton.
move on to event 2, which is a very good event for Maxime.
Right into it, Singleton at 440.
He's got the clean. That's better. There
Why didn't you do that in the last round, Evan?
Singleton. Oh, yes.
Why didn't he do that the first time?
Feelings, but that one doesn't feel too good.
So that
T-Rex was hungry.
puts him 5 pounds ahead of Big Tom.
Evan T-Rex. And just look. He almost made it.
See, it was very, very good when Singleton failed 440 for Tom, because then Tom was like, sweet, I don't have to work that hard. I'm in good points. Now Singleton just topped Tom by 5 pounds. That puts Big Tom in
Power in the right direction. Suddenly, Evan
less than fantastic territory now. Now, I will say this, though. When Big Tommy lifted his 435, it did look awfully easy.
Log picked it up and set it up.
perfectly said. Exactly that. And that's all he needs to. That's why he's a great athlete. He needs
Andrade.
no point in Evan Singleton coming out quiet.
Andrade.
He needs to be fired up, but you still need that element of control. And when he brings both, that is him at his most dangerous.
Austin, Andrade missed at 445. So he's sitting on 430, which right now is tied with Guardione and Spurgeon.
And he will want to beat his training partner.
Yes, he will want to beat his training partner.
Nick is the
His training partner's looked better than he has.
guy that can win the moving events. But when it comes to brute power, this is Austin's.
Come on, Austin Andrade.
And that's
Come on. There you go.
big man. There we go.
Now he gets to go back and be like, okay, Mr. Guardione, I'm still the top dog in our gym.
Delivers.
And now Nick is going to be like, you're also a jerk, so I'll just beat you in the next event. And then they're going to wind up becoming enemies, and we're going to see a cage match. Or a last man standing.
This was a good lift here. There's, again, lots of pressure.
Or maybe we can go full wrestling and they can give us an Iron Man match. A full 5-minute Iron Man match between Austin Andrade and Nicholas Guardione. A 5-minute Iron Man match. What do you guys think?
Good at 435. We have Stoltman, who was good at 435. Foytu, who was good at 445. Mitchell, who missed the American record. And then Hatton, of course, who hit it.
We'll end the poll,
Jump here from 435 up
and the results say no one lifts a 500 log. 2/3 of the people say it's not happening. 1 out of 3 says, yeah, it's going to go down. Tom Stoltman trying to match Trey Mitchell's 452. Ooh. Ooh. Come on, Big Tom. Now, see, if I was Tom, I don't think I would have tried to jump all the way to 452 and a half here. If I was Big Tom, I probably would have tried a smaller jump. Because all he would be doing here is sharing some points with Trey, assuming Trey doesn't come out and lift more. He could have just lifted slightly more than Evan Singleton's 440 to pick up more points. Of course, Austin Andrade just hit the 445. He got it. He got it.
That's a champion's recovery there.
Good job, Tom Stoltman.
But he pressed and pressed. And he
Now it's pretty smart. So puts pressure on Trey Mitchell.
second place behind only Lucas Hatton.
tied with Trey.
Tied with
Puts a lot of pressure on Trey Mitchell.
That would be, if he can finish like that, he's going to be over the moon. There is pressure.
So if you're someone who started out the day saying that Tom Stoltman was going to win the whole dang thing, which I did, this is good to see. Now, had he failed to get that 452, it would have been a little bit less good to see. Although he still has plenty of events to do well in. So, but how can Nightbot be back? It's not admin. I took away Nightbot's admin privileges.
Not only does he have to be strong enough to lift it, but he's got to be strong enough to cover a
How
ton of
high
ground.
is that log coming?
In between events, I'm not going to do it now because I'm trying to watch strongman competitions. But when the event is over, I'll log into the back end and I will remove Nightbot as my friend.
Thompson attempting 455, which would put him
Strangely, I thought Bobby Thompson already had 3 attempts.
Third place at the Arnold.
I don't know what I was thinking.
A real powerhouse log. His favorite event.
Oh.
the question is going to be the press.
Oh. Passed out. Twitched a little bit.
Known as one of those athletes that gives,
Potentially a seizure, maybe. Hopefully not.
and he'll be fine. He's one of those guys who just doesn't know when to quit. I've seen him collapse a number of times. He usually gets up, gives a wave to the crowd. Just that lightheadedness.
All right, guys. This is the time to say a prayer for some athletes.
Time to quit. There he is, up on his feet. I've seen it so many times with Bobby. It's scary to see. But he just doesn't have any quit in him. Good to see him walk away. Bobby, as he said to this, he was the American record holder. Coming back from some injury.
Well.
Still.
Good to see him back up and walking around.
Doesn't know when to
I'd like him to not withdraw from the competition, but
Foytu hit 455 after he had struggled with it in round one. Obviously, he's going to make a jump over something over 455 here, so he's going to make at least a 10-pound jump. It would push him past Tom Stoltman.
Thomas Evans.
Evans is going
He's got some hellacious traps on him.
leap. He made a 15-pound jump between rounds one and two.
So this is where he's going to try and put that pressure on Trey Mitchell. He can put himself into second place, and then Trey's going to have to try again with that huge weight that he's already failed.
Let me give you guys a little peck dance action. Turns you on, right? That do something for you?
Now, amazingly, Tom Evans in the first round didn't look good. His second lift,
I better stop before you guys all get too hot. Have to turn your air conditioners on, higher power.
raise their level and perform when it matters.
Come on, Thomas Evans. Nice clean. Nice. Oh.
This would be a in-competition PR by 20 pounds. 50 kilos almost.
Come on, Mr. Thomas Evans. Don't fall over. Don't drop it. And just successfully complete the lift. That's really all they need to do. They just need to successfully lift. A lot of the guys have kind of forgotten that. Boom. See it? I should be a coach. I should be a coach. I tell him to just go ahead and try to successfully lift it. Bam, 455 pounds above your head, no problem. I'm going to quit my job this week, and I'm just going to become a strongman coach for the pros because my advice is rock solid.
That is a 20-pound in-competition event. In an event that Thomas Evans said, I feel overlooked in.
So he just eked out big Tom Stoltman there. Andre Foytu.
So Evans with 455 has lifted the most of anybody in round three. He just passed Stoltman, who was at 452. Foytu lifted 445 last time. He's going up to 457 here.
He might finish second in this event.
It is shy of his junior world record.
Trey might come back out there and re-succeed where he failed. Foytu might lift this 457. Maybe. Maybe. Come on, young man. Come on, young man. Yeah, you can't let the weight get out in front of you like that. You got to stay under the weight. It gets out in front of you, it's not going up. Yeah, a lot of this comes down to the weights you pick. If Trey gets fourth, or more than that, worse than that even, but if Trey doesn't finish in the top two in this event, then it's just bad weight selection.
445, which puts him behind Stoltman and Evans.
And that's very easy to happen now because the way that power clean looked in that first attempt was so bad, it's really hard to see Trey Mitchell rebounding from that and getting a successful clean. But man, I hope he does. I really hope he does. We have had several guys in this event battle back after misses in rounds where they flat out didn't look very good. Looked pretty horrible. And then they come back out in the next round and make it look easy. So maybe the big thicket will do the same. I can be hopeful. I can be hopeful.
Now we've got new American records potentially coming up in round three. Let's check back in with Terry Hollins.
You could follow it right here.
Some fantastic lifting there. Some huge numbers being lifted. So Trey is really under pressure now. There's a few guys have surpassed that 452 and a half. Trey's coming out for a new American record attempt at
So Trey, after failing 482.5, he's going to come back out and try 485. I guess the thinking is if he gets 482.5, he still doesn't have the event win, and Hatton has a chance to go up above that. And it's only a 2.5 pound jump. I think he probably figures if I can't do this, I probably wasn't going to get the 482 anyway. I don't know that that's true, but I'm guessing that's what's going through his head. Lucas Hatton still has the power to come out here and trump this and say, I call my shot higher. I don't know. But we are rooting for Trey Mitchell.
Unless Trey can really sort something out on that clean.
We're all rooting for you, Trey Mitchell. We're all rooting for you. All you have to do is power clean it. And then the press is yours, brother. The press is yours if you can clean it.
He's there chalking the log. He's not taking anything for granted. Doing everything he can to create as much surface and friction.
I think now what's going to happen is he's going to successfully clean it, and then he's going to fail in the press, and I'm going to look stupid.
He is currently sitting in a tie for fourth place.
Come on, Trey. I have said anything that you can clean, you can press. So clean it, and then we'll have a cheering celebration as you lift 485 to briefly become the new American record holder before Lucas Hatton rebreaks the record. But you can, if you lift this, you can say that at least one time, for a moment in time, you were the American log press record holder.
485 pounds, attempting a new American record. It would put him into the overall lead with only Lucas Hatton, the current
Come on.
record holder.
Come on, Trey Mitchell.
Fraction shy of 220 kilos.
I want to see this. I want to see this very much so.
A two-time winner here at the Shaw Classic.
Let's go, Trey. Keep it tight. Do not let it slip. That's
There you go. There you go.
we're in your realm. You've got it where you want.
Easy. 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 Easy.
From Trey Mitchell.
Easy. I know what I'm talking about. Easy.
485 pounds.
That man gets it to his chest. It's going above. That was easier than heck.
Disaster, missing in the opening round to setting
So now,
a record in round
does Hatton decide to tie it up and just share the points? Or does he decide to go 487 and a half? He could go 487 and a half. I believe they can do 2.5 pound jumps at this point.
Maximum points on the events he excels at. The pressure from failing that second. I didn't see him cleaning it. I really didn't. When he got it to the shoulders, you kind of.
So right now, Trey Mitchell is your American log press record holder. Maybe not for long, but for right now, Trey Mitchell is the record holder.
I think he does. I think Lucas wants the points, and it's going to take another American record to get those points.
All right. So surely Lucas is going to call 487 and a half, right? Nope. He's going 490.
But the year before that, 2022, Trey Mitchell won by a single solitary point.
All right.
That could be the difference here.
490.
Got so many athletes that good.
Gotta respect it.
We could have a very tight finish. So every point could potentially count when it comes to end of day tomorrow.
All right.
We're going
So, you guys right now, spam my board no matter what the Nightbot says, and you tell me 490, yes or no. I just want to see Y's and N's, yeses and no's in the chat. Is Hatton getting this? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Put it in the chat.
About 20 minutes at 482.3. It is now Trey Mitchell at 485. Hatton is
That's some very slow spamming you guys are doing right now. That's one.
though is for the American record.
He has hit it in training already. Most of us probably saw that. We got one no in there so far. One doubter, two doubters. Any more doubters? Hat trick. Time for all the talking to be done. It's time for lifting.
And now Lucas wants it back. 490 pounds to the shoulders.
Big leg drive and a
Got it.
490 finish.
Got it.
Overhead. A third time we've seen an American record.
So now we can say, Trey Mitchell, you were the American record holder. The American record holder's name is Lucas Hatton.
One happy Lucas Hatton. He has been pushed hard. He got the record. Trey Mitchell took it off him. But Lucas Hatton said no. Today,
They still finished the way I thought they would, 1-2 in the event.
log lifter at the strongest man.
And I kind of figured Hatton would wind up with the event win, but I also thought they could go either way, 1-2. Trey Mitchell had me awfully worried that he may not be getting very many points in this event when he failed to clean
3 times. We've seen some
the 482 earlier.
today. None better.
So
There by that man, Lucas.
now the end results of the event look a lot closer to what I thought they would, but still some underperformance by some guys, including Mr. Andre Foytu.
Technically efficient.
But at least he didn't have to zero. Because that first round for Foytu looked about as horrible as it could be.
Really well-deserved record there.
490 pounds is the new American record.
So good job, Lucas Hatton. That's the way you start the strongest man on earth. You go out there and you grab a win in the first event.
I'm here with the new American record holder, Lucas Hatton. How are you feeling?
That's what we're talking about right there. That's how you start this thing.
Incredible, guys. There is no strongman crowd like the strongest man on earth. And let's give it up for Trey. That might have been the best log battle we've ever seen in a contest.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and officially remove
Backstage, yes,
the Nightbot friend and remove all privileges from my channel. Um,
and you looked so present in the moment and just said, look, 16 points. That's
give me just a second here.
what I will get. And here we stand. Yeah, I got some. The next two, I'm probably not getting 16 points. So I needed 16 on this one. These boys are going to make me fight all 7 in the next events. I'm excited for it. Now the question I really got to ask, mate. Obviously,
Okay.
I've just seen you put 490.7 pounds above your head, and we know we got 8 events.
Give me just a second here, ladies and gentlemen.
Feel after doing that.
Let's see. I think I got to go here.
I did not execute on the second one. The second one hurt. On the last one,
Settings,
let you go, get ready.
community moderation, user management.
To go in your mind. How far?
There's my hidden users. Shows I've already removed him. I don't know why he's still doing stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lucas Hatton
That's weird.
is a new
I've already removed him.
holder.
I'm not sure why Nightbot is still doing something. That's kind of strange.
At the strongest man on earth.
Huh.
Lucas Hatton, 490.
Weird.
0.7. It's about 19 pounds off of the world record. I mean, there's nothing stopping him. We could just go put 509 on the.
Oh man, that was such a great.
Guess I'll have to come back to that later.
Impressive comebacks from fails. You know, you don't often see
Hey, my video is stalled.
getting to athletes, the responses. Trey Mitchell coming back after failing his second attempt to break the record. But Lucas Hatton wouldn't be denied of those 16 points and that American record, 490 pounds. Some great performances from Thomas Evans and Tom Stoltman.
I almost feel like this is streaming in 2 different tabs.
Maybe not at the absolute level we've expected from him in the past, but still good points. Austin Andrade making sure with that third lift there was pressure on him. Josh Spurgeon, super proud of him, taking the 4 PB.
And that 430 equals Nick Guardione.
Yeah, both of them. That's PBs for both those athletes.
Weird.
In 10th place. That is a
My stuff is doing some pretty crazy stuff.
But look at that, 380
All right.
the lightest.
So anyway, the first event is in the books. I don't know about having Neil pick up as an announcer. Makes it feel like a Giants live.
All right, one event is down. record is down. Quite technically, the American record was 3 American records.
What round are we
It all
in?
happened so fast. We've had
We
history.
are done with the first event.
We've still got 7 events to go until we find out who the strongest man on earth is. It's the Shaw Classic. Stick around here at Blue Arena.
Pretty cool stuff, guys. Pretty cool stuff. How long do we have until the next event? So someone earlier asked me if I was going to be doing recaps when each day was over, because I do that sometimes. Based on how late I think this is going to go, I'm going to guess that I probably do not make a recap video when the event is over. I might get up and make one in the morning before church. Maybe. I'm not committing to that. But I don't imagine I'll stay up late doing a recap video after this is over. My voice is already cracking. Throat's already hurting, and we're just getting started. I don't think I'll have enough energy to make a video when today's over.
We have elevated the industry and continue to set the standard with our never-ending pursuit of perfection. Toughness, beauty, peace of mind. What drives us is our commitment to
We could do this right here. Boom, 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 boom. Hold on one second here, guys. Hold on one second, guys. Hold on one second, guys. There you go. Can't see me because it's covering up my beautiful face. But you can see a little bit of results there. If that's what you wanted to see. 223 kgs for Hatton, 220 kgs for Trey Mitchell, 206 kgs for Thomas Evans, 205 kgs for Mr. Thomas Stoltman, 202 kgs apiece for Austin Andrade and Andre Foyatu, Evan Singleton, 200 kilograms. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. Bye-bye to you. Goodbye to you. Goodbye to you. Now, this is an event where you have to wonder what's going to happen for one big thicket. Oh. And I really hope that Trey Mitchell does not zero this. He can go ahead and do the frame carry. If he gets past the frame carry, he should be just fine. Gets past the frame carry, he'll be just fine. You guys see that up there? Those are my nieces. You can't see them because they're really far away from the camera and the photos are tiny, but they are cute, I will tell you what. All right. I feel like a lot of people check out in between events. They don't want to just stay around and talk to us because they're too good for us. So it's probably Banana Hammock still being here. The more Banana Hammock is here, seems like the less people hang out. Because, well, I don't really need to expound on that, right? It's understood what is meant by that. So anyway, it's time for another poll. Okay, here's your next poll. Your next poll. Uh, hmm. All right, here's your next poll, people. If this goes against me, we're just ending the stream early. That's all there is to it. We'll just shut this sucker down. If I rename the channel to Jace Loves Polls, I'll probably have to move the channel over to OnlyFans because I think that people will get a completely different idea. I don't think they have posted the times. I looked for them before, and I failed to find that information. But maybe they have shared it, and I don't know. And someone in the chat will know. But I looked and could not find the times for each event. It seemed like last year they had a pretty good clip for everything, though. I'd suspect it'd be similar this year. And we're gonna go ahead and end the poll while I'm on top so that it doesn't change. So 3 out of 4 of the people in this chat know what they're talking about. That's what this poll says. 75% of our audience is intelligent. Sharon was watching the video Shaw did yesterday showing the different items for events. There was one that was red and reminded me of deformed fire hydrant. What is it actually called? That is that's their cross. It's essentially a stone carry event. Just not a stone. It's a cross. Oh. The strongest man on the earth. I told one of my friends to pop in and say hi to us. I don't think she's been here yet, or if she is, she's too silent or bashful to actually type anything into the chat.
Welcome back to Colorado. Loveland, Colorado. About an hour north of Denver in the Shaw Classic. We're finding the strongest man on earth here at Blue Arena,
When the
home of the Colorado Eagles.
when the strongest man on earth is over, I got to go sit in front of the TV and watch the UFC.
Some heavy objects. Frame into arm over arm is event number 2.
That is a good question, Banana Hammock. How many people will finish?
Following the log American record that was set by Trey Mitchell just after it was set by Lucas Hatton.
Who's the most surprised after first event, and who's the most disappointed in your opinion? So, I guess what you mean, who overperformed and who underperformed. Is that what you're asking, Mark?
For that 2.5 mark.
Amazing start to the competition. The log lift was exciting. But the interesting thing is we're moving on to a completely different event now. And we could see some of those guys that excelled at the log struggle at this event.
If you're asking that, I'm gonna say Nicholas Guardione overperformed, and I'm gonna say that Andre Foyatu underperformed based on what I was anticipating.
Pull 700 pounds as fast as possible. Grip strength, super important. Legs and back, super important.
A little bit more dynamic movement than we saw, obviously, in the first event. We'll see in several
Oh,
different athletes, and it also targets different events.
Bryce had an awful lot of trouble with those lockouts.
This is where they get to be dynamic and more athletic.
It is, but it's still exceptionally heavy.
Those stabilizers in the shoulders are not very good, it seemed.
You know, it's really important. Some of the guys will pick up.
Excuse me.
The likes of Evan Singleton, he's super fast, very, very explosive athlete. But guys like
Well, it shouldn't be a lot faster, but it should be somewhat faster because
Eddie Williams,
there is latency in the stream that no one can do anything about. So what you're watching is always going to be behind real time. The chat can be in much closer to real time. But I have ultra low latency chosen, so you should be experiencing the least amount of latency possible.
I haven't lost this setup yet so far. I have the frame into the arm over arm circle. For me, it's historically always been a very good event for me.
The frame carry to arm over arm. Yeah, again, arm over arm, I absolutely love. Frame carry into arm over arm. I expect a lot out of myself on that one. Having
So,
good grip and quick footwork.
who do I have winning the whole thing?
It's a favorite event.
Tom Stoltman.
He's one to watch, especially with my grip.
Expect to do really well. You know, there's other fast guys on the
But,
Evan Singletons and Tom
um,
who are ferociously fast. And
but Banana Hammock is
that much better.
correct. That would make a good poll. Let's see here. Let's do it this way.
No lack of confidence for Nick Guardione as he comes into this second event. He believes in his athleticism, the dynamism that he can put on display here.
he really does, and he's constantly improving, you know, and performing, which is so good to see. Our first athlete coming out here could really set a good time. Eddie Williams, not the best log lifter in the world. This is much more his thing, and he really is built well. When we think about keys to this type of event, grip strength is one of the biggest elements, forearm and grip strength. Eddie has humongous hands, huge forearms, and his grip is just one of the absolute best. Obviously, you need to have strong legs and strong back to pick up this frame and run down that course. And then when it comes to that arm over arm, grip strength, once again, you need the endurance in the forearms and then lots of back power, upper back power, and leg power.
Canadians have great grip strength. Why?
Oh my goodness, I'm already tired. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good.
It is. It's part of
Ugh.
Canadian strength.
And they're up. And they're moving. And Eddie is moving really, really well. Eddie is blistering down that course. Derwinski crosses the line.
Now this is a ratcheting system, so you don't have to hold.
Eddie is a deceivingly large man.
Looking phenomenal here. He's
Really good performance for Eddie Williams. He's just a deceivingly large dude.
I promise you, some of those big log lifters that we saw won't beat those times.
That was about a 30-second finish for Eddie Williams.
So Eddie had a slower start than Wesley, but once he
Nice
got
job.
going, he was rapid.
Our second duo is going to be Tristan Hoth going up against Bryce
What'd they say the total weight of that frame is?
that has tremendous grip strength.
820?
Laz, let's talk about grip strength and how it factors into the keys to what we're looking at.
Yeah, as I keep saying, you know, grip strength is super important, but you need the back strength, you need the leg strength.
Yeah.
Move quick with these objects. Both of these objects, it's not
It's
just
good stuff.
lifting the weight, you've got to do them quickly. We're on the clock here, so you've got to be trying to blast through. Even when you finish that frame, moving fast from the frame to the arm over arm, you can save yourself a few seconds there. So speed and
Will anybody be watching the UFC when they're done watching big people lift big stuff?
Resetting our 75-second clock, not a factor at all for each of the first athletes.
I suspect many of you to be in bed by the time we call it quits today,
On the 10-foot
if not already there.
pull. There is Bryce Johnson, former football player at St. Cloud State, went to camp with the Dallas Cowboys. He's also one of the biggest in frame competitors that we have here.
he is a huge man. When I stand next to him, it's like you standing next to me.
Let's see. This is too many shows here. Can't get stronger if you don't have proper training legs.
Bryce Johnson, currently
Bed faux show.
man, and we are off 820 pounds.
Running, 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 running. Bryce has big steps.
Dying with these frames. Bryce is super quick.
Athletically leaping out of that
Big steps for Bryce.
belonging to Hoth.
I don't think it was the. I think they were kind of tied on the first pull there. So I'm going to disagree with the commentary.
Time could go by the wayside, and he does. Bryce Johnson beats it. Got done in under 30 seconds.
Tristan was not far behind as well.
Wow. Looks like this is going to be one of those events where we start talking now and say something that has never, ever, ever been said about a Brian Shaw event before. People are going to be like, they made this too light.
The reverse order of the event prior. It's like golf, honor system with who goes next. So you really don't know whose strength is on the
Yeah, that's never been said about a Brian Shaw event before, but that's what people are going to be saying real soon.
No, I mean, this kind of event as well, you just got to kind of get it done as quick as possible. Don't worry about what anyone else is doing. Focus on your lane. Blast down the track with that frame. Get your hands onto that rope as quick as possible and just pull. My mentality as a former athlete, doing an event like this would be like, right, it's going to be painful, but just focus on getting it done as fast as you can.
well, then it's painful for less time.
Exactly. And then you can rest for longer. As
How
you said-
heavy is this frame? Just by
Finally, an event that doesn't kill athletes. I'm sure it still kill them,
820
but
pounds is a huge deadlift.
manageable death.
Pick that weight up is impressive.
That'd actually probably be a pretty good way to go about these things. One killer event followed by a recovery event, alternating back and forth between events that are just,
Running with that kind of weight.
yeah,
These are really
destroy you,
man.
and then events that allow you to get a little bit back in.
mile above sea level. And the thin air
Although recovery at altitude is not exactly like recovery anywhere else,
breathe a mile high.
which I think I just heard them talking about Mile High, so maybe they were making the same comment that I was while I was making it. I don't know. The frame is pretty cool looking, and I'd like to see this design used at a lot of places. Rogue did a great job.
Early put down for Shane Flowers. He wanted to be really good at this event as well.
And I'll tell you what, this just shows you how impressive our first two heats were. Because these guys are super strong. Shane is a massive deadlifter. Maxime, he's excelled at these type of events before. But our first four athletes, making Maxime look pedestrian.
Maxime has to pull these oil rig parts 10 feet.
One more big pull.
100 pounds.
One more big pull. There you go.
And he will not beat the
Nah.
ahead of him. 42 seconds unofficially left on the clock in a countdown from 75.
Yeah, I like the frame.
And Flowers
The fact that Shane Flowers moved about 4 feet with it is bad news for Mr. Trey Mitchell. And even though I rarely ever root for the guys, and I usually root for good competition because I'm a fan of the sport and not a fan of specific athletes, generally speaking, I do have a soft spot in my heart for the big thicket. So, as a self proclaimed, confessed, admitted Trey Mitchell fan, I'm a bit saddened because I think that he's going to not love this frame and it's going to not be very nice to the big fella.
First of two times we're going to see the oil rigs play a factor at this competition. We'll also see it in the finale tomorrow. We are in oil country. Colorado is one of the top 5 oil-producing states in the U.S., so kudos to Brian Shaw for tying in the area, the location,
All right.
the culture into the competition.
Boy, those fellas look pretty big themselves.
You'll walk off with one of those trophies. They're nice.
They look fantastic.
Even the help is big.
Arm wrestling, so I'm happy enough.
Are you getting a seat for the hammer on the way home, or do you?
I might have to, man. It's heavy.
Hey, look, Ed Cohen,
Pay the fee to put that in your check.
one of, if not the greatest power lifter of all time.
All right, so Josh Spurgeon comes out.
How many events are happening today?
Guardione.
Quattro.
Guys that finish.
And when you ask tomorrow,
Bobby Thompson.
Quattro.
Bobby Thompson
4 events each day.
is back after missing on his final log lift attempt. Was down for a couple of seconds.
Spurgeon. Spurgeon. Spurgeon.
Pickup shouldn't be an issue. It's whether their grip holds out on this frame.
Come on, Bobby.
And off we go. Spurgeon with a great pick and a great start. The former offensive lineman for Toledo. Look at that
This is
football
great.
skill.
Really good there by Josh. Bobby needs to get that grip locked in.
That was 10 seconds for Spurgeon to get here. Now it's
I think Bobby's hands are probably a little too small.
That's a male grizzly bear going up.
Those handles look pretty thick.
Bobby is down on the floor again. Josh isn't going to challenge our quick opening athletes, but a good time there. Be happy to finish. Bobby once again on the floor. I'm worried.
All right, then.
Today.
And the medical team is coming out to attend to Bobby as
That's 2 more fellas done.
back up off the ground. You could see in the way that Josh attacked that event how quickly he ran down 50 feet with 800 pounds, but then the
Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
Josh has smaller hands for
Just listening, my body hurts.
worked hard, and it's good to finish this frame without any drops. The thickness of the rope.
If I was a crude, crass guy like most of the guys that we have coming in here, I'd say some kind of stupid, inappropriate comment, Sharon, about making your body hurt more. But I am above that kind of behavior and above that kind of talk, and I will have no part in telling you the truth that I would make your body hurt more than just, listening to events. I don't say that kind of stuff. I don't talk that kind of way. And anyone that does, I flat out reject and tell them, get out of here. But I would. But I wouldn't say that. All right. So anyway. Strongest man on earth. Strongest man on earth.
Yeah, he's got life sorted, just enjoys his training, works hard, keeps trying to get better. And he's going to learn a lot from this experience. This is the biggest lineup, biggest competition he's ever been in.
I'd be a better coach for being a con artist than a pickup artist. But when you think about it, they're kind of one and the same. It's just whether they're trying to steal your money or your clothes.
He's going to be up against Evan
Yeah.
Singleton, who is rapid at this type of. This is an event that Evan Singleton,
Nicholas Guardione.
one of the quickest athletes when it comes to moving with heavy.
This should be a good round here. Both Guardione and Evan Singleton, they're 2 of your more athletic performers. This should be a good round, I think.
of the first event, he said, I thought I could have won my first World's Strongest Man. Spent 3 weeks rehabbing
I think my dog wants out of the room, so I'm going to let my dog out of the room.
in 3 weeks
And won his next competition.
by beating everybody. Beat Mitch Hooper at Giant Slide.
Yeah, he's in form.
Guardione, confident though. His first competition at this level. One of the major competitions coming
Ooh.
here to Colorado.
All right.
The strongest man on earth.
This should be a good heat.
And away we go.
And look at these, both rapid. Evan Singleton just ahead. Both moving well, but
Oh,
down. No
not good if you're Nicholas Guardione. He's probably tore open a callus.
Collins tattooed on his hands, pulling that
As soon as you look down at your hands, you know they've done something.
beat for
Evan Singleton. That's probably your new overall leader, right?
Singleton there. Yes, he knows he's got it.
Yeah.
Cheer. Now Nick Guardiola needs to dig deep and get this frame up.
Guardione was with him step by step by step until the hand gave out.
Evan Singleton, and the grip is going on Guardione.
And that's hand strength there. He's got the back and leg strength to lift this. The hands have given up. Evan coming over to cheer him on.
Well, you gave it the old college try, Nick.
Has to be so relentless because if you have the hand strength to get this rig over the line,
Don't try to pick it up again. You're just hurting yourself for the rest of the competition.
Frame is there just
You're not going to move it again.
to fatigue you before you get to that arm over
Just
arm.
let the 12 seconds help you out, man.
bows out. 5 seconds under the time cap.
Normally Guardiola's grip's very good. I'm surprised there. I was expecting him to finish that one.
He's got a great event coming up.
Yeah, Singleton should be top 3 in this event. Vipin says he should win the event. No worse than second, really.
Sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
This was an event tailor made for Evan Singleton, especially in this field. I could think of some guys that could beat him, but those guys aren't here. So,
Exactly what Singleton needed.
so yeah, I think I going into this event, I thought this was a win for Evan all day long. I couldn't see him doing worse than second unless he did something weird, which is always a possibility with Evan Singleton.
Great opportunity for Singleton also to display the static strength. He is good at here, pick this up, not just dynamic strongman.
Sure. I mean, yeah, when it comes to these type of moving events, speed is something he excels at, but he has enough power to go with that. Maybe not the complete static strength that Lucas has.
So yeah, good event there for Mr. Evan Singleton. Can they wrap their hands for this, or do they have to do it bare hands? They have this and chalk available at their disposal.
Makes him a great all-round strongman.
If your name's Trey Mitchell, you wish they'd let you use straps in frame carries, but they don't really do that. Yeah, you can tell just from looking on the screen, and it's kind of hard to judge from the video. From that far away, I can tell that those handles are really, really thick. So if you're a shorter guy, you're probably going to have smaller hands. If you're a bigger guy who just happens to have smaller hands, that frame's not going to be very friendly. I've got a really good grip for a short guy, but I am a short guy, so events like this are always hard for me too. My hand's not big enough for me to hook grip anything, and I usually just can't wrap my hands around anything.
Foytu moving really well at the top of the screen.
Good job, Andre Foytu.
Gotta move, but he's got a chance.
And interestingly, Andre goes down.
A little bit of slip there. Foytu slipping with each pull. He's lost his speed.
It'll be darn close between the two of them, and I think Foytu knows he was so close with that tap of the hand to the
I don't think he's that close. Couple slips on the rope there. So
How challenging this first fight is. We've seen now 4 athletes.
again, he beat Nick Guardione. He beat his training partner. He is kind of trying to cheat a little bit by scooting the frame rather than lift the frame. You got to admire that. Yeah, see, he's just scooting it rather than picking it up. You can't really do that. Hopefully they drag it back and take a few of those inches away from him. Because he clearly scooted it 3 times. But you know the old saying, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Austin put it down originally.
and that is time.
They mark to the front of the implement. And you can see he kind of dragged a little bit further.
Boy, put a shirt on.
He got out hot, though.
He did. Look how quick he's moving here with this frame. Locked in. Good foot speed.
It was a bit of a redeeming event there for Foytu.
And just a fraction
He's
slower
pretty athletic for a big boy.
than Evans seemed.
Yes, he did, I believe.
Of 700 pounds to the top of a basketball hoop.
Trey and Lucas did break the American log record. Lucas broke it twice. Trey broke it once. Lucas broke it the one time that mattered, which is at the end. Lucas broke it.
Thomas Evans.
Trey broke Lucas's record, and then Lucas re-broke Trey's record.
Incredible athletes right here.
So Lucas was the American record holder twice within about 10 minutes.
Nearly 400 pounds. Sitting in
Maybe 15 minutes, because that second round went pretty long.
but he is a three-time world's strongest man. Thomas Evans looking for his third international victory, but what would be his first major. Feeling good. He was sixth here 2 years ago.
Both these guys need a big performance here on this event. Tom Stoltman will have looked at these events and really fancy his chances. The next two events on day one.
I expect Thomas Evans to do pretty well here.
He's very, very good when it comes to arm over arm. Sometimes the frame can cause him problems. He gets that grip locked in and he can finish quickly and he will just eat up the arm over arm, but he needs to focus on this first implement.
Both of these guys should do pretty well here, to be honest.
There's a fine line because chalk helps your grip, but if you get chalk in the knurling, it's not going to help you.
You want to make sure you can get it perfectly set for yourself. Give yourself every advantage. Sometimes you get some
Yeah,
skill from the
it's talking about the thickness of those handles, how it's not going to favor the little guys. It's definitely not going to hurt Tom Stoltman's big old hands. If he can't handle, it's just because his grip isn't there, but he should be able to hold the frame no problem.
unstable, but he's holding it.
Handles.
He get across the line. Oh, he's
The grip is a problem. Oh, he didn't get it. He dropped it a little early. Oh, that doesn't work. They you can't let him do that.
And look at the advantage he has with those leads.
They let him scoot it across the line, just like they were letting Andrade scoot the front. You can't let the guy scoot it. And if you're gonna do that, if I'm in one of the guys in the heats up next, I don't even bother to pick up the stupid frame. I think Trey Mitchell, you've got your answer. You already know you're gonna have trouble picking up the frame and carrying it. Don't even worry about it. Just grab there and scoot it along. Act like it's a push cart. Just scoot it across the freaking floor.
Put the frame down. They haven't been able to pick it back up. It's almost like once you're down, you're down.
Well, an 820-pound deadlift for one is tough. But when you take away any straps and your grip starts to go and then you just cannot hold on to it, you can't apply that leg and back power. The grip is just gone on these guys, and that is the biggest factor. Look how exhausted Thomas Evans is there. He's falling over the equipment. His legs are shaking. So much effort into these events. He barely stand up. Even now, he's looking a little bit dazed.
Although he was going back to try to continue moving the frame, not realizing there was only 1 second
These
left.
are the events where the altitude gets to them as well. Where
Yeah,
fitness, their heart rate shoots.
I picked Tom as my overall winner. So it's in my best interest from a prediction standpoint to be well behind this and be like, yeah, it's perfectly fine. This is not fine. That is not okay. I can't, but I don't even hold it against Tom that much. Who I fault is Jerry Pritchett. He's the judge, he's the referee. It's his job to stop that. He had no business allowing that.
Able to finish in what right now
You screwed that up, Jerry Pritchett.
and now it is Mitchell and Hatton going.
I'm sure they could.
And people talk about
Um,
a lot, but Trey Mitchell's grip
yeah.
tested here. That dates back to
I want Shaw to come out here on screen, and he's done it before in his events last year. There was a lot of drama, and explain the rules.
And historically, frames around this kind of weight have not been good.
Maybe it's in the rules that it's okay. I can't imagine that it would be. That sounds preposterous to me.
That nerve damage seems to really affect what he's capable of.
I that just straight up seems wrong.
Trey will be looking at the likes of Bobby Thompson, the likes of Shane Flowers.
And I meant what I said. If I'm some of these guys
Really need
like Trey who might have trouble picking this thing up, I don't even bother to pick it up.
if he doesn't lift this at all,
Stay on the back,
zero, and that
put your hands on the bottom two weight bars, and push it like it's a sled. Drive it like you're driving a football sled.
and he's up. This is good, but he's down already.
Well, Trey picked it up, so he doesn't get a zero.
Coming into this competition.
Told you after the log, these two are the best at the log, but this event is not their best.
You also have to consider the fact that Hatton broke the log American record twice less than an hour ago.
And he's got some brilliant events to come. Both of these men have brilliant events to come. But this is damage control. Do you think the guys that came last
Yeah.
on the log,
If they were just watching Tom, they should just take my advice and scoot the damn thing.
consistency is going to be key.
That's probably the dirtiest word you guys have ever heard me say on one of my streams, huh?
Looking to pick up more points. We keep talking about how important points are. He's got to focus on people's targets.
And Trey Mitchell's done. 15 seconds left to go until the time cap.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Feed Hatton.
The only consolation for Trey
Wow.
is that Lucas
That's very gutty and gritty from Thomas Hatton.
gained too many points on him.
Or Lucas Hatton. Why did I say Thomas Hatton? Oh, it's because I'm still mad about the Tom Stoltman situation, right?
Fastest overall time for the completed event is obviously your first score. Distance on the arm over arm is the second.
Man.
And then distance of the frame carried checks in as your third score.
So unofficially, we think Evan Singleton has taken the win on this event. The big question is the other.
So anyway,
Eddie Williams takes the win. And he was the first man.
anyway,
That was such a good performance from the big
I am kind of upset with Jerry Pritchett.
We will wait for the official results. Eddie Williams is coming out now. What a result for Eddie Williams.
42 was great as well. As Eddie Williams is with Neil. Neil pickup with Eddie.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the singing superstar of strongman, Eddie Williams. Yeah, baby. Eddie, mate, that was an unbelievably brutal event. You went out first, and you set the bar, and you set it high.
It was a great event to be able to, kind of set the bar high, especially with Wesley. We're known for having really good grip.
Trey managed to pick the bar up. Well, I guess frame. I'm not going to call it a bar. Trey picked it up, so that's better than I actually thought he was going to do. It's not a zero. I really thought he was going to zero the event. What really sucks about that combination for Trey Mitchell is the frame carrying arm over arm, which they do at the strongest man on earth, is that if it was just like arm over arm, Trey Mitchell is really good at the arm over arm. But he can't get to the arm over arm to show that because he can't carry a frame. But apparently what we just learned is you don't need to carry a frame. You can just scoot the frame. Apparently that's okay.
I'm friends with all
So,
these guys, so pushing them. I want to see them do their best. That's what all we want to see. So it just makes all of us better. So yeah.
Now, Eddie, myself and Brian just a moment ago were talking about the brutal mix of events we got, not only today, but then you
ugh.
wake up tomorrow.
Well, I guess the fact that it happened to Tom Stoltman and Mitchell Hooper isn't there means that we can have event drama without it revolving around Mitchell Hooper getting favorable calls.
Zeroing an event and coming out unscathed.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise it up and show your love for Eddie Williams. He is your event winner here at the strongest man on earth. Event number 2. And we will get for our third event here at the Shore Classic.
Eddie Williams takes the win in 23.4. Then it was Singleton in 24.03 seconds. Bryce Johnson had a great finish, 42.
Okay, distances.
Thought maybe he had an opportunity to get a little bit higher when he slammed his hand down afterwards, but a great finish.
There we go. 10th place and beyond were unable to finish.
That's a tough one for Trey Mitchell.
So we had 6 guys who did not finish. The shortest distance belonging to a gentleman by the name of Trey Mitchell. Which, going into it, everyone predicted this was worst event for Trey Mitchell, and he was probably going to zero it or at best pick it up and that call it a day with 1 point. So he got exactly what you thought you were going to get from Trey Mitchell in this. It's just too much makeup ground to have an event like that. But Tom Stolt, man, so suspect, so very, very sus. You guys know that I'm going to have to make a video about that, right? You know I'm going to have to make a video about the Tom Stoltman frame carry. I don't think I'll be able to help myself.
Missed his first log lift, and now he's in second place overall. That's a good recovery. Stoltman is in second, and then Hatton, he'll take a fourth place.
Hatton will be happy. Hatton knows that today is damage control. He has some tremendous events tomorrow. Log obviously was tremendous as well. If he's finishing today,
Was the top 5 in the second event. I don't know that the results are on that page yet, but we can pretend they are. Don't have the events there yet, or the results yet. Or maybe it doesn't also refresh like the actual site does, since I'm using the stream thing. I don't know. Maybe I go like this and back there. No. Could do this maybe. Refresh it. It doesn't appear to have refreshed yet. Excuse me. Anyway, you had Eddie Williams win it. You had Evan Singleton finish second. After that, I don't remember. I'm too busy hung up on the fact that Tom Stoltman did not deserve to go to the arm over arm. Now, I think he probably could have picked the frame up and carried it the 2-3 inches that he needed, but he didn't do that. He scooted it the 2 or 3 inches he needed, and I don't think that's okay. So we are halfway through day 1, folks. Bum, 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 bum. Ending of the poll. Ending of the poll. How many people withdraw from the competition before all is said and done? Half the people think it's 2. A fifth of our people think it will be more than 3. And then 14% apiece for 1 and 3. I think we will lose 2 people officially by the time the competition is done, but probably another 2 or 3 even, but 2 I'll say, that probably should excuse themselves but out of their own stubbornness will keep pressing, even though they shouldn't, and just keep taking last place finishes.
Times in 1 minute. Athletes, come on out, the five of you. Vache, you're up first.
It looks to me like now they're going to play a game of musical chairs. Strongman musical chairs.
I don't know if you understand how hard this truly is. We did 333 last year, and we had to put on more weight this year. Let's give it up.
Some good old strength competition here for people who care.
Vache, ready, set, go. One, two,
2, 3.
come on, Vache, crowd, you want to see him lift this? Let's give him some energy.
Let's give him some energy. Yeah. I still kind of want to see strongman musical chairs. Come on. There's not a person in here
Four,
that wouldn't love to see strongman musical chairs. Be honest. You'd love to see those big guys trying to sit down and falling on their butts and then having trouble getting off the ground.
the next 18 seconds.
If you say you wouldn't enjoy that, you're a liar. You know for a fact that you would love to see strongman musical chairs just as much as I would.
No lift. Vache, that's 5 reps. Let's give him a hand. Now we have Corey Loper, a farmer.
Corey Loper, a farmer,
Ready, set, go.
arm lifting.
One, two,
Okay, I have to admit, this part isn't exactly thrilling for me.
come on, Corey.
The strongman musical chairs would definitely be more entertaining than this,
Put it under control.
for sure.
Good reps. Come on, crowd. You have 30 seconds left. Come on, Corey.
Another yawn. I apologize. They'll show the results on the screen briefly. They did in the last one. They'll probably show it again before we get going to the third event, I suspect. You could also go to Strongman Archives, which
10 seconds.
have they posted the results of the second event yet? No, I just checked. But if you're not familiar with the results, Sharon, Strongman Archives is an excellent resource for coverage.
Next, we have
I usually give them a few dollars each year
Myers Cow.
because it's a good place to go get statistics. I do a lot of my research from there. It's really a good resource.
Ready,
Sometimes they update it really quickly. Sometimes they're a bit of slackers, but it's an excellent resource.
three. Come on, Coral.
I think the answer to that is there's several different answers for that potentially banana hammock, but one of which is just goes back to what I was talking about with the size of the handles. On that frame, those handles looked really, really thick. And let's not forget that Lucas Hatton is a bit vertically challenged. Not as vertically challenged as me. So I suspect when these frames have really thick handles, Lucas has trouble wrapping his hands around. And even if you can pick up some big weights, and even if you have a big grip, if you can't wrap your hands around it, it's pretty hard to hold stuff. I suspect that when he carried that frame at Rogue up that ramp, that those handles were a little bit smaller, a little bit easier for him to get his hands around. And I suspect that's a big part of the answer. I don't know if that's the whole answer. I don't even know if I'm on the right track or not. but that's my guess. I saw that same thing. You and I both know though that these guys often say stuff that they don't mean and just say what they you want say what they want us to hear.
Tanner, are you ready? Set, go. One, two, three. Come on, crowd.
He might even like them that way. He might. I suspect it's a problem. I also suspect that uh, when we're saying, what is the answer? Well, you've got that as a potential answer, or you've got to go fishing for answers. So I don't know.
Come on, Tanner.
I think it's a pretty good idea. I'm open to other potential answers if you got them.
15 seconds, Tanner. Come on, crowd. Make some noise. Nine.
Sounds like the fans who are in attendance are enjoying this event. Maybe it's because it's a bunch of people that they weren't looking to see and they're just trying to cheer on the amateur guys who are doing something to give them some support. I don't know, but I find this pretty boring.
Competitor from Spokane, Washington. Derek, are you ready?
Well, they said they posted the official results when they were showing it. I don't think anyone's really complaining about Tom anywhere, probably, except for in this chat and on Reddit. Those are probably the only two places where people are probably complaining about Tom. My mouth, this chat room, and Reddit. Everywhere else is probably okay with it, but I'm not okay with it. And again, I don't really fault Tom for it much. I don't really call it cheating because I think the fault is Jerry Pritchett, not Tom. The competitor is just they're going to do what they do, and especially if they haven't been told not to. And I'm going to guess they probably hadn't been told not to, which is why Jerry allowed it. I still don't like it no matter what. But it's the ref's job to enforce that. Uh, and I also my eyes maybe my memory is faulty, but I also kind of remember that after Tom scooted it, it looked like he looked to Jerry for approval, and Jerry nodded. So you know, like Jerry basically gave him the approval and said it's okay. So I don't know. For me the for me it is a Jerry Pritchett mistake, not a Tom Stoltman mistake. But again, maybe the rules say that it's perfectly okay for them to scoot it. And if it is, I don't know why more guys didn't just do that. But in my opinion, if it is okay, and like I said, I can't imagine that it is, it shouldn't be. It just seems patently stupid. Still no result on Strongman Archives for the second event. Well, that's the thing though, Sharon. When you say it's not right for the guys that follow the rules, I agree. If it's against the rules, they didn't post the rules anywhere. We're all just assuming that it's against the rules because it seems like it should be. It seems like that shouldn't be allowed. But I don't know. I didn't see the rule book. I haven't seen them posted anywhere. Maybe they did follow the rules. Maybe it's okay. It's just I'm skeptical of that, and it seems like it shouldn't be allowed. But I haven't seen a rule book anywhere, and that brings me to another interesting discussion. And I'll actually appreciate you for kind of making us have the opportunity to talk about this, Sharon, with your comment. And that's that I have long been an advocate that our sport needs a lot more consistency. We need to have rules in competition that when you go from one competition to another competition to another competition to another competition, that you have a standard universal rule set like you do with MMA or boxing or any other sport out there, usually you know what's allowed and what's not allowed before you ever get there. And our contests are still very much up to the promoter, up to the venue, up to the blah 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 to decide how they want to do it, everything. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think we need standardization among our rules. MMA does have standard rules set. It's called the universal rules. Now, not everyone will follow them, just like baseball has a rule set. But if you leave the pros, then you can use aluminum bats. And AAA has different rules than major leagues and so on and so forth. There are always exceptions, but they do have a standard rule set, and MMA does as well. You have the universal rules. I am actually an MMA judge, so if you want to argue this point with me, feel free. But I'm licensed, so I think I'll probably beat you. But back to the comment, Sharon. Um, that's something that I personally believe that uh, the sport of strongman needs big time. Is we need some standardization of rules. It's ridiculous that if you go to 4 different events and you have the same exact event at all 4 contests, it's very possible that they might run the event 4 different ways. Let's see here. Did Strongman Archives update anything yet? Uh, it looks. Oh, that's weird. There we go. Okay, we have some results. Let me see if it's updated here. I can't really sort it, I don't think. Um, yeah, that's still not. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's go like this. Control X. Save it. Let's go back in. Repaste the results so that it gets a fresh set. There we go. Cool. And it's probably not clickable, is it? Nope. I can't sort them with this version since I'm using the browser extension rather than the browser, and I apologize for that. But there's your results. You can see that Eddie Williams took first in the carrying hoist, Evan Singleton second, Bryce Johnson third, Andre Foyatu fourth, Tristan Hoth fifth, Tom Stoltman sixth. And then you can feel free to go down the list. Your overall leader right now is Evan Singleton on the top after 2 events. Andre Foyatu is just a half a point behind at 24 and a half. Tom Stoltman, who I predicted would win the whole dang thing and have been complaining about for the last 20 minutes, seems a bit ironic and seems like I'm talking out of the side of my mouth, but I like fairness, dang it, is in third with 23. And then you have a 2-way tie for fourth with Thomas Heavens and Lucas Hatton at 21 points apiece.
Blue Arena is the site of the strongest man on earth. It is the Shaw Classic here in Loveland, Colorado.
That's where we're at after 2 events, people.
Blue Arena, home of the Colorado Eagles hockey team. You know, you come to a hockey game, you watch some hockey, you get some beer. Where's beer come from? Kegs. What do we do with kegs? Throw them as far as we can. Alongside Big Laz, Joel Gadek, glad to have you along with us. Kegs for max weight.
Oh.
A little bit different this one. Normally we're looking at max height. Sometimes we're looking at a speed with a run through. This time they just get heavier each round. 15 feet is the target that each keg has to go over. If you get that, you move up in weight. We have some of the best throwers on the planet here today. This is going to be an exciting one.
You saw Nick Gardione, a.k.a. Salt Bay there.
Are you still here, Banana Hammock?
Take a look at the standings. Andre Foytu talked about the importance of 1 point when Lucas Hatton set the American record for the log clean and press in event 1. Hatton is in 4th. He's tied with Thomas Evans. And a really good debut by Josh Spurgeon.
Yeah, Josh really will be looking at that scoreboard, being very, very happy with.
Okay, Banana Hammock. Speaking of Jace being a man of many talents, here's a here's a question for you. It's not just for you. Anyone can answer if they feel like it. But I think this will be interesting. Who can guess what is the subject matter of the new YouTube channel that I will be starting soon?
Keep trying to do the best he can to fend him off.
Trey Mitchell took a 1 in that last event.
Trey needs to do everything he can to get back into that top 5, so he's in contention for tomorrow. Shane Flowers in
Taking a look at our
The subject matter of the new.
max weight here and what that entails. This is going to start at 50.
Who do I think wins the keg toss?
25.
Probably Bryce or Tom Stoltman or maybe Wesley Derwinski. He has shown a tremendous ability to throw stuff. He's got the shoulder thing happening. It's for weight rather than so. It's tough to say. It's tough to say.
I'll certainly be getting excited. That would be
It's tough to say. But I think those would be some front runners.
Tom Stoltman, Shane Nick Guardione, Wes Dewinski, all these guys have backed it up time and time again.
Okay, I'm gonna get ready to post something here.
Not seen this type of throw. Last year we saw the throw for height. Often we see a series of, say, 6 to 8 kegs. This is power. Who can throw the heaviest weight over that 15-foot bar?
Our order of operations is the inverse of the finish from our last event. So honor system.
There you go. There's your results through event
On event 2, he will go
2.
event 3, followed by Shane Flowers, who is one of our better throwers, so he's going to set the tempo early.
All right. So now that I've done that, I'll go back to where I was. Okay. So the subject matter of the new YouTube channel I will be starting will actually be called Story Time with Jace. So something you guys don't know is that I write children's books. And soon I'm going to be producing a channel where I read those books. So there you go. Another interesting tidbit that you guys won't care about because it has nothing to do with strength sports and points to how weird Jace is. This guy who likes to play chess and likes to dress like dwarves and also apparently writes children's books. So yeah. I'm a different cat.
You know, we have 5 of the best speed throwers for sandbags in the world. So it'll be really interesting to see how that carries over to a max weight on a keg. We're going to see who truly is the best thrower.
You have to excuse me while I get my creatine gummies in.
Find out who truly is the best thrower. Keg
One of the few brands out there that's okay to buy if you like gummies.
You can over that bar. As we said, we do have some incredible throwers.
Most of the creatine gummies are just junk. They're just candy.
Tremendous height, tremendous wingspan. The release
I know, Mark. I owe you guys some LARPing and dwarfs. I have went to the gym that way a few times. I just haven't recorded it.
the trajectory is so important. You'll see guys throw it
I decided I wasn't going to do the whole channel, but there's nothing stopping me from posting a video or two for sure.
throw these kegs. Some guys have trained with sandbags. Some guys have trained with kegs in parking lots, in backyards. They haven't been able to throw them because there's cars parked. Some of them haven't been able to get
I've also
kegs. So what's your training look like?
been dabbling with magic again because I used to do magic a lot when I was younger, and so I've been annoying some of the people at the gym lately by doing magic tricks for them. They pretend to like it, but I have a feeling they're probably all thinking, "Go away and let me complete my workout, dude."
Trey Mitchell goes first. You get 2 attempts at each weight. We're starting at 55 pounds. You have a 30-second window in which to throw.
What we'll find is this first round for a lot of the guys, this is still warming up. This is learning on the job. You said for those guys that maybe haven't had the kegs,
I like the fact that these are for weight, heavy, and height. And they're not just doing this like speed run, like fastest person through them.
see people really dropping out. And
55-pound keg because that's all I could find. So we'll find out what happens. Here is Shane Flowers currently sitting in 16th place.
I need something to drink.
He is one of the better throwers in this field.
Oh yeah, Flowers could do well at this. I didn't even think about him.
I love the catching apparatus too. It makes you feel like you're in a carnival.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's so simple, but it works so well.
I don't think Bobby will do very well here.
So far, 2 events down, and Bobby Thompson has ended up on the floor on both of those events. He's still standing. He's okay.
I'm guessing everyone gets through the first round.
100% on everything.
They may not, but I'm guessing everyone gets through the first round.
The painted keg.
Interesting technique.
Well, that was weird.
Over no problem for Bobby.
What are the different techniques to this? We've seen
That was a bit weird.
Bobby go with the one-arm.
One hand, wind up, drop it back down to 2 hands, stall,
Yeah, a lot of people
go up.
different.
Might have been okay if there hadn't been the pause, but when you did the pause, you lost all the momentum from your initial swing. That just seemed like really bad technique. Bobby's only 32, feels like 40, looks like 55.
Grab that lip with both hands.
And his beard is 143.
Really works for him. No problem there.
Guardione with the bigger throw.
Early on in the weight climb.
Guardione, if you watch him throw in their gym when they're outside, he usually launches things way over whatever they're throwing and way past whatever they're throwing. It looks like Nick Guardione can throw.
I don't think you'll have any problem with this weight, but as it gets heavier, you really want to get through as easy as you can. No problem there for the big man. A couple of years
Yeah, I think everybody gets through the first round for sure.
bigger kegs, and that would have been a huge problem for someone like Lucas.
And now Austin Andrade. One of the guys that likes the change of going to weight instead of going to height.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go.
And Andrade clears easily. He came in 8th place overall.
Whoa.
But within plenty of striking
That sounded like it was in a trash compactor there.
competition that is made for guys like him.
Is this the one they have to throw over the pole? Yeah, they throw it over a pole. Sure. Can you not see the video, Sharon? Are you just listening to us talk about it, or can you actually see anything?
Thomas Evans taking the keg sideways. We're seeing a few different techniques, all working so far.
Let's talk strategy a little bit, Laz, as we go through when you throw. Everybody is throwing at 55 pounds, 25 kilograms. Maxime Boudreau
You guys remember?
will be 5-pound jump.
You guys remember year before last at the World's Strongest Man where we had the
And I'm good. I think
accident on the beach where a fan got hit by the implement,
New event, we won't see that many guys passing weights.
and then I had to pause my stream so I could pray for the person. Was anybody around for that stream where the fan got hit?
On the body, just throwing one keg. I think we'll see most guys take each round, not want to risk suddenly dropping a lot of points if they do skip lifts. This is our birthday boy, Wesley Dewinski, celebrating.
Wesley Derwinski.
He's a fantastic thrower. He will want big points on this event.
usually you don't throw the keg
Was World's Strongest Man 2023, I believe.
Those type of celebrations,
Maybe it's 2024.
at least.
All right, here's your favorite. The Albatross, Tom Stoltman.
It was 2024. It was last year, right?
Just look at him. He's built to throw. The wingspan, the height, and then he's got tremendous power through that body as well. Let's see how easy this 55-pound is. That was pretty comfortable.
He didn't even have to try.
No, you can see there he didn't apply maximum force. He's just warming up, keeping the hips loose. And to be fair, no one's looked like they've gone to really force anything yet.
Oh, gosh.
Just warm up this lift. Get yourself used to being out here.
Ugh.
Now Josh Spurgeon.
When this event is over, I'm taking a little break to get myself something to drink.
Of the weekend.
He has never thrown a
I normally have like a milk jug in here or a 2-liter bottle of something. Woo!
first keg over, settles, and as he started off brilliantly, throwing has been the one event he struggled with the most in training.
Leads into Tristan Hoth.
So they throw a lot of things in our sport, Sharon, over rods and rails and poles and everything else. Yeah, it's not really a pole. I mean, there's a horizontal pole between two beams, so you're not wrong. um, but yeah, they're just throwing kegs over a bar.
Important factor will be if people tie, doing the keg first will get you points over someone that misses on the first attempt and gets it on the second attempt.
Just like track and field.
I like keg throws, even though I don't drink. I probably don't get as much out of it as your normal, I guess, person that likes to throw a few back.
Failed lift we've seen, or failed throw.
And that was a trajectory miss more than
Absolutely. He's got the power for this. Just needs to correct. But then these are nervous times. When you miss that first one, he's adjusted and he gets it. Stood back a bit closer to the implement that time.
So that makes him in last place by virtue of not getting the first keg over.
big exhale, though.
Yes. When you're near the end and everyone has gone
Basically a
cleared it easily,
13-way
the guy that misses.
tie for first right now.
Now Bryce Johnson, the reigning North America's
And then,
strongest man.
Sharon, don't apologize for asking questions. Ask more of them. Most of my streams are just me rambling incessantly for 1 hour or 2 hour or 3 hours or 4 hours, just talking to myself because a lot of times nobody is talking. So you ask all the questions you want.
But as Evan Singleton walks up here, describe the technique it takes for each of these guys to throw this keg.
It comes from triple
Evan Singleton,
the hips all working together.
currently in first place after 2 events, so the little graphic on the screen says that some of you cannot see.
Power. They're just strong and powerful.
Not naming any names.
Dynamic, a little bit more explosive. Evan, no problem there. Little strut away.
And he's doing some sort of strange, I guess, dance move.
Is there a strategic difference to hold
And then he gives a DX chop because
upright? How do you
apparently this is 2006.
So everyone's built slightly differently. Everyone's leverage is different. So you figure out what feels best for you. There's no right or wrong answer with that. The guys have figured out what they feel best with. We're seeing a lot of guys twist.
Eddie Williams.
One of the advantages of doing it this way,
You got a big butt here. You got a Luke Stoltman butt. You should have plenty of throwing power.
It's the end of round one through 55 pounds with Eddie Williams.
so they will move up.
Who's got the biggest butt in MMA? That's an important question. Is it Luke Stoltman or is there someone else?
5-pound jumps all the way.
Does anyone have a bigger butt than Luke Stoltman?
We have kegs up to 90, and they continue to add weight on the spot.
I wouldn't be surprised to see some guys
Got a lot of power in his posterior chain,
pretty easy.
if we want to be technical.
Lucas Hatton, no problem. Spurgeon, not the highest over. Got that clip.
Iron Bibby, okay.
Went over. And the only other person
You guys are right, but I don't know if that's because Iron Bibby's butt is really that big or if it's just because Iron Bibby is just big. And big isn't really the right word to use with Iron Bibby.
easy throws
I think the right word to use with Iron Bibby is
with 55 pounds.
Galaxian.
And now, indeed, we will see who throws and who passes.
Luke is looking rather
5 pounds.
trim these days.
2 kilograms.
I guess a relationship with Melissa Peacock after the stuff that went down there can do that to you. I don't know.
He has that lip and he heaves over easily. Trey Mitchell advancing. It's the same order the entire way through. Round one.
We are back to the flower power.
Thought maybe Shane might skip this weight. But as I said before, nobody wants to take that risk if you don't have to. They can do every throw. Gives them more familiarity.
60-pound keg.
Where you need to be stood for when you are using those heavier kegs later on.
is up next, and then we will indeed get our first pass. Nick Guardione is going to pass through. So felt good at 55. No need
So those of you who can see it, since my site doesn't give accurate information, what does my subscriber count say now?
Bobby Thompson with that one-handed swing goes into the two-hand, accelerates through. Good throw for Bobby.
Barely goes over for Bobby Thompson, but barely going over is a whole lot better than barely not going over.
stature.
Just says 1,000. All right, we'll take it.
An uncomfortable kettlebell swing.
We'll take it.
Similar to Nick Guardione. And good throw for Lucas.
Lucas Hatton.
Fixed height of 15 feet that these athletes are throwing over. Just for perspective, that's about throwing a keg over a giraffe.
So did you guys hear that after the events, Hooper has a gym there in Colorado where they're opening it up and letting people come in and work out with them?
And you can see Austin Andrade checking the kegs. I don't know if there's a strategy on which one of the two you want to throw first. They're both 60 pounds.
I'll work harder, Mark.
60 pounds is like your average 6-year-old. So, you know, if anyone wants to pass their kids down.
Now, see, that would be a cool throwing event. They just said 60 pounds is like your average 6-year-old. Now, see, I don't drink, so the idea of kegs is a little bit lost on me, though I still think it's kind of a cool event when you guys don't. But if they were throwing toddlers and kindergartners and first graders over the bar for height, that would be way more entertaining.
Evans for 60 pounds, two-handed throw.
They start out with babies, throwing babies over the bar.
The apparatus almost took out a
Then they throw toddlers, then preschoolers, then kindergartners. They keep going up grades round by round by round. You don't know how heavy the kid is that you're throwing. It's not the same kid every round because, you know, how many kid can't really afford to fall that many times. Once or twice over the bar is about all your average kid could survive, at least without having to go get a checkup at the medical table. So you got to kind of cross your fingers and hope that you get the lightest kid of the grade. You don't want the fat kid. That would be really entertaining.
Team last year saying how good he is at throwing, and he let me down. But normally he really is a good thrower.
So is Wes Derwinski.
Wes is a fantastic
He just threw a high school senior over the bar.
He said he was shooting for
4 people managed to throw a high school senior over the bar. We got to go up another round. And then eventually they start throwing their peers over the bar. Who can throw a World's Strongest Man winner over the bar?
good over 20 feet. Only one
Yeah.
athlete passing. I kind of thought that we might see more people pass here early, get one under your belt.
You've always got to look for ways to bring the viewers in. You need a niche that gets that captive audience. And I think throwing humans over bars might just be it. Hey, Melanie is here. So I told you guys earlier my friend Melanie might be joining us at some time. It appears that Melanie is here. Everybody say hi to Melanie. We go all the way back to freshman year of college together. And I can tell you, honestly, as someone that you guys have said in the streams over the last couple of years, that I'm a relatively intelligent cookie. Melanie is, bar none, I believe, the most intelligent human being that I have ever met in my life. And that is sincere.
You talk about guys not passing rounds just as you get your feel, and it doesn't take a ton out of you. How many bullets do you
So yeah, Melanie is in a wheelchair, y'all, and she's been in one for quite some time. And she is saying that if she was part of the contest where we're throwing humans over the bars, you probably would not want to wind up with her as your human because you'd have to sling the wheelchair over, and yeah, that might be tough. That'd be heavier than any toddler, no matter how chubby the toddler was. Those wheelchairs are pretty heavy.
These guys are used to carrying 1,000 pounds on their back. They're deadlifting 1,000 pounds.
It's really cool that you hopped on here, Melanie. Glad to glad to see you.
Explosive movement and your energy levels drain quickly, they recover quickly from that as well. And it's not got the impact that it'll have on the nervous system. So they can do 10, 20 throws, no problem, and still be fine.
Wish we had a lot more live viewers. I was really surprised here a while back. The last event I covered, we had over 2,000 people on live with us at one time, and it was an event that I didn't think anyone was going to come to.
But he's now one of just two guys to clip the bar.
Yeah, just him and Spurgeon, the only two guys. But both men are still in. Bryce Johnson coming out now. North America's
So yeah,
strongest man
all right.
from this year, just a few weeks ago.
Bryce Johnson trying to throw a keg over a bar that's 4 foot shorter than he is,
Absolutely. Oh,
and he can't do it.
didn't expect that.
He needs to try to.
Throw.
He needs to realize that you're so tall. You got to have the right trajectory.
The football player in him.
Hits it again, but this time the power takes it over.
Evan Singleton is going to pass. So the second man to pass, and we will go to Eddie Williams.
What weight are they currently at? I think we're still on 60s,
You always threw it straight
but maybe I'm wrong.
rather than up and arcing over.
I've been running my mouth and not paying attention, which is exactly what you should do when you're running the stream, right?
Williams was the
You guys are listen. You guys are trying to listen to someone who's not paying attention.
here on event 3. Last man to go.
But I think it's 60. Yeah, they're still at 60.
After this throw, we'll go up
And then we go to 65 pounds.
I think 65 pounds might be the round we see our first misses.
So everybody is safe through 2 rounds. I knew everybody get through the first round. I figured probably through 2 as well, but wasn't sure. I do think we might see someone fail 65, maybe 2 people. I think the vast majority of people make it through the 3rd round as well. I think we really don't start losing a lot of people until 75.
Thomas Evans.
I think the 75-pound mark is where we'll start to lose quite a few people.
Interesting event because they all get through these early rounds quite easy. We don't get too excited. But as we go through and it gets heavier and heavier and the crowd gets smaller in terms of passes, then it gets exciting. I remember last year watching the weight for height. When you get to those last few rounds and they're doing things that are truly incredible.
Bum, 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 bum.
Mitchell. Will be the first man to throw 65.
All right.
I think this maybe is the
Someone needs to throw some questions out, or I'm going to have to stick another stupid poll up.
It's exciting, but the points are locked up because you're one of the last few remaining. When you start to miss here, it really matters in the leaderboard.
Yes. Trey Mitchell gets it, no problem.
All right. You guys aren't asking questions. You've asked for another poll.
Are you just out there throwing?
You're always thinking of what other guys have done. You're always looking at the points. You're always looking to get points. Once you start to know, okay, I've got some good points in the bank, it allows you to relax and just focus on performing as well as you can. And on an event like this, it's quite technical, with the trajectory being important as well. It's not just about height. You've got to get over that bar. There is an element of pressure.
Shane Flowers was closer than I think it may have felt. But he does clear at 65 pounds, 29 and a half kilos.
65 pounds, we're looking at your average 7 to 10-year-old now.
I can tell you that 70 pounds is about a dining room table. Stealing my
Are you for or against wrestling? Well, I've been told by some of my little person friends that they don't like that word, so I won't say that word, Mark. Now, I think little people are really cool. I actually, back when I had a lot more money than I do now, I actually started considering having a little person wrestling federation, since you asked about little people and wrestling specifically. And the storyline I was going to go with was that I was the evil boss, your Vince McMahon type, but that I was a bully of all my rosters. You know, because I have Napoleon complex, because I'm a short man myself, and everybody in the world towers over me. So apparently this bothers me subconsciously. So as a result of that complex, I take it out on my roster of wrestlers, and I routinely beat all of them up until the Federation ultimately has a big celebration in the end when we have some big guest wrestler who comes in, who towers above me, and gives me what I deserve, payback for all the little people. I'd like to tell you that I'm making this up and I did not really think about all of this, but this was really a plan of mine at one time.
I think just playing with the weighting inside the keg. Two throws at 65 pounds. And he gets that.
Watch out!
This is a critical throw for Hatton, who comes in fourth place overall.
Second throw for Hatton. Needs to get this. And that's the first.
Watch out! That was a little too close for comfort there.
So Hatton is guaranteed no more than 1 point.
Depends what other athletes do, but if they tie, their score will be put together. So he may potentially, if other
Bad points for Lucas Hatton there.
but this is not the performance he'll want after that amazing start in the log lift.
Austin Andrade.
Bum, 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 bum. Austin Andrade. 65 pounds. Up and over. Hits the bar. Goes over.
It's funny because you've talked about if you throw it the long ways, you get this.
Remember Banana Hammock.
Guys that have hit the bar and had it go over have done the
It's not a sprint.
vertical throw.
It's not a sprint. There's a lot of events to go.
Thomas Evans.
American football background, he's explosive. He may be short. He hit it
Nope. Lucas Hatton failed 65.
You throw it hard enough, Oz. Yeah.
He was the first one to fail.
He said about 80 pounds was his goal coming in as well, so high expectations were a ways away from where he expects to run into trouble. And on Boudreaux's first throw, he is cleanly into round 4.
Boudreaux looking good.
So Lucas Hatton is out. We have seen 2 athletes pass through our first 2.5 rounds, but otherwise, everybody has made it through.
Yeah, probably so.
You can see Thomas Evans in
Probably so. He can still make the podium.
nice and cool.
There's a lot of people
Derwinski,
who have some weak events tomorrow.
did you ever compete on your birthday?
My birthday's Christmas Day, so no.
So no, yeah.
I trained on it though, many times.
But this is really just a war of attrition. Who can last the longest? And really, what you want to be in an event like this is you want to be a Martins Lisi's or a Mitchell Hooper who's just consistent across the board. You don't have to be the best at everything, but you got to be pretty good at everything. That's the key here. Tom Stoltman good for 65.
Strongest man, but he's never won the Arnold. He's never won here. He's finished second 3 times at Rogue. He wants that other major in his quiver.
He's been on the podium in everything, but so far he's only managed to win worlds. And he wants to be seen as one of the greatest. So to do that, he needs to win these other big shows. He's been training very, very
Faux show.
All right, Spurgeon
Haven't seen any other comments from Melanie. I wonder if she left already.
needs a big drive.
Just looks a bit heavy, this one.
You got to throw it up. You need some vertical trajectory there.
Needs to extend, explode, release as high as possible with those fingers. A good effort.
That's not going to get it done. So we have 2 people out at 65.
He is starting day 1 really well, and as I've said, he's got some great events tomorrow.
Spurgeon bows out. He and Hatton.
Banana Hammock, the truth is, I think all professional athletes are a bit delusional about their abilities.
Well, once you're done, you're going to the back.
I think you almost have to be to compete in some ways. It's a weird thing. You got to be humble enough and be your own worst critic enough to get out to like know like always be that voice of doubt. I can't do this, so I've got to get to my butt to the gym. I've got to get to the track. I've got to do whatever. I've got to train harder. I got to go one more lap. I got to lift one more pound. You got to have that drive to think you're going to get your butt kicked. But at the same time, you also have to believe that you're this invincible Superman that can't be defeated, and that's why you're going to go out there and kill your competition. It's a you got to be a bit bipolar, I guess.
Gets over on the second attempt.
That brings us to
You got to be a bit bipolar, I think.
who's almost your birthday buddy, December 22nd.
Andre Fuetu.
The first Czech male to make the world's
Young kid is in good place right now. Said don't count him out. He could easily be on your podium when the weekend's over. I did expect him to be in my top 5. He's got he's got to get this weight. If he doesn't get this weight, doesn't look very good for him.
competition, but a mistake could cost you 3 to 5 spots. And that might cost him 3 to 5.
And he's out too. That's not good if your name's Andre Fuetu.
Still 2 more to go.
Now Bryce Johnson,
I think I've probably seen all of Mitch's videos, probably. Probably.
about to hike a football.
I've seen most of everybody's videos. I watch too much of this stuff. I need to get a life.
Really ripped into that one. No mistake.
Good job, Bryce. He's finally figured out that he's taller than the bar, so now it's easier to clear the bar. It just took him a little while to figure out that he was taller than the bar. That's all.
Giants live. Back on July 5th. Beat Reno, reigning world's strongest man. Beat Mitch Hooper.
Okay, Evan, 65 pounds.
Look at that. No problem at all. Not even close to that bar.
Easy, easy, easy.
John Cena, you can see
And now he's doing more wrestler taunts.
cardio in there. Maybe a bit of gamesmanship going on between those two.
Just come give him an AA. Here's Williams.
There's a good chance Evans does that.
You're not wrong.
Oh, look at these two.
Here comes Williams. Give you another reference. He was wearing a shirt with the Ula Follow on it yesterday. Will we acknowledge?
All right, Eddie Williams. Put your booty into it, Eddie. If you put your booty into it, it will sail over the bar. I guarantee it. Put your booty into it. Put your booty into it. See? I told you guys every round, I'm a good coach. These guys, they listen to me. They do well.
Now the weights are getting interesting. We move to 70 pounds.
Trey Mitchell doing some hopscotch.
32 kilograms. Again, that is the weight of a dining room table. Glass.
You can manage that one.
Someone tell Trimmer 22 what's up.
Oh, you got it. Come on. Otherwise, these guys will come in and throw it around for you.
Tell Trimmer 22 for me.
Lead off. All right, let's take a look at the first bow out, though. That was Lucas Hatton.
Ooh.
Evident. And we lost Spurgeon. And that was followed by Foytu bowing out, which, to paraphrase Agatha Christie, and then there were 13.
Oh.
So now Trey Mitchell in round 4.
Oh. Okay. The thick man himself.
I think we see
The big thicket.
Interesting event because the guys genuinely have no idea.
we've never seen it done before. So, we're going to see a record set because of the first time. But how high can they
How was the carry and hoist? It was won by Eddie Williams with a second place finish from a dinosaur.
pressure on Mitchell? He's coming back from that.
It was very much a mixed bag. some of the guys just blew through the course, and some of the guys acted like the frame was Skeletor and they were He-Man.
Now here's Shane Flowers, who is battling through the
Or
barrier.
maybe the other way around. Depends upon if you believe that evil always triumphs or good always triumphs over evil. You know, I don't know if you guys are pro good or pro evil people, so it really depends.
And he's a great thrower. Injured or not, it shows.
He's showing that there. That was easy. So this will be a big throw for Bobby Thompson. He can get this over. May well pick up some decent points.
Bobby,
These guys will falter at this one.
70
Thompson,
pounds.
a guy that's only thrown a 45-pound keg coming in. He said he threw it quite high, so he felt confident. But this plays into the art of the unknown.
5 pounds might not seem a lot, but an event like this, it's huge amount.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Bobby. That wasn't a trajectory issue. He needs more power, more height.
Wow,
Well, do you get bonus points for getting a
he should get extra points for that. I feel like Bobby should get extra points for that.
round 4? Where does the power come from? Is it hip thrust? Is it
I believe the answer is yes.
The lower back. You try to use your whole body. The arms are working, but a little bit more as a guide. You don't want to just pull with the arms. Use those big muscles.
Right now, we get to watch Nicholas Guardione.
Nick Guardione, one of the better throwers in the field? He is a former cross-country runner. Do not adjust your screen. He was 170 pounds.
I need some food.
The pictures as well.
He's been lifting weights, Laz, for 10 years. That's it.
He's
Wow.
man to his running days. He showed me some pictures. He's almost unrecognizable.
He doubled his body weight when he started lifting weights.
That's some good eating.
Wow.
You know, he gets to hold of some good barbecue.
Mac and cheese is really what it is. Here is Andrade.
Austin Andrade.
One of the training partners. So he's still got some weight to put on if he wants to catch up with his big buddy Austin Andrade. 405 pounds of him.
Out of heavy metal fitness coach Tim Ingram.
All right, Austin, what you want to do is throw it higher than the bar and farther than the bar is back.
He went right into the
There's a little bit of coaching for you. Make sure you throw it higher than the bar, but also make sure it goes past the bar. That's all you got to do. See, you didn't listen to me. Didn't listen to me. And see, this was an event that I kind of expected Guardione to beat his training partner at. When you watch their training videos and they do throwing, what Nick does in the throwing is just pretty freaking incredible, to be honest.
who's coming in off of his best prep ever. Never felt better, and he was 6th here 2 years ago.
Former winner.
Thomas Evans! He rides it over the rail. So there's your official answer, Sharon. Yes, Thomas Evans is still in, and he just threw 70 pounds over the bar.
70-pound over, no problem at all.
I think we're starting to get to that space where guys
I figure, Sharon, they can hear me when they're successful. When they don't succeed, it's obviously because they can't hear me. That's probably how it is every time. Anytime they succeed, it's because they hear me. Anytime they fail, it's because they can't. Good throw for Max.
Laz, what would you
You know, true story here. I don't really want to admit it, but when I was just throwing my arms above my head a minute ago, I think I tweaked my shoulder. It would be so embarrassing if if I went to the gym twice today already, and I did, and instead I injured myself while streaming on YouTube, talking at my desk. That would make sense. Easy clear for Wesley Derwinski. Ouch.
There's a couple of events in this competition I would love to have tried in my heyday, but this one isn't one of them.
This is where Tom Stoltman thrives.
perfectly built to throw.
2 points out of first. He sits in third.
They get 2 attempts at a weight. Oh,
So far, he's made
ouch.
it look easy.
Tom Stoltman, 70 pounds. No problems.
100 pounds going over. That's what he believes he's capable of. So far, he's given us.
I guess technically well, I'm still streaming, Mark. I have not dropped out. I'm still going strong. I'm wounded. Tomorrow, you guys will see me, bandaged up. My arm will be taped to my waist. But I'm still going to stream because I'm tough. And you can't get me to quit that easy.
Yes,
Does catch the lip of the bar.
Canadians have grip and they can throw.
Even though he's Canadian, he does have a football background, so he's got that offensive lineman in him.
A lot of these guys, real athletic background.
Ugh. Bryce Johnson. Again, Bryce, remember, you're taller than the bar. This is easy.
Guy was 6'6", 320 in college. He's now 405.
Whoa!
And he keeps missing the same way here, Lance.
Yeah, needs to adjust. Sometimes I think he gets a little bit too close. Jumps right
Jeez.
under the bar. You're just, I can see it in your face. You're waiting for that kick to hit someone on the head, aren't you?
I mean, he made the adjustment.
See, at the other events, the strongman events, they use these bars like you would typically find in high jump events and things like that, where the bar comes down a lot easier. At Brian's, it's bolted down on both ends. That bar is not moving, and these things ricochet off of that. These kegs come so close to hitting these guys, and there's several times each year when I'm watching this that I just think we're about to watch someone get their dome split wide open.
Go very, very high on this one.
No, Sam Beliveau, she still competes.
Look at that. And he's looking directly.
How many wrestling celebrations will Singleton go through in this event? So we've got Cena, we've got The Undertaker.
We need the ear next, Hulk Hogan style, in tribute.
I really think I hurt this. It's embarrassing. I'm sitting at my desk streaming.
Of round 4. The next throw will be at 75 pounds or 34 kilos.
Jeez. How embarrassing.
Come on, Eddie.
But both of my shoulders are bad anyway, so I guess that's a good excuse.
And he goes with that horizontal toss.
Oh, I thought it might be going over.
Eddie's got plenty of power to get this over. Looked like he kind of took that easy. No.
A little bit there. Could have used the time a bit more.
Should have used the big booty, Eddie. Should have used the big booty.
So 7 men down, 9 to go.
I wished I had been the fan that he sang happy birthday to yesterday. That was kind of cool. Eddie Williams has never sang happy birthday to me.
Now things get tasty. We're up to some big weight now.
You see, you guys are looking at the screen and you see all these big strongmen sitting in these chairs, right? And you're thinking the exact same thing that I am. Jace was right. Strongman musical chairs would absolutely sell and would absolutely be an entertaining event. Admit it. You guys are all thinking the same thing. Strongest Man on Earth 2026. Strongman musical chairs. Book it. If it's not in the actual competition, and it should be, he has to make it part of the Shaw Classic Open.
Up to 75. We're at the business end now.
Trey Mitchell. Trey Mitchell going first has just kind of faded into the background of this event. But as numbers keep dwindling, this is going to be a guy that the longer he lasts, the more help he can do after taking 1 point in the last event.
Trey Mitchell is a contender for this title. We said
Now they have the Shaw Classic Open and the Shaw Classic Women's Open.
he didn't do.
He does give them a little prize money though, even though, technically amateurs don't get paid. But
And he's capable of picking up points on all of the rest of the event.
75 pounds for Trey Mitchell.
Get himself top 3 on this one.
No problem.
Those are a great event for
He says, I've had bigger bones after a steak dinner than 75 pounds, so throwing those around is no problem.
this contest.
Shane Flowers now at 75 pounds.
Shane's been looking really good on the throw.
It's good for Shane Flowers.
Throw like Shane Flowers, man eats almost
Flower power.
a day.
He is a big eater. Some of the guys just, if
We're back to Nicholas Guardione.
Shane is one of those guys. Gets the food. He's meticulous. Just puts effort in.
I can't say his name any differently now that I watched him tell that to Liz.
Focuses hard to bring the best that he can in these contests.
Well, then a guy like Guardione, we talked about last round, how he's sprung up, got into lifting, and his body almost said thank you as it filled out.
All right, Nick.
His calling in strongman after being a runner his whole life.
75. Oh, he can do this. He can do this. Based on the videos I've seen of him train, whether he does it or not, we're about to find out. I think he should step not closer, further away, because he tends to throw things really far.
He and Singleton are going toe-to-toe.
He does clear it. I think he could have cleared it better if he had stepped away from it instead of closer. He doesn't need to be that close. He's got so much throwing power, and he throws back far. He is an incredible thrower. Just incredible. And Sharon, here's your boy. Thomas Evans is back up there.
You talked about his football background, one of the last cuts by the
Yep, they get 2 attempts at each weight. All the weights.
sets up to hike the keg.
Thomas Evans. No good.
I don't know if it's just a heavier weight now. He really slowed down as he brought that through his legs and just lost a bit of the speed needed to accelerate back up. Too much.
Your Thomas Evans has been eliminated. He did not manage to do 75 pounds, Sharon. I'm sorry.
In this event, not a ton of wear and tear, but the second throws in such a tight window, the trajectory and the height just hasn't been there.
Maxime Boudreau.
You give 100%. Very, very
He's got his shoes undone. He should fasten those up.
30 seconds this event. Logley had 60 seconds. Such an advantage to get it on the first time. And Max
And he clears it easily.
proving that he is a great thrower.
Easily.
Had the curse of the commentator last year.
Probably the easiest clear of 75 so far for Max Boudreau.
The one-off and he's back.
Derwinski, another big thrower.
Fellow Canadian West Derwinski.
So far, all Canadians are still in.
I'd love to know why guys are going for certain kegs.
He's trying to get the crowd pumped up.
They're the same weight. They've all been weighed.
Derwinski goes for the black painted one and throws it clear over 15 feet.
And that went way high. Didn't throw it back very far. Almost lost it because didn't throw it back far enough, but it rolled on the other side, so that was good. But the height, plenty high. All kinds of height left in Derwinski's throw.
The Commonwealth is doing well.
Tom Stoltman, 75 pounds,
Scottish Stoltman,
6 feet 7, 6 feet 8.
he thinks he could get to 100 if the competition carries him that far.
Let's see how high we need to go. Misses. First miss for Tom Stoltman
Had the height, did not have the distance.
on the big man. Can he make the adjustments? Can he deal with the pressure from the other athletes?
The long levers. No.
Oh, much like the first one. Plenty of height, not enough trajectory.
Not the 100 pounds he was waiting for.
So Tom is out.
Question of whether or not he could. Clearly, he can throw a heavy.
Tom needed big points in that event, I believe.
You can have the power, but
He doesn't have bad points where he's at now, but
direction just as important.
I think he was planning on probably picking up
So 9 of our
more points in this event than he's going to be stuck with.
perfect. Here's Tristan Hoth.
Oh, it wasn't far.
Tristan Hoth fails his first attempt.
Getting out of the way when the keg is coming down.
And he fails the second attempt. So as I figured, lots of people failing out at 75 pounds. It is when I figured we would separate the wheat from the chaff, if you guys are familiar with that reference. Time for a dinosaur to throw a keg.
That would be good. Maybe an Ultimate Warrior shake.
Yeah, that would suit him.
Here we go. Well, first he's got to hit the throw.
Singleton fails the first attempt.
They've been going back and forth with each other. Singleton. No.
Singleton fails the second attempt. That's good news for Tom Stoltman that Singleton failed the 75 as well.
This little kid, I've seen him so many times this weekend. He is absolutely brilliant. So much sass. He loves strongman. I've seen him at a few tournaments and competitions before. Such a cool little dude.
He got to do the T-Rex roar with Singleton yesterday.
Singleton's his favorite, but he supports all the guys.
It kind of looks like strongman musical chairs already. The guys who are not competing anymore, they have left. The problem was this is almost like reverse musical chairs. Usually you eliminate a chair so that you have fewer chairs than people. Now we have enough chairs out there to recruit like another 60 strongmen. We've got way more chairs than strongmen. So they're playing musical chairs the wrong way. They're removing strongmen instead of chairs.
We move up to 80.
80-pound kegs coming up. The first attempt at 80 pounds will be a guy from Texas who's almost as big as Texas himself. Trey Mitchell. He's just about as large as Texas and probably outweighs Texas 3-1. It wouldn't even be that close except Austin Andrade is there, so that makes the scales a little bit closer. Trey fails at 80.
This is the first time I think we saw gravity in motion. The keg just died.
Whoa.
Too much there.
Yeah, like you know when it gets heavy fast?
Yes.
It just got heavy
That was
fast.
then. I think he just totally lost it.
Trey fails a second attempt because he forgot to let go of the keg. That's my fault. That's on me, Trey. That's not your bad, that's my bad. I should have been a better coach. I should have been like, Trey, all you have to do is bring the keg way above your head and then let go of the keg.
So there are 4 left.
That was my fault.
We knew would be here.
So no one think less of Trey. That's not his mistake. That was my mistake. Bad coach. I guess we're all entitled to one mistake. Shane Flowers fails his first attempt at 80, but was relatively close.
Watch his follow through.
Oh, super close. Fails his second attempt as well.
Early on, you
Maybe no one clears 80.
tag and walk away. Steph Curry. Now you're
If no one clears 80, that's a lot of people tying for first place points. That would be really, really good news for everybody who failed at 70 instead of 75. Guardian, if you can clear 80 pounds,
competing in his very
that might just seal the deal and get you an event win, brother.
could he wind up with an event
Maybe.
his very first strongest man on earth?
Gonna need to get this to be a clear winner. He's got a couple
Guardione.
pros as well. Could be in a situation where we have 5 athletes tied in first place. If anyone can get this 80 pounds, it's going to give them fantastic points leading into event number 4.
That's a lot of ammonia he just sniffed.
15th overall. Boudreaux needs it. He is in 11th overall. Derwinski is in 14th.
80 pounds for Guardione.
Gonna change up the whole look of the scoreboard. We've seen this so far. Every event
Come on, come on.
Contest.
A man who's always felt like he's been punching up in weight as he goes through his career. Finally arriving on the big stage.
No good. Don't be so close, Nick. You have a very distance led trajectory, and you've thrown some heavy weights at your gym. You don't have to be as close as the other guys.
Needs a lot more.
Too much.
So Guardione fails as well.
This 80 pounds.
So no points for Nick Guardione. I don't mean no points. I mean no potential first place points. So far, it's looking like a lot of people tying first place in the keg for height at 75 pounds. We have yet to have anybody throw the 80-pound keg over. We have two more athletes left to try.
What's in that jar?
That's ammonia, so it's kind of a good sniff of that. Clears the head, wakes you up real fast.
Well, Boudreaux said he was aiming for first place on the frame carry. He did well. Could he put himself in first place?
Come on, Max.
Here we go.
Maybe Max the last one to go. I thought there were two more. He's got it.
Boudreaux is the first man to clear 80 pounds.
Max, 80 pounds over the bar and made it look pretty easy. I was right. There's two guys left to go. Max Derwinski.
Lewinsky's face.
Max Derwin. Jeez. Wes Derwinski.
Look at this. Flips the bar, but
Freudian slips.
and look what it means to Maxime Boudreaux.
All right, Wes. Until Thor broke the keg height record, you were one of 3 men that held a piece of that record.
Boudreaux wins.
You are a good thrower.
If he hits,
You just saw a Canadian do it. Now you need to tell him that you are the supreme Canadian thrower.
first of 2 throws
We'll find out if that's true or not.
is very close.
Whoa.
Good first effort.
He fails his first attempt, which means if they tied at this and don't go higher, Max would win for fewer throws. But they doesn't need to worry about that because it doesn't go over, which makes Max your winner at keg for height, or I guess heaviest keg over bar, outright. Max wins.
For Maxime Boudreaux.
So Max wins your
Well, last event, somebody picked
keg
Neil Pickup is the
throw event. And then there will be 4 people tied for second.
Maxime Boudreau made
That's big point pickup for Max.
an event, and it was getting really
That's real big point pickup for Max.
experience shone through. You seem like you had a lot in reserve, Max.
I got lucky. The last keg I slipped and I looked over and went over, so I'm like, whew, I'm lucky there. But
So you missed it. You missed through it.
yeah, it slipped out of my hand and it went over.
All right. So we close the poll, and a well hydrated Eddie could throw a 200-pound keg into orbit. 42% of you believe that he could throw it 10 meters.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maxime Boudreau.
The Lawless brothers can be big on him. It would have to be for this event. Most people probably thought that Max would do well at this, but he still is not doing well overall. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just don't see Max being one of your front runners at the strongest man on earth. But he picked up fantastic points there, not only from the win, but the fact that so many people tied in other weights. That makes those points nicer, much nicer. So, really good points for Max. And we have just one more event of the evening. And then we get to call it quits until tomorrow. I doubt the strong. I doubt the strong archives have the leaderboard up right now. All right, banana hammock. Thanks for chilling with us for a while. You rest easy.
Our goal is to get people to fall in love with the gym so that they're healthier, they're more satisfied in their life, they're less depressed. How do we achieve that? We have to create a technology based on the highest performers in the world.
I think it's cool. You know, any more science we can take into strongman, I think that's part of it.
Yeah, we don't have keg toss results yet.
How our bodies move, really getting an in-depth look at how we
So
how we're deadlifting. I think that would really help.
The idea is how do we turn fitness into more of a data-driven endeavor for the average weekend warrior?
Nice drop, 90 seconds, right back into it. I should be fatigued. I should feel more of the fatigue. It's just not there, right? I can get
Oh,
of my training time just simply by holding this in. My work
I
output
don't think 600 is going.
comes down to between sets. That's when
You mean kilograms?
work in with training. Why not have something like this that can
In the trap bar deadlift? Is that what the Ryan means?
He's put himself at the precipice of the greatest of all time.
Some people say he can't do it anymore. He's too old. He's too this. He's too that.
I have never ever
If it is what you mean, I don't think that's much of a hot. Oh, the stone. Okay. Someone might pick up a 600-pound stone, but it's been a long, long, long day.
my destiny to go out on
Someone might.
to be holding that trophy on top of that podium and having that moment.
Better to follow the keg toss before it than the log or the brutal frame carry and arm over arm. Probably not. But since you weren't talking about 600 kgs on the trap bar deadlift, I'll say that doesn't happen either. Some of the guys were talking like that was a possibility. Um, yeah, nobody is deadlifting 600 kilograms on the trap bar. Well, you heard what Tom said yesterday. If Trey lifts the 600-pound stone, Tom said that he'll lift it twice. So we'll see. Last year, Tom zeroed on an event that the whole world universally predicted that he would win. Those manhood stones last year made a lot of people look a bit silly. Where do I watch this? Well, there is a pinned comment in the chat. And if you open the pinned comment that is in the chat, you will see where you can watch it. I don't think we would have gotten 600 kilograms even if it was 16-inch height on the deadlift. That's just guys doing what they do every year, over promising and under delivering. It happens every year in every event. They always talk up big things, and then you get in a competition, it's usually way less. Um, unless unless your name is Alexei Novikov, and then you show up for a uh, Flintstone press, and then you just have us in the chat laughing and exasperated, in all at one time because he just keeps pressing and just keeps pressing and just keeps pressing. Um, Novikov has had a few of those. He had, that Flintstone lift. He also did that car deadlift where he decided he wanted to do the car, pick up the car about 752,000 times, I think. Um, when Alexei is not when Alexei is not banged up and hurt, and when he's on form and healthy, not only is he a heck of a problem to deal with, but he has he has provided us some incredibly exciting moments in the last few years. If you're a fan of strongman, Alexi has gotten me off my feet on more than one occasion. Just made me go, "What did I just watch?" Oh my gosh! Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy. Did Mark leave? I don't know. Did Sharon leave? I haven't seen Simon Dean hop into one of my live streams in a long, long time. It'd be pretty cool if three guys managed to lift the 600-pound stone, but I don't think that's going to happen. I'm not sure anyone will lift it. I almost think that if you're going to lift the 600-pound stone, you have to go out there and hit it on your first attempt. You can't try 500 or 550 and have enough energy left to do the 600. In my opinion, I'm not them. Obviously, they could make me wrong and make a liar out of me. But I say that because we're already into our final event of the day. They've already been put through heck. In addition, several guys last year knew that they were going to get 600, couldn't do it. Several guys knew they were going to get 550, couldn't do it. These stones were much harder than everybody expected. They seem to be very smooth, a little more slippery than the guys anticipated. They're just a hard set of stones to maneuver and lift. Um, yeah, I don't think you're lifting the 600 unless you start with the 600. And after several people saw how that costed them major, major, major points, potentially took them off the podium last year by trying that, I don't see anybody being gutsy enough, aka stupid enough, to go out there and try the 600 right away. And if you don't try the 600 right away, I just don't think you have enough left in the gas tank to get it done. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that nobody lifts the 600. But if someone does, I'll say it will only be one human being, just one person. I think Tom and Trey are your most likely people, but I don't think anyone does it actually. Do I think Lises will be able to win another major competition? Based on the way that you phrased it, do I think he will be able to win another major competition? Yes, I think he's able to win another. Do I think that he will win another major competition? If we mean by major one of the big four, the Arnold Classic, the Rogue Invitational, World's Strongest Man, or Strongest Man on Earth, I want to say yes. I want to say yes because a Martins Lises, the Dragon at top form, is good for the sport of strongman. But no, I don't think so. I don't think we see have any more major titles in Martine's future. But maybe. And I will say this. If Mitchell Hooper does not recover and come back next year, then I think that's much better for Martins. If Mitchell Hooper is healthy, I think that's bad news for Martins because for the last year and a half, I have basically been defining Mitchell Hooper as saying that he's a better Martins Lises than Martins Lises is. And what I mean by that is Martine's success has always been he's well rounded and consistent across the board. Not the best at anything, but really, really darn good at everything. And Mitchell Hooper is just a little bit better across the board. So as long as Hooper's around, I think that's bad news for Martins. If Hooper doesn't come back, great news for Martins. You've also got Rain O'Neill, who looks like a real dog, a real hoss in his own right, super well rounded. Um, the field is stronger, younger, and better than they have ever been right now. None of those things are good news for Martins. Injury prone, been through a lot. The deck is stacked against him. I will be rooting for him. I want Martins to come back and win and impress and push the other guys. I'll be rooting for him very, very loud and very, very prominently. But if you're asking with my head knowledge and not my heart knowledge, I just don't think Martins wins another major title. Stupid yawns. Did Strongman Archive update yet? It looks like no. Uh, all right. What other questions are there? Did you say that Engelbrecht is coming into Strongman? I did not hear this. Where did we hear this? Let's see. I did not hear that, Mark. I wish you would send me a link or something, man. I didn't hear Colton say that. If Engelbrecht said that he's coming to Strongman, then I would say, watch out. Um, dude is a stud. That's the bottom line. Dude is a stud. He he might be undersized, but he seems really good at doing whatever he wants to do. So I would assume that if he sets his sights and mind on that, he'll be world class. He'd be world class. You know, he's pretty impressive. Trying to gain weight just so that he can go up and win competitions against bigger guys because they won't let him compete when he's smaller than them, which I think is ridiculous. I personally think if you weigh 150 pounds, if you can outlift someone who's 300 pounds, you shouldn't make that 150-pound guy need to gain 150 pounds. If he goes out there and beats the 300-pounder, good. He won. He beat him. Fair and square. He just did it more impressively. So I don't get the notion behind making guys gain weight to compete classes above. I understand the philosophy behind cutting weight to go down, but I feel like every weight class is that or below. I just thought it was plumb ridiculous that they made him gain weight for the record to count. That's just stupid. 600-pound stone. 600-pound stone. 600 Derek Poundstone. 600 Derek Poundstone. When is the last event supposed to start? Any moment now, I'm thinking. Oh, yawn, 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 yawn. I still need some food. Yawn, 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 yawn. I still need some food. I could eat some sunflower seeds and cashews. Those are always nice. There are not many things better than a cashew. So good. I don't guess I really have any opinion of Matt Rhodes. He makes a popular YouTube channel. That's my only opinion. The video is World's Strongest Powerlifter makes shocking announcement. Cool. I'll look it up and watch it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Should be good. I'd love to see Engelbrecht compete in strongman.
Night has fallen north of Denver, Colorado. It is the strongest man on earth at the Shaw Classic. Blue Arena. This is our fourth and final event of the first day of competition. After this, we will be
Fourth and final event.
finding the strongest man on earth. And in order to find the strongest man on earth, you need to lift some manhood stones. Starts at 450 pounds. We could see somebody lift 600 pounds, although that strategically was the sticking point last year. We'll get more into that over the course of the competition. Overall standings look the same at the top after 3 events as they did after 2. Evan Singleton thought he was in line to win his first World's Strongest Man this year before an injury. Looking for his first Strongest Man
Overall standings.
lead.
First through eighth place coming up for you guys.
Nick Guardione cracks the top half after his performance in the max keg throw. Although Lucas Hatton down at 11th after winning event number 1.
Going to go ahead and image on the screen.
With what should be his best event to come, although last year this event didn't go to plan. I'm sure he's going to change that this year.
How this event plays out, 90 seconds for each of these athletes to head out on the floor and lift stones. Weight
Through 3,
reps. So you can get multiple
you have
laws at light
Evan Singleton at the top of the leaderboard, increasing his lead by 2 points. So increasing it by a point and a half because he was a half a point up over Tom Stoltman at 32.5. You have Thomas Evans in third place at 30 and a half. Trey Mitchell and Maxime Boudreau tied for fourth at 30 points apiece. Andre Foytu in sixth at 26 and a half. Wesley Derwinski, 25 and a half. And Nicholas Guardione in eighth place at 24 and a half. So at this point, Guardione is doing better than Austin Andrade. Now, I said, like most of you, I kind of thought Austin Andrade would probably finish in fourth or fifth. I thought Nick Guardione would finish in about 11th or 12th, which is higher than most of you. So all of us right now are not looking very good about Austin Andrade. Nick Guardione, so far, is overperforming.
Lucas Hatton's certainly not where he wants to be. Got a chance to pull up now. Tom Stoltman, the man that wants to be finishing day one in first place, he's not where he wants to be. Although he's in second, he would have wanted to be in first by now. Didn't do as well on the Kegtos as he wanted. And as I mentioned, this event went badly last year. He needs some redemption. Evan Singleton doing what he needs to do. Thomas Evans.
I agree, Mark. I like seeing new people at the top. Says that the sport is in a healthy place.
550, 600 is what I'm looking at. That's bare minimum in terms of 550.
But I do believe that probably everybody's going to go out there and hit the 450 real quick. My game plan is to hit at least 550, 500 to 550. Strategy-wise, I don't see a reason for someone to go for 6. I know the crowd wants to see it. I know I want to see it.
This year, I'm probably going to treat it as a stone run. We'll start with a lighter one and see what happens after that.
I'm going to go in, treat it as a run probably, and just, there was a lot of mistakes made last year. Maybe
I've never been very good at rolling my R's. It was a problem I had in Spanish class, too. I can do all right if it's the first letter in the name. Still, it's not very good. But if it's not the first letter, I don't stand a chance.
450 pounds on that opening stone. Looks like it could be where a lot of folks start just to bank one here, Laz.
Yeah, I think we're going to see different tactics than we saw last
I'll post the top 8. I don't have an image of the full results, top 16, so can't give you 9 through 16. But there's your top 8.
And that's going to take a lot of back, hip extension, a lot of power.
Absolutely. Got to get those hands locked in, bicep squeezing, but it's all about back and then extending through those hips to pop that stone over.
All right.
Let's talk about the brown stuff on that stone because we're really going to get into some of the tools of the trade throughout the course of this test. Tacky looms large.
So yeah, if you've
Last event of the night. And then you guys aren't going to get to see me until tomorrow. And I feel very bad for you because I know that will make you all sad.
smooth and without it, we just wouldn't be lifting these kind of weights. Even with it, it's still exceptionally hard, but it can cause the arms to kind of rip, the skin can kind of get
Did I see Brian Shaw's arm wrestling? Nope.
their arms or use sleeves.
Sure didn't.
Huge weights, these stones. 450 as your opener. Incredible.
Looks like Josh Spurgeon just robbed Winnie the Pooh. You can see the wrapping of his arms, though, and you can see the tacky on there. There is a science laws to the tacky as well because, like, heat, how it plays.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it's quite cool.
For sure, Sharon.
Pretty well. Sometimes
It definitely pays to be consistent.
it starts to go runny, so you need a
But just like it can take you from top to bottom real quick, it can happen to your opponents too. So a lot of times people make the mistake. I'm people, by the way, of counting people out a little bit too early or thinking someone has sewn it up a little too early. The over the years, strongman has made plenty of people look really smart and plenty of other people look really stupid.
Josh Spurgeon, 90 seconds on the clock. 450 pounds is this first stone, 204 kilograms.
Spurgeon is trying to pick up the lightest stone, not having a lot of luck with it.
Coming out first, very difficult. Josh really gonna have to. Oh, it's coming off the floor. Needs to get those hands under. Get it up to his lap. Here we go.
There we go. That's better.
Yes, he can. There we go. There's a rep.
Good job, Josh.
If I was Josh, I would focus on trying to get another rep on this stone. These are top end strength in terms of weights that he's lifted.
Am I surprised that Thor is back competing at Giants Live again? I'm surprised that Thor has announced that he's back competing at Giants Live again. I'm not going to say I'm surprised that he's competing yet because we haven't seen it yet. There's plenty of time for something to change and reverse that, and and I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't wind up competing. I'd sure like to see that. I was excited that the announcement is that he's back, hoping it pans out that way. I want to see Thor competing at all the major competitions. And not because I'm a Thor fan, because I'm neither a fan nor a hater. I'm a fan of the sport, and I want to see the best of the best go against one another. And no matter how you feel about Thor or Eddie and Thor or Colin Bryce or ... All of the stupid strongman drama that I think has been very toxic for our sport over the last several years. I don't think anyone can say truthfully, without just being a blatant hater, no one can say that Thor isn't one of the best strongmen. And so I would love to see Thor showing up at all of the events because I want to see the best going head to head. And he's undoubtedly one of the best. And so there's my very not hot take.
Marching up to some of the heavier stones. Has his sights set. Looking at the 550. His coach there.
All right.
Look at that. Using a flamethrower to heat that tacky up.
Seems unsafe.
He is very confident in his stone lifting if he's looking at opening on this 550. This is a risk.
Lucas Hatton going for the 550.
Speed does matter if you can lift the heavier weights quickly. And Hatton trying to get a grip on that 550-pound stone and immediately drops.
Straight away. Now he drops down to the 500. He's still got loads of time.
Is there a piece of you that wonders, Laws, do you think he said, let me go for 550, and if I can't get it up in X amount of time, I'm just going back?
I think because he's had to go out early, he's just taken a risk there. Now, if he gets the 550 quick, it puts a lot of pressure on the guys ahead. The fact is now, he's
All right. Wasting a lot of time here, Lucas.
guys behind him can just do a faster 500 if he manages to get this. He's up to the lap. This is good. He's got tremendous power. He should get it from here, and he does. But that is a slow time for that 500.
Yeah, very slow time. Wasted a lot of time there.
He's got enough time to get another rep, but I think guys that will come out after will look at this and know what they need. Someone like Trey will be looking at what Lucas is doing. Someone like Tom Stoltman and their tactics will change.
I guess he'll get a third rep.
And the interesting piece is it's the same mistake that everybody talked about from last year.
He doesn't have enough time, I don't think, to get a fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, he's done very well, actually. If he can get 3 reps on this stone, that's great after failing that for 550. So 3 reps on the 500 should still secure him good points. But he has allowed some of those big stone.
Yeah, I think he made a mistake by going out there for that 550.
You can see Hatton shaking his head.
Lucas Hatton won the log with 487 and a half. No, 490. 490. I thought he was going to go 47 and a half. He added a full 5. So Lucas Hatton won with 490.
And that was after he expended all of his weight and energy.
The problem is, he could have done it in 40 seconds rather than he's going to have a time now of, say, 90-ish seconds. And in this contest, the quicker time.
Yeah, I think Hatton messed up there by going out for the 550. He should have just went out there to the 500s to start with. Probably could have got himself an extra rep in there. Got 4 reps.
Did not come out the way he wanted to on the log lift. Made up for it.
3 is probably still pretty good points, but
But then
4 would be a lot better.
event number 3. So he has gone up and down the leaderboard over the course of 3 events already. And as he enters event number 4, he finds himself in 6th place overall. Honestly, if you're Andre Foytu closing at the end of day 1, are you all right being in 6th?
Eddie Williams won your frame carry and arm over arm. And Maxime Boudreau won your keg toss event. Foytu going for the lightest log here and just trying to get some points on the board.
Has been one of his weaker events in contests over the last couple of years when we've seen him.
He can't get this.
Looking at that stone, trying to figure out where he can get his hands to stick to it.
He's in good place on points right now. But if he can't get this, that's not going to be the same.
It's how challenging this competition is.
Well, it's no big secret. I'm one of the weirdos. I actually don't like stones, period. I'm not a big fan of the stones. But I really don't like seeing Atlas stones end every single competition. I'm glad we are starting to get away from that. I hate it so much. Want to see some variety. If we're going to do stones, it doesn't seem like these guys at Brian's event handle this whole manhood idea of the strongest stone very well. So depending upon if you want to see, if you're a fan that wants to watch and be impressed by watching guys do stuff, or if you want to be impressed by watching a couple guys do what others can't, would answer that. If I'm gonna have to watch stones, I'd rather watch a set of heavy stones like this than a big stone speed run. And Charlemagne is not wrong. Not exactly right, but not wrong either. I will admit that I have short arms and I'm short too. So when I was competing and stuff, every event is hard on me. I'm not built to do anything. I'm a little bitty dude. Um, so I got tiny hands, can't grip things properly. I got little bitty short arms, can't wrap my arms around things. Too short to really. When I competed, we didn't have like yokes that you could actually adjust the height of. They were like made one size fit all when they clearly weren't. And the yoke would not even sit on my shoulders. I was too short. Um, so yeah, I mean, I'm not very good at these things. But I've just never found the stones all that exciting. But I think the big thing was for me wasn't the stones themselves. It was I think the big reason I stopped liking stones was just seeing them too much. I just felt that like the stones are overexposed. I just want variety.
Tends to do well in heavy competitions. Yeah, he's looking at this stone already. He's going to try again. He's trying to get the tacky. Over the hands, all on those sleeves. Needs to get his hands right under that stone. Squeeze in. So he
I'm
squeezes
definitely better at lifting bags than I am stones, that's for sure.
down on the knee again.
Bobby. Bobby would be like me. He wouldn't tell you he likes stones either. I do believe that Bobby is the worst stone lifter out of the top 20, 25 strongman competitors in the international scene.
Lift a 450-pound stone. Squeezing as got some good events to come tomorrow. Needs to go and get a good night's sleep, get some food in him, come back fighting.
Yeah, I like the variety of the '80s and stuff. I loved that. I like just seeing the guys. I also liked the fact that guys didn't even know what they were going to competing in. You know, now they say, well, everybody should know the same time. It's not fair that these people fight. Well, in the '80s, they agreed. The part of that was that everybody was on a level playing field because nobody knew what you were doing until the day that you got there and shown up to compete. It was a mystery to everybody. Who knew what the heck you were doing until you got there? They weren't training in advance. I thought that made it really cool for viewers. I think it makes it exciting as an athlete too. Now the flip side of that is it obviously is not very safe. It's kind of dangerous to just show up and be thrown into whatever without being able to prep for it or anything of that nature. It's definitely safer for the guys, and that's a good thing. But there's something also exciting about just show up ready to compete and be ready to face whatever the world throws at you.
At 35 years old. He starts on the 450-pound stone. And you can see those Polynesian tattoos on his left arm. He is full Samoan heritage, both of his parents. He'll move up to the 500-pound stone. Says having that Samoan
Right.
tattoo on his arm.
So Eddie goes from 450 to 500. He picked that off the floor really easy. Oh, Eddie. Oh, he made the mistake of stepping backwards. You got to follow it to the thing, not step backwards, man. Oh, Eddie.
To a stone that we've not seen lifted so far.
How about his facial expression?
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for anyone else, Sharon, but I'll probably be here tomorrow.
It's a big ask.
I'll probably be here. So see you then if you show up.
It's that initial lift off the ground. That's
And thanks for joining us.
It's a huge weight. And even with that tacky, it's so hard to grip onto the stone, squeeze. Too much.
And Williams will settle for one at 500. That puts him currently in second place behind Hatton's three.
He's a good character.
He's got to be a Broadway role.
Eddie.
I've seen him burst into song at strongman competitions. We may see something come out tomorrow.
I think I might have some pit stains from the gym. What do you guys think?
And honestly, he's a great
I feel like the shirt might just be stained a little bit.
He loves to perform.
Kind of gross.
And he did. Started at 450.
Yeah, look how easy this first stone was. He lifted the second stone easy, just suddenly just caught the lip.
Mm.
Look at this, easily going up, but just catches it. Oh, that was a successful lift. And there you go, finishing with the little kick there. Some good agility for such a big man.
And you could put him in Newsies, but people would wonder how Pulitzer and Hurst did so well. So after
All right.
Williams, we will go on to Bryce Johnson.
Bryce Johnson.
Strongest man, currently in 11th place. Making his Shaw Classic debut.
Strongman is a pretty cool sport in terms of community for sure.
He is a grip guy. This is a different kind of grip, though.
And very close knit. Very much about helping one another and supporting each other.
His hands are stuck together.
It's a pretty cool sport.
Good tacky going on there.
He's like Orlando Jones in the replacements right now. This would have been illegal in his football playing days.
That tacky looks like he's doing his job. He has the height. He's got the wingspan. He can really get his hands around those stones.
Bryce is going to start at 500. Made that look pretty easy.
500 for Johnson.
Is he going to stay there? No, he's going on to 550. He said that was pretty easy.
He's feeling confident.
Here's 550. Oh, yes!
If he gets 550, he takes the lead.
Can we see the first athlete to do it this year? Oh, he's close.
Oh, Oh, smart approach. Smart approach.
The smart thing is to stay here now, and he's got 50 seconds to get another rep.
That puts Bryce Johnson in first place in the manhood stones. He's got the cool nosebleed thing working for him, so he gets style points too. So you get big points on the board, and you get style points for the nosebleed. That's a good event. That's a good run.
Come on, Bryce. Yeah, locked in.
Johnson's got it. Oh, it's that last push.
Two.
Uses all 6'6" of
Yeah. He said tippy toes, tippy toes, tippy toes.
15 seconds.
2 reps of 550 pounds.
But that is a great performance from the big American. As we said, that equaled what Hafthor Bjornsson did last year to take first place. Will it be enough this year? I don't think it will. We've got some good stone lifters to come. But I will.
That puts Big Bryce on top of the leaderboard in this event. In this event.
Stolman still lurks. We've got Austin Andrade, who lifted that 550 last year. Trey Mitchell is a massive.
What do you think Strongman needs to really blow up and become mainstream? I think it needs more Mitchell Hoopers, and we've got a good spot of that with young talent like Rain O'Neill on the upswing. What I mean by that is we need phenoms. We need people who do the unthinkable that people can rally behind, and preferably if they're young, so that fans can support their guy for a long time to come. I think we need the sport to embrace stuff like this, streaming more. But it would be great if everybody took the paywalls down like Rogue and did free and then relied on exposure to get ad revenue and things of that nature rather than paywalls. We need more eyeballs in front of it, not fewer. Sticking things behind paywalls means you have a guaranteed revenue stream, which is how they support things and you get the athletes' prize money. I get that. But as someone who has made a full time living in plenty of times of my life from marketing, I can tell you that ad revenue is nothing to sneeze at. And so maybe you can't guarantee big paychecks after that, but what you could do is you could incentivize the athletes and send them checks based upon ad revenue after the fact. So you could give prizes a dedicated structure. Hey, we're going to pay out 10K, 9K, 8K, 7K, whatever it is. These are not real numbers. I'm just saying stuff. And then you could say the winner will also receive 15% of the ad revenue generated by and second place will receive 7%, and then 4%, 3.5, something like that. You could get the ad revenue and get them checks later. But I think we need more exposure. We need phenoms. We need exposure. We need to partner with a lot of crossover sports. We should have guest contests. We should have strongman events where we kind of do like they did in the 80s when there was no strongman. We just had people competing who were pro wrestlers, who were bodybuilders or whatever. What we should do now is we should have guest competitions, pro-ams where we invite athletes who are usually considered pretty strong in their sports just to attract eyeballs from those sports who actually are not fans of strongman but they're fans of a specific athlete. They tune in for this, and then hopefully they stick around to see what we're about later. Those are the kind of things that I would do if I was in a position to do something about it. I still believe at his age, Brian is still top five. Well, a lot of people will say that because they're fans of Brian. I don't think that. I don't think most people think that. I don't think Brian thinks that. It was really cool to see Brian win his contest, and to go out like that. That was a very cool storybook ending. A great moment for his fans, a great moment for the sport, a great moment for his family and for him personally. It was fantastic. Loved seeing it. But Brian's best days are behind him. He knew that, and most people who, other than people who were just his fans who just say Brian's the best because Brian is the best because Brian is the best because Brian is the best. No convincing them otherwise. Most people knew that that was not the case anymore. You look at his win loss record over his last 5 years, not all that amazing.
Calm down. He's got to think of the whole competition. Get on with this stone. You know you can do this. Let those emotions go and focus on picking up points.
So down to 500.
That's it.
Easy.
So let's get this. Now you can move.
Come on, Austin.
So he's on the board and he's going to go for reps here. Hatton has 300. Excuse me, has 3 at 500.
Hey, there was talk about Austin maybe going for 600.
Looks comfortable with this stone. He's going to be able to get through. He's going to need to move if he wants to beat Lucas.
Just not there.
A little bit of frustration early on.
Yeah, a lot people talk like this stuff is way easier than it is.
He's got the strength. He's looked good on the first 2 reps. Rep number 3.
I think people often talk about what they want to happen instead of what is likely to happen, and those are not the same thing at all.
5 seconds. Here goes Andrade.
He needs this event to pass Austin Andrade
Top Hatton. No.
or to top Hatton, and it's going to be he and Hatton tie.
Upset about, you could hear he said there was sweat on the stone, or at least he felt like there was sweat on the stone.
Sometimes as an athlete, you do get
I think Hatton got his third stone in faster than Andrade, so
compose yourself. He could have done 4 stones on that 500.
Let's take a look at the good reps at 500.
You look really good.
Why is this so easy?
there's a lot of people left who can compete besides Tom and Mitch. Lots and lots of people.
He's always been good at stones.
The sport is healthier than it's ever been, in my opinion. There are a lot of young studs today.
Biceps, strong hands. Brian Shaw is down there, having a look at the stone.
And you heard Andrade say, is there no way to protest that?
All the referees around there. Brian's around there.
And you can just hear something about Lucas followed by, and then Bryce got 2 reps. So if there's a question about the stone, clearly it's been lifted successfully.
All right, we get some more drama. There's drama every year.
He's very frustrated. You can see he's visibly upset there.
Brian likes to listen to the athletes. Maybe a bit too much. Might need to put the law down. Just say, hey, this is what it's going to be.
Because he's frustrated, but then also credit to Andrade for saying, I get it, I understand what it is, it sucks that that's how it is, so there's the understanding of where the situation's at, but also letting his
You can hear him
frustrations
saying,
be
like,
heard.
he works so hard for these events, but under pressure you have to think clearly. And he's still, he's still in fighting.
Tristan Hoth is going to be next up as we see
Tristan Hoth will get started if we ever get going again.
stuff went wrong.
Well, at the end of the day, you've got to go with the referee's decision. He can make a protest. If he's upset that something was done to the stone beforehand, that could be an issue. And I mean, if there was something slippy on there, I don't know what's being said. I heard, like,
All right.
words, we don't know the facts.
Tristan Hoth is going to get going now. 450 pounds.
On that stone. And you can see when he dropped down to 500, it was no problem at all.
So here's Tristan Hoth.
Easy at 450. Easy enough to give him confidence to go on to 500. I think that's a good strategy here. These guys go out a lot of times, try these heavier stones, and have to fall back. It's a lot of wasted time with no points and not good for your confidence. I think you're better off to start at a weight that you know you got, no questions asked, and then go from there. So I actually think he might be able to do 550 based on what he just did the 500, but he's just going to settle in at 500 and try to get out some reps. We've only got one person that's lifted 550. You got 2 there, and then 3 reps at 500. So if he just can rep this out, he gets nice points. A little bit of strategy going on by Hoth. Not stupid. Not stupid at all. He's got 32 seconds to try to get two more. But he needs to get going now. I think he had plenty of time. Wasted. Maybe he was wasting time because he knew he didn't have a third one in him. Maybe that's why. Oh.
A lot of these guys talk about who's your biggest competition. It's me. You got to run your own race.
Sometimes it is, other times maybe you're good enough to kind of, play tactics and stuff like that. Other times it's just about doing the best that you can possibly do.
It might be time for another poll.
It really doesn't matter where you come. You've improved, you go away, you work harder for next time.
It might be time for another poll.
Another look at Hoth starting on the 450. What do guys train at with typical stones?
A lot of guys now have stones up to some big weights in certain gyms. I mean, I know Austin and Nick have some heavy stones down in Texas. Brian Shaw used to have, get any stones he needed.
Let's try this.
Last few years, stones have got so much heavier, and getting we're seeing more and more 400-500 pound stones in gyms.
All right. If you guys think that other is an option, you can just type your answer into the chat.
It's just the way that Hoth went after the 450. He does that a lot. It was an interesting comment by Bobby Thompson yesterday, though, when people talked about in the press conference, what are you thinking about this event? How do you have to approach this event? And Bobby said, what people don't understand a lot about strongman is some of this is concepts. So it's like I get better at lifting stones, not by lifting stones every day, but in doing all sorts of different things that have crossover appeal so that I can excel on the stage.
I mean, there's certain lifts that you do which will have crossover and help. You don't always have to train on implements.
Okay, if you don't like any of these four answers, you can type your answer into the chat.
Technical practice on the implements as well.
Next up will be your man in third place. This is Thomas Evans. Not uncharted waters. He did finish 6th here 2 years ago, but heading into our final event of day one, Laz, you expected to see Thomas Evans this high?
Yeah, I expect Thomas to do well. I do.
If you guys follow my content or haven't seen it, you can go back and watch some of my old content. I do a video on who is the greatest strongman. Feel free to go back and check that video out if you haven't seen it.
Laz, how did you get into strongman?
We have another live stream where we did a community contest where we took different strongmen in a bracket, like you might do for March Madness, and pitted strongmen against one another and battled it out until there was a winner at the end. Go back and check that out. But I also did a video where I just break down what I think greatest means and
Thomas Evans watched Netflix.
then where that leaves us with strongmen.
Documentary and said, I can do that.
Yeah, different generation right now, and these guys are just taking the sport to another level. Look how easy that
Thomas Evans starts with the lowest one.
And the second. This man is sitting in third place overall.
couldn't lift that one.
He's gonna. Well, I thought he was gonna stay at the 500. He's going up to 550.
He also bathed in khaki. Did you see how much was on his pants to help get this stone up?
I thought he was gonna stay at 500 and do reps,
550. Ooh, it slipped.
and I think he should have. And I think he notices it right away. At least that's smart of him. I mean, he should have never left the 500. He could have. He wasted a lot of time there that was important. But at least he ain't getting that.
Get it off of his pants. And you can see the frustration.
See that t-shirt he's worn. The stone has ripped holes in it. Taki's destroyed it.
1 point there.
Although I'm sure Stone would love it.
1 point. I didn't mean 1 point. 1 rep at 500.
All right, so 1 at 500 for Evans.
Big improvement though. Last year he only managed the 450.
We have 2 that have gotten the 450.
first 450 was. No problem at all. Same story with the 500. Then he went for the 550. Then I think just because he failed that attempt on the 550, rushed maybe a little bit. Now this is a man
All right,
there's going to be
Tom
a lot of
Stoltman
anticipation for when it comes
coming back out. He wants redemption after last year.
to the 600.
The event that was made for Tom Stoltman. He was going to get 16 points on the event. It wasn't a matter of who was going to win, but it was who was going to come in second to Tom Stoltman. And then he took a zero, a big fat zero last year. So he wants some redemption. And we're going to see.
Best stone lifter on the planet right now, the king of stones, Tom Stoltman.
It's very rare you see Tom Stoltman beaten on any type of Atlas stone. And I know after last year he wants to put things right.
Now we know you can lift the 550. Bryce Johnson's done it twice.
So look at this. Tom is there with his coach, and his coach is making
Yeah,
sure
Bryce Johnson got 2 at 550. If you're Tom Stoltman and you're king of the stones and you're the best stone lifter in the world,
let's see what the big man
you pretty much got to start at 550 now.
he says he doesn't need sleeves. He's a real
You
man.
can't let Bryce Johnson get 2 reps at 550 and then not be telling the people and yourself that you're capable of less than someone else. I don't think he should start at 600 like he tried last year. I think that's a mistake.
With the 500
But
pound stone.
he went to 500 instead.
He's got some points on the board.
So he did the same thing that Bryce did. Bryce did 1 500 and then he did 2 550. We'll see what Stoltman does now. Wasting a lot of time here.
Stoltman told us this week he even hates
You got to get all that stuff done before you get going there, Tom.
does it. It comes so natural.
Uh-oh.
He's going to go back to 500.
Tom is going back to the 500. So he's going to try 500 for reps rather than 550. Now he's having trouble picking up the 500. The king of the stones does not seem to be the king of the stones when it comes to the manhood set that Brian has at the strongest man on earth.
3 at 500 right now is what you need for your best work at 50.
Oh my. He just waved it off. He's going to have 1 rep at 500 pounds.
And he's really let the door open for Evan Singleton, who is ahead overall.
So for those of us who predicted a strongest man on earth Tom Stoltman victory, of which I was one of those guys, that's not good for our predictions. That is not good for our predictions at all.
That 550, it's like jinxed.
Now, we didn't get to see Trey Mitchell do this last year because he was injured and did not get to compete at the strongest man on earth. Trey Mitchell is one of the best stone lifters in the world. And as I said several hours ago, I personally think is the most statically strong person on planet Earth. He will do the 550. Bryce is not going to be the only one that does 550. Trey Mitchell will do 550 as well. Trey Mitchell might do the 600. Now, remember, going into this, I predicted no one does the 600. But I really thought that Tom could match Bryce Johnson's 2 reps at 550.
Guaranteeing himself a good finish to day number 1.
Laz, we've talked about the injury for Evan Singleton. He tore his left bicep at World's Strongest Man. First implement of the first event. He was back to full weight training in 5 weeks. It's like Wolverine.
Now, these guys like Singleton, who are wearing the wrap here, I think that's a bad idea. I have seen this work out to their advantage for very, 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 very few people. Usually when they do the tape or the wraps, what happens is they get on the things and it starts to roll down. No matter how tight it's taped up, no matter how much it almost always tends to roll. Now, I'm not praying for that to happen. I don't want that to happen because I want them to do well and I like to see them have good runs. But usually Usually, when I see guys do that, it winds up biting them in the butt.
Bryce Johnson is your leader with 2 reps at 550. Then it goes to Hatton and Andrade with 3 reps here.
I am not a fan of the sleeves at all.
Oh, he got it off the ground easy, but the tacky didn't stick.
I also think that these guys have become too reliant on tacky. I'm old enough to remember when they didn't do that. Um, I think that's another reason that I'm not a big fan of the Stones. The tacky to me, the Stones don't really feel like as a test of strength as much as they seem like a bunch of other things. Who has the best tacky? Who applies it the best? Who chose the right mixture for the temperature and humidity that's there? All kinds of different factors out there. I don't think any of that, your equipment choices, the temperature, I don't think any of that should come down to telling you the answer of who was the better person at the event. Um, Not a fan of tacky, which makes me less of a fan of Stones too. So, not a very good run for Evan Singleton. Not a very good run for Evan Singleton. He's going to manage 1 rep at 450 pounds.
Jump ahead of these other guys at the 450 mark, but was not meant to be for Evan Singleton.
The manhood Stones again, like they were last year, proving to be the Achilles heel of many, many of these athletes.
You've talked about being such a personal thing, but like, is there a right way to get the tacky set?
Yeah, there is. You kind of want to have it quite a smooth, thin layer. Sometimes people chunk it
Nick
around
Guardione.
pulling off your hands or off your arms. But as we've said before, temperature affects it, but also
You got to stop going in and out, Caesar. You got to decide if you want to be in here or out of here.
won't work as well as you want it to. Nick Guardione out now. Great performance on the keg toss, and this is a good chance for him to climb up the board even more. He's a good stone lifter.
Quick note, after Guardione is Shane Flowers, he will not compete this event.
That's a shock.
Because of the injury that's been
Oh,
plaguing him throughout the course of the night, he will not do the stones, so that's an automatic 0 for Flowers. He will attempt to come back
well,
tomorrow.
my heart before the weekend started was on Trey Mitchell. My head said Tom Stoltman. My heart said that Trey is going to get 0 points on the carry and arm over arm. Maybe 1 point. Maybe he'll manage to lift it. I was hoping so. He did. I just figured getting 0 or 1 points in an event is just too much to ask of anyone. But if Trey can come out here and lift the 600-pound stone,
Talked about it a couple of times, but strongest man on earth.
that might just make him alive. A live dog, even having only gotten 1 point in that event.
Then got the call from Brian Shaw.
He needs to win this event, though, I believe. In order for Trey Mitchell to have any chance whatsoever of leaving 2025 strongest man on earth, he must win this event. Even a tie, 2 reps at 550 with Bryce Johnson, I don't think he wins. I'm not sure he does if he. I'm not sure he wins. Probably doesn't win even if he wins this event. But I think he has to win this event to have a shot. Personally.
I always punch up. So coming to a bigger stage is nothing new to me. I'm always the
All right, so Guardione looks like he is going to start at 500 maybe. Now he's walking backwards.
Everything changes, but it's nice being the guy that's kind of always working up. I remember that part of my career. That's the easy part.
Is he going to 500? Okay, yeah. Guardione's going to start at 500.
never gets easier, it just gets different.
Absolutely.
Guardione opening at 500.
Up to the lap. That's a good start. If he can get this over quickly, and he does.
It's a good rep in 14 seconds.
He got 500 once.
Got a plan. He's going to pace himself and focus on this stone.
He's got another one in him.
I think he's going to move up to the 550. I think he's going to try and get reps out on this. pick himself some big points, and why not?
But like, why, right? If you can get 3 reps here, you're in.
I would recommend that what Guardione does not do this time, if he laps it, is let it sit in his lap for as long. You got to get it on there and you got to move. You can't let 500 pounds sit on your knees and in your lap against your belly for that long. You got to go. It's very, very hard to breathe for anyone who's never done something like this. Very, very, very hard to breathe when you're in that crouch position. That's too long. That's too long. You got to go. He will not get a third rep.
He's in 6th place.
I'm counting him out. I'm saying he will not get a third rep. I want him to get a third rep. Prove me wrong, Guardione. Get a third rep.
That's it. Done.
Nope.
He's a happy man, though. 2 reps for 500. Good points. He said he's in 6th place with that. He'll be happy.
He has 2 at 500. Hoth has 2 at 500. Andrade 3 at 500. Johnson 2 at 550. And Hatton 3 at 500. That's your top 6.
So Hatton 3 at 500. Actually, still.
All right.
Although originally he would be disappointed, he's been able to watch, and he knows he's going to get some good points. He will be happy.
Now this is huge for Guardione because he's worked his way up the leaderboard. He was in 8th place overall prior to this. After starting,
It's been a hell of a first day for him.
yeah. The log was a good work. Struggled on the second event, dropped him down to 13th. Well, welcome to the show.
All right, guys.
Now this is the spot where Flowers would have competed. But Shane Flowers will not take the floor here for the Manhood Stones. Our 4th and final event of day 1, which rolls things down to Wes Derwinski.
Who is on the top of the leaderboard after day 1? 50% thinks Stoltman. I think that's out of the question now.
He just waved off
This event
heavier stones.
has just made sure that Tom Stoltman does not end on the top of the leaderboard for day 1, I believe. Evan Singleton, second most votes at 33%. That seems quite likely. Trey Mitchell, 13%. Thomas Evans, 2%. I did not see any votes in the chat for any other than those 4 gentlemen. If you did vote for someone other than those 4, please put it in the chat again so I can call it out. I did not see any, though. If I missed your comment, I do apologize.
Strongman's grown a lot since I was competing.
Evan did pretty bad in this, too. Tom Stoltman and Evan both did bad, which is actually good for both of them. Ironically,
Number 3.
being at the top,
How do the
no one pulls away from the other.
Stones 450 over
But
the problem? He's going to move up to the 500.
easy to pick up some points if you do something. Trey Mitchell's got to be the happiest person in the auditorium right now.
First rep for Derwinski.
He's looking good.
Come on, Wes.
Stone. And it goes over.
Wes gets the 500. I think he'll stay there and try to get another rep or 2.
Strongest man on earth.
Probably means a rep.
Day 1. Very, very strong.
Big 3-0. Now this second rep is the critical one. That's what made it for Guardione.
Wes Derwinski going after his second rep at 500 pounds. It sticks to the pad.
He'll take the 1.
See how red those forearms are. Those stones take the skin off.
Did you see that? There was so much tacky on that. He lifted the floor up with him.
Say the first time you said it, it was.
I hate this tacky stuff. I really do. I think tacky is tacky.
Brings us to our final 2 competitors. And our next guy.
Tacky is tacky. You get it? You see what I did there? Do you see it? It's very subtle. It's easy to miss.
500 rep.
Where's the Dwinski zeroed on the stone.
At least we don't see as many guys getting 0 this year as we did last year. Last year, 0 was a very, very, very popular number.
Derwinski told us, listen, this is strongman. We pick up rocks. This is
I want to say we had 6 guys 0 last year.
Trey Mitchell is a guy that came into this competition eyeing
2026 manhood sandbags.
win overall. Trey Mitchell can help his case.
2026 manhood grocery bags. That's what I want to see. Winner gets to claim all the groceries.
He lifts heavy stones regularly in training. There with his coach, they are making sure each stone is exactly how they want it to be. Looks like they're very focused on the 500. I should imagine we're going to see some reps on that one.
So Evan Singleton, Tom Stoltman, and Thomas Evans are the 3 men above Trey Mitchell on the leaderboard. Stoltman got 1 at 500. Evans got 1 at 500. And Singleton got 1 at 450. So
he knows he's
That's a lot of tacky that's going on this stone.
He's going to be looking at his closest competition overall. So a 3 fast.
Good luck getting it off of your shirt. We've already seen that happen to a couple guys. It gets caught. They have trouble letting it go.
because of what you just said, Trey Mitchell's got to start at the 500, right?
You might want to go without a shirt and just let it give you a wax job and pull all your chest hair off. For those of you who don't know, that was Mark Philippi,
Mitchell made his name in strongman on stones.
former international strongman competitor, also former strength coach at UNLV, the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Trying to end day 1 on a high note. 500 pounds over and up, and he does it in 10 seconds.
500 pounds for Trey. He is not going on. He's not going up. He's going to stay at the 500-pound stone, which means Bryce Johnson's going to take a win in this event. The only man to do 550 and does 2 reps of 550.
2 reps. He's got 60 seconds. He can get this stone in the next 15 to 20 seconds. I think that will be good enough.
I guess he's told himself he's happy with second place points here. That doesn't mean he's going to get it. You got to actually do it. But I guess that's what he told himself is happy with second place points. I think he needed first place points. But he knows 3 guys have gotten, or 2 guys have gotten 3, maybe 3 guys, I think 2 though. But he knows nobody has gotten more than 3 reps at this weight. So I guess he figured 4 reps of 500 is easier than 1 rep of 550.
Come on, Trey. 20 seconds to get 1 more rep. We're up to the lap. 15 seconds to get it over. Adjusts the hands, drives through the hips. Gets the stone over. 4 reps on 500 for Trey Mitchell. And he is back in this contest.
Puts him in second place with 1 to go on event 4.
Yeah, I guess that was his thinking. He thought 4 at 500 was easier than 1 of 550. He might have been right.
He's also shaved his forearms.
You do not want hairy arms with those stones. Believe me, I know.
Not sure.
Trey Mitchell sets an American record on the max log that was then broken, but still. And then comes back and ends with 4 at 500 on the manhood stones. Great
Now,
performance.
Max will not get 600 pounds.
He had that one bad event, but that was always going to be expected. Everything else has gone to plan. If he finishes the day in the top 3, he's going to be a happy man.
What'd you like about just the way he attacked this?
To like Trey in general, but the way he kind of like strategically thought about what he needed to do impressed me. Sometimes in the past, Trey's just been a brute and just, I'm a strong guy. He's evolved as an athlete over the years, and he's thinking about how I can win a contest, not just perform on an individual event.
He just locked in.
Good drive through the glutes. He's squeezing the glutes, bringing the hips through, using his body to roll that stone over and pop it over
right in there until the very end.
Be very easy to think, oh, I'll just do the 550, but
I personally think 1 at 550
about those points.
might have been less taxing on the body than 4 at 500.
Stone lifter, also a good stone lifter.
If he didn't go for the event win and try to beat Bryce at 2 at 550, I still think 1 at 550 gives him the same points as 4 at 500. And I think
Is the final man to go.
it would have been less energy expended,
Zeroed on this event.
which is a good important thing to keep track of going into the second day. But all of it is theory. There's no way to prove what I'm saying is true or false or whatever. I'm just pontificating.
Starts with a deadlift. You got to get this thing up into your lap. Now he said strategically
Sam Beliveau.
lighter stone and work his way up. But he's seen the
She is a relatively muscular young lady.
500.
The good thing now, he gets to go last. There is already a huge amount of tacking on that stone. That's an advantage. It's kind of like seasoned into it. It does make it a little bit easier.
No, Tom did not perform well on the stones.
Crowd in it for Boudreaux. 90 seconds at 500 pounds.
Oh, come on, Maxime. You rushed a little bit, even to the lap. You almost missed it. Just managed to catch it. And then rushed below.
He dropped the 500
How easy is it to feel, I've got it, when you aren't 90?
and decided that had he not dropped it, he's saying, hey, it's more of a technique than a problem with the thing. I had that, so I'm going to skip the 500 and go to the 550 and try to leap out in front of Trey Mitchell.
He needs to get it now.
Because 1 rep at 550 will do that. Now I'm going to go back to 500. Now you've wasted a tremendous amount of time.
He was up to five. Yeah, he went up to 550.
And now he just has to hope to not zero the event.
That is not the sound of a happy man.
Uh-oh.
Plan for Maxime.
Uh-oh.
After doing so well in the throw, this is not good for Maxime. And now
You can go from first to last in a hurry.
50. Can he get no?
Oh, Maxime.
You get 16 points in one event
After that brilliant
and 0 in the next event.
He will
got a
zero.
smile on his face, but yes, unfortunately, is that the only man to zero in the stone?
All because he dropped the stone.
Zeroed.
He had it up and over
Flowers zeroed.
and just dropped it. And he's going to wind up with 0 points. Good to see him laughing and smiling and taking it in stride. But deep inside, he's probably gutted. And he's going to go to the back and not feel very good right now. I believe after 3 events, Trey was in, I think, 3rd. So yeah, he's definitely climbed up from that.
What's needed to take the win? Congratulations.
Let's see. Well, let's just see here. After 3 events, Trey was in 4th, a half a point behind Homos Evans for 3rd. Overall standings.
Was impressive. In fact, it was a completely different league on the day.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was
That's not right now. That's after the last event because someone asked. So
show for years, so to be able to come out on top on this event with some great stone loaders.
Bryce Johnson proving that he is the manliest guy there. He's the winner of the manhood stones.
Stone and 2 solid repetitions. You seem sprightly. You seem ready to go. Massive day tomorrow. 4 more events. How are things looking for you overall, mate?
Yeah, I mean, I got some points to make up if I want to end up where I want to be, so got to get back to work tomorrow.
Well, you just nailed 16 of them, brother. Fantastic effort, ladies and gentlemen. Bryce Johnson, your event winner on the manhood stones.
Got the old Wisconsin accent coming out.
He has indeed. What a man. That's a great finish to the day for Bryce Johnson.
And against the field, he did it, right? And he said it, right? This
All right.
group of stone lifters, including one of the greatest of all
Event 4 results.
Checks in 7th. Lucas Hatton, how about standing up with a 4th place finish after going 2nd?
Yeah, he's going to have to be. Oh, he's going to be very pleased with that because he would have been very nervous going out first. Would have thought that some of the guys could beat that. Great finish there for Lucas. Austin Andrade, even with his disappointment, finishing 3rd. Trey Mitchell doing exactly what he needed to do, picking up the points, knowing Tom Stoltman was in 7th, and the rookie Nick Guardione, 6th place there. Tristan Hoth with his best performance of the day. Every event we've seen different results, keeping everything exciting.
But Trey Mitchell was the guy that made headlines with the way that he finished off. 2nd to last on the stones. Winds up getting 4 at 500. Listen, he knew the assignment, and he executed.
There's your Event 4 results.
Him and his coach had a plan, came out,
Top 8.
did exactly what was needed. Didn't take any risks, didn't try to be a superhero, understands the task that we still have 4 more brutal events to come tomorrow, and he did exactly what he needed. 15 big points for the big thicket, Trey Mitchell.
Just going to wait for them to put up the final results for day 4, or day 1 after 4. And then we're going to wind this sucker up and see everybody tomorrow. Trey Mitchell is on top after day 1.
It's fair to say it's a popular leader. You must be feeling pretty good right about now.
Yeah, I'm still pretty good.
Trey Mitchell's going to be hard to beat now because day 2 was much better for Trey Mitchell than day 1 was. Predominantly because there's no 0 points for him tomorrow.
When you look at tomorrow and you feel how you do after today, what are you most looking forward to? Where do you make up the big points tomorrow, Trey?
Looking in tomorrow, I think I can pick up some good points in the deadlift and the chest press. Like coming in the strongman, like you have to be consistent, and that's what I'm most known for is being consistent over the many events.
Now, 2-time winner of the Shore Classic. If you could cap this one, you would also have the win on the Strongest Man on Earth. You're looking on a red-hot run at the moment.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the goal always, is to win this show. It's one of my favorite competitions of the year.
All about the heavy, all about the strong. They don't make them much stronger than this man. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Trey the Big Thicket Mitchell, and he is leading the Strongest Man on Earth here after day 1. Blue Arena, I want to say a massive thank you for your support on day 1. We will be back tomorrow with 4 more events.
I guess there we go. Overall standings. I was waiting for that.
He is the overall leader by 2.5 points on Tom Stoltman. Evan Singleton drops down to 3rd at 39.5. He's tied with Thomas Evans. Big moves by Hatton after he struggled on the keg toss, back up onto the front page of standings.
I mean, Trey Mitchell will be over the moon to finish this day in 1st place. We know how good he is on some of these events, but with that event number 2 where he really, he was last. Other than that, he's been faultless. He's put himself in 1st place. Some of his biggest opposition have kind of made a slip up there where they probably could have been ahead. They didn't get the performances. They great start.
Event 4.
I think he's going to be great at the safe carry. Very good chance of winning.
In 1st place overall with 45 points, you have the big Texan, the big thicket, Trey Mitchell. In 2nd place overall, you have Tom Stoltman, 2.5 points behind at 42.5. You have a 2-way tie for 3rd place with Evan Singleton and Thomas Evans, 39.5. Only a half point back, thanks to that big win there in the Manhood Stones. Bryce Johnson jumps up into the top 5 at 39 points. Austin Andrade, 38 points. Lucas Hatton has 36 points, along with his buddy Tristan Hoth from Canada, 36. If we go ahead and look at places 9 through 16, it will look something like this. He says as he pulls up the exact same results. Somehow, I did not copy the different names. I did the same ones twice. How did I do that? I could have swore I had Nick Guardione on there. Well, I screwed up. I guess I'm not going to go through 9 through 16. All right. Fantastic. Love screwing up at the end of the thing. I'll blame it on the fact that I've had to pee for several minutes. Okay. So, the question is, does anyone have any comments or questions before I press the stop streaming end broadcast button? If no questions, I will see y'all tomorrow. Get some rest and come back tomorrow. Bye for now.